probably on afterburner.
Chasing it.
Chasing whatever it is we're talking about.
All right, now, so I began right away to get faxes, which I began reading on the air, Peter.
Yeah.
People are telling me they saw this for as long as 1 to 2 minutes going from horizon to horizon. They described it as floating across the horizon, not coming in any way as a meteor would come in.
That's consistent with everything we have received, too. I've taken about approximately 15 reports in the last hour, Art, and they're still coming in.
And to verify that, I mean, people, you know, they're almost in shock. But here's a man in Redding, California, who had time to go out and actually invite his family to come out and see it occurring. Now, no matter what you think of eyewitness testimony, if he had that much time, I mean, that's just not possible.
It's certainly not crash dummies or swamp gas, that's for sure.
No, indeed not. So you've got some audio for us.
Yeah, let me play one short clip. I think it's about 40 seconds. This comes from a family in Chico, California. I think mother and 4 children were able to see the objects, and they counted them. Let's just go to the cut. Here we go.
It's Wednesday night at 9:34, and my boys and I were just outside and saw a group of glittery-tailed UFOs going from northwest to southeast across our from horizon to horizon. They were visible for probably a minute and a half. There was a large group in the front and several following, one of which changed its course in order to get into a better line.
Wow.
I'd be glad to talk to you anytime.
Wow.
Was Chico, California. Apparently the objects were actually maneuvering in formation. This is not a proton booster breaking up, as far as I can tell, Art, or any kind of space junk. Let me go right to a cut.
Well, she said, Peter, I'm sorry, she said one of the objects changed its course to get back into formation.
Yes, they were maneuvering, Art. This is very similar to what we heard November of 1997, November 14th, Friday night. You probably remember the incident in which the cluster of lights went across Washington and British Columbia and Alberta.
I recall, yes.
That was the incident that caused the Air Force out of Cheyenne Mountain to declare that it was a Russian proton booster flying from east to west, interestingly, that plunked down in the Pacific. It's going to be very interesting to see what their statement is about this incident. My sense of it, based on now about 15 messages I've listened to, is that we're dealing with something major, and it is not meteor, and there's been some very complex maneuvering of these objects take place. And they've been seen by as far north as Eugene, perhaps even Salem, Oregon, on I-5 by a trucker.
And these are early days yet, with regard to reports.
Yes. And I should mention that our answering service is filled up.
I wonder, Peter, how far east it was seen. In other words, if people here in Nevada saw it.
Yeah. I haven't taken any reports from Nevada yet. I'm intrigued by the fact that your power is out there, Art, because they were headed right in your direction.
The entire valley's out. I have no idea what happened, but just prior to the hour, actually coming back, 10 seconds, literally, before I was due to come back from the news, all power went off in the valley, and we had to scramble and get the generator on, and we're still on emergency power. Now, my internet is down at the moment, so...
So is mine, interestingly.
So if somebody could please email my webmaster, that would be Keith Rowland, webmaster@artbell.com. I would like to know how extensive the power failure is. I don't know, for example, whether they have power in Las Vegas or not. And I would like to know. I have no idea how extensive the outage is, whether it's related or not. But you go right ahead with more.
Let me go to another cut that comes in from Novato, California, again, just north of San Francisco. Comes in from a young woman who was driving with her husband. I think they were going east on Route 37, and this is what she describes that the two of them saw. Here we go, Nevada, California.
Which was a series of 3 glowing trails slowly moving across the sky of them break off. And so these looked like they were heading south across the sky, maybe southeast. And I watched one break off from that configuration and go off into an easterly direction. And we pulled over on the side of the highway to see what's happening with that. And just as we pulled over, they actually just completely disappeared from view.
Just disappeared from view, apparently. So we have reports of objects approaching the main cluster with which they're flying. We now have a report of an object separating itself from the cluster of lights that it was flying with. We've had reports of clusters as large as 7 or perhaps 8 fairly large objects. That was the cluster that went down sort of the spine of California, headed to generally in the southeastern direction.
I have a question, Peter.
Yeah.
Would it be possible, and you probably haven't had time to do this yet, but if you had pretty good time hacks on when these objects were seen from Oregon and when they were seen in California, you might be able to estimate the speed of the objects.
That's the interesting thing. All the times are about the same. In other words, the time, and I'm going on memory now, but the time reported over Oregon was about 9:30 to 9:35.
That's what I'm getting to.
All the times over California is about the same.
Same time. I'm getting the same thing.
Yeah.
From Redding, California, from, let me see, where in Oregon? Southern Oregon, it says. Only Southern Oregon. So
they were up over northern Oregon, again in the vicinity of Salem, and certainly as far north as Eugene. And we're getting calls from law enforcement, 911 facilities. And again, I'm particularly intrigued by this allegation or assertion that military jets were going out of the Portland area, headed apparently south.
who told you that?
It comes in from somebody in the news media, I believe. I have a telephone number, but I didn't get a name on that. It was just before I was going on the air with you.
So in other words, whatever these things are, somebody considered them obviously to be some sort of threat to national security.
That would appear to be the case, or of interest to the military, ruling out the possibility that it's one of their own pieces of hardware. So it looks like a major event.
All right, since I'm, again, folks, please, since I am not able to access the internet at the moment, if you would be so kind as to, if you saw the objects, and or you have lost power, please contact Keith Rowland. That would be webmaster@artbell.com, and we'll try and get some of that information together as we move into the next hour. You've got more, Peter.
Yeah, I have a few more cuts here that are particularly interesting. The next one comes from a truck driver who was in just south of Mount Shasta in Northern California in the vicinity of Dunsmuir, I think he said. This is his description of what he saw. It's somewhat different from the reports I've played so far. Here we go.
I was in California just south of Mount Shasta. At 9:30, I was looking off outside of my truck. I'm a driver. I saw a bunch of diagonal line of white dots with a long trail of golden, fiery color straight up in the sky heading north and south. It had a leader in front of it with the same tail behind it. I counted for 15 seconds before it got out of sight. It did not dissipate at all. The color was bright until it was out of sight. With my own headed distance, it was about 3 inches between the thumb and forefinger.
3 inches between thumb and forefinger. That's probably about 6 to 8 diameters of a full moon. So the cluster was smeared out across the sky.
Ooh, that's big.
Yeah. It was a big formation of light. And I have a cut here from, I think it's from Napa, that suggests that the witnesses there saw large objects and small objects, suggesting that perhaps the latter were at higher altitude by the time they'd gotten down to Napa. So let me go to that cut, if I may, Art, and let's hear what this gentleman has to say.
All right.
We're in Napa, and we just saw a weird sighting. It was a single red light shooting across the sky at semi to rapid speed. It was lateral. It wasn't falling at all. And then immediately it shot in 3 different pieces. One shooting upward, one shooting straight, one shooting downward. It was about 10:30 California time, and if you'd like to contact me,
I think he meant 9:30.
Yeah.
But that is the only report we have of a single object breaking into multiple objects. Interestingly, this is very similar to a number of reports we received of that dramatic event on the 15th of August over New Mexico. We are still collecting very, very interesting data on what happened there, and we have a number of people who report, like one of the early witnesses whom we had on that first program, Jake from Aztec. You may recall he described how the object just sort of flew into a bunch of streaks of light. We just received another interesting report similar to his from Bosque, New Mexico, about 25 miles south of Albuquerque. So what is happening tonight has some parallels to what happened over New Mexico on the 15th of August. I have no idea what's going on tonight, Art, but...
Well, that was what I was about to ask you. Peter, is this report at all consistent with what a meteor could be? In other words, could a meteor or a group of meteors or even space junk remain for a minute or 2 minutes in sight?
I think it is possible, in theory, for space junk to do that. For example, when the space shuttle comes back, it's usually in the atmosphere burning bright, probably for 5, maybe as much as 10 minutes. However, the objects are reported to be maneuvering, and people see the sparks are coming off the tails of these objects, not off the noses. When an object comes back from space or comes in from space at high speed, it is the nose of the object, obviously, which heats up. Everybody is emphasizing that very beautiful trails of sparks are trailing off the trailing edge, the aft end of these objects. And again, the objects, according to many reports, are seen by the witnesses to be maneuvering in some kind of complex fashion. That's the interesting thing, Art.
And the first one you played, the lady who said she saw an object get out of formation and then move back into formation.
Yes. It was approaching the group, apparently trying to orient itself somewhat closer to the other objects. So it's going to be very difficult to force this one into the space junk box.
Well, okay, I would like to make another appeal, and that is to anybody in the military or anybody who had access to weather radar. Again, would you please send an email to my webmaster? That would be webmaster@artbell.com, and give us a contact phone number. These should have shown up on all kinds of radars, right?
It depends on their altitude. Usually, my understanding is most aviation FAA radars go up only to about 60,000 feet. If these were above that altitude, they would not have been seen on an FAA radar scope. Whether military goes higher than that or not, I don't know. But if anybody got videotape, we'd certainly like to see it. Or any other kind of objective evidence they may have gotten of these things.
And particularly any witnesses who saw military aircraft chasing them.
Yeah.
What did that person tell you that...
He called from Beaverton, Oregon, and he said that he lives under the major north-south route for commercial traffic. If you take off from Seattle and go south, you go essentially right over Beaverton. He said they're very familiar with traditional commercial traffic, and they can distinguish between military and commercial. And the objects, the aircraft rather, they heard tonight were distinctly military, they thought. And they were going to the south. So it appears that they may have been out of either the Portland area. I think they have Air National Guard. They may fly F-15s out of Portland. They also could have been out of Tacoma, McChord Air Force Base, which is not too far north of there. It wouldn't take them very long at all to get from Tacoma down to Portland.
Do you have any reports at all of any impact?
None so far. If anybody saw those objects close to the ground, obviously, we would like very much to hear from them. Or if anybody sees them stop in midair or stop close to the ground, we'd like to get reports from those individuals as well, obviously.
All right. As you know, I've got Peter Gersten on the line, and so I'm going to go away for, I don't know, about 13 minutes, Peter. If you want to collect any more data during that time, go right ahead. I'm going to come back to you after the top of the hour break and then bring you on with Peter Gersten, if that'd be all right.
Okay, that sounds fine.
All right, then stay right where you are. Well, very, very strange occurrences here in the West tonight, folks. Something streaked across our skies, something big, something that had several portions, something that maneuvered. That's what we've got so far. We'll be right back from the high desert. This is Coast to Coast AM. What a night. Good morning, everybody. We are monitoring several stories going on here. Obviously, a large object or objects have re-entered the atmosphere. And I say re-entered because I'm beginning to get some reports that some news media is saying that it was a Russian booster rocket that the scientists thought would come down over the Pacific, but has re-entered early, unexpectedly, obviously causing a pretty big commotion. Now, whether or not that's an accurate story, I have no way of knowing. I also have a second story, both of these are from Keith Rowland, who is able to receive email and relay it to me by telephone. We are in contact. That power went out in parts of northern Arizona at, get this, 9:30, the same time as the Russian booster, if that's what it was seen to be re-entering. Now, why chase planes would be going after a re-entering Russian booster, I don't know. And whether that is an accurate story or not, I don't know. But I report it to you as I have received it. Several people have said that various news organizations have reported that what we have seen is some sort of Russian booster that has re-entered. Back now to Peter Davenport at the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle. Peter?
Yeah, I'm here, Art. That's a very interesting bit of information, and indeed, in the final analysis, it may be an accurate report. I'm trying to get to a map of California to look at where places like Chico is relative to Novato. We heard that gentleman describe how an object came in from the west and split into three pieces. Also, one thing I wanted to add, Art, during the break, I was going through some of my hastily scribbled notes here. The trucker up in Oregon actually was closer to Portland than he was to Eugene, and he reported that the objects he saw disappeared suddenly from his sight. Now, I don't know much about re-entering space junk, but it seems unusual to me that it would come into the atmosphere and then just disappear from sight.
Well, I was trying to put together the other comment. The lady who said that something went out of formation and then got back into formation. I suppose the aerodynamics of something re-entering could cause it to seem to veer off course and then veer back again. I'm trying to put together in my mind how that could be.
Yeah. And also the amount of time that we're talking about, a couple of minutes or so, suggests to me that some fragments of this, if it is indeed space junk, fragments should reach, some of them should reach ground level. The other question I have is why the military, or rather the Space Command, didn't warn people.
Well, yeah, they said unexpectedly re-entered. They thought it would hit the Pacific 2 days from now. Now, these are very sketchy reports, Peter, and don't depend on them at all. I'm simply passing on to you what I'm getting from Keith, who's going through tons of email right now.
I'll bet.
Anyway, it's a kind of an interesting backdrop. By the way, we're well over an hour now here without power in the entire valley. I understand Las Vegas does have power, and I'm not sure about other directions from here. And again, northern Arizona lost power, interestingly, at about 9:30, Peter.
Mm-hmm. That's ironic, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, you remember when the western half or western third of the U.S. lost power?
Yes, I do.
There were objects that night that went streaking across, as you may recall, and then boom, the power went down.
Mm-hmm. I remember the night, actually. similar events back in, I think it was the 9th of December 1965, the Great Eastern Blackout, of course, objects reported. But
now, should we believe reports on the radio that say it's some sort of Russian booster? I don't know, that's a mundane, interesting explanation, but I'm not sure I believe it any more than any of the rest of what I'm hearing. You know, it's early days here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at a map of California. Obviously, Novato is just north of the San Francisco Bridge. The one witness who's reported from there suggested that it was one object coming in from the west, and it split into three separate objects. Now, if that's the case, that is a far cry from an object coming down from northern Oregon, moving at a steady procession over northern California. Now, of course, we're going to have to put all the pieces together. It's going to take days to analyze all the reports, and I don't want to say it can't be space junk, but based on the preliminary reports we've gotten, it does surprise me that if this is space junk. But time will tell, I guess. And again, if anybody saw objects close to the ground or heard anything, we would like to know that.
All right. I'm going to ask you, Peter, to hold on for a moment. I want to bring you on with Peter Gersten. It's very synchronistic that you should happen to be here. We'll do all of that in just a moment. 7. Only UFO lawyer that we're aware of in the cosmos is Peter Gersten, and he is with us now, or back with us now. Thank you for yielding some time, Peter, so that we could do this. Are you there?
No problem. This has been fascinating for me. Very synchronistic, as you say. You know, it's amazing. I'm just sitting here in amazement.
All right. What I would like to do is to bring on Peter Davenport for whatever comments he may still have, and for a bit of a discussion, because you were going to depose Peter Davenport, and let's find out why you were going to do that. Mr. Davenport.
I am here, Art.
Any more updates?
Nothing, just one more cut from Auburn, California, but essentially it's the same. One observation I make, Art, just very briefly here, is November 14th, 1997, when that alleged Russian booster re-entered over the Northwest.
Yes.
People reported that there were 7 large objects, principal objects. That is the same number that people are talking about tonight. Whether there's any significance to that or not, for example, there could be 7 major engines and fuel tanks that are the principal metallic objects in a proton booster, if that's what we're dealing with tonight. But I did note the similar number between the two incidents, again, November 97 and the incident tonight.
Well, when somebody tells me a Russian booster has re-entered, and that's what we all just saw, we've got to take their word for it.
Yeah, I guess we have to consider that seriously, and time will tell, and after we've looked at the reports and the data, we'll know more. Everything we've said tonight is very preliminary. I would state that.
All right. To be out, power out an hour and 20 minutes where I am, the entire valley, is highly unusual. The northern Arizona outage at 9:30 is also of some interest. At any rate, Peter, if you wouldn't mind, Peter Davenport, if you wouldn't mind, tell our audience why it is that Peter Gersten sought to have you subpoenaed, deposed, with regard to something that you know. Tell us as much as you're able to why he wanted to talk to you.
Well, I think it stems from a meeting I had with some people from the federal government. They contacted the National UFO Reporting Center in late April 1997. They were interested in some information we had that they had seen on our website. They requested a meeting. That meeting did take place on the 17th of May, 1997. Very interesting meeting. It was scheduled to have lasted for an hour, but it ended up going for 4 hours. So I presume they were very interested in what I had to say. They were deadly serious about wanting information. When we sat down, I guess principally as a courtesy to me, they said 3 things, Peter. Let us state our position with regard to the UFO phenomenon. Number 1, we know that it is real. Number 2, We know that these objects, or we suspect that they are controlled by some form of intelligence, and number three, we're worried about them. That was the beginning of a 4-hour meeting. It was very interesting.
And these definitely were government guys.
Oh yeah, they certainly worked for the U.S. government. I had assured myself of that long before the meeting took place. Then, in June of '98, I revealed this on Coast to Coast, as you will recall. Peter Gersten, I gather, got wind of this from one of his subscribers to his website, I guess.
Well, he's got a very extensive newsletter that goes out by email every day, which is free, by the way, folks, and a new website up. We'll tell you about all that.
And Peter contacted me in June of this year to confirm that these facts were correct. I assured him they were. I sent him an email, and from that, he's expressed an interest in knowing who these people are in support of his case in federal court to press the government to come clean with the American people. So that, in a nutshell, is what is going on. Peter might have some amendments to what I've said.
All right, Peter Gersten.
No, that's basically true, but let me back up for a minute. First of all, Peter, I think you did a great job tonight, and I think you're doing a great job in general, and I think all of us, all the people on this planet have a great deal to be thankful for with you, the head of the UFO Reporting Center, and I know the sacrifice you're making. I know, the financial difficulties that you have, and it's wonderful, and I'm in deep gratitude, and I pay tribute to you, my friend.
Well, thank you very much for the kind words, Peter. You're right. People should understand that being a UFO investigator is a very, very hard work. Oftentimes full-time work for very little compensation, in fact, no compensation.
A very strange job to have, period.
Yeah, it sometimes makes me wonder about me. Our 260 million Americans, and I end up with a hotline.
Yeah, and there you are.
Why me, Lord?
All right.
It's wonderful that you can be on the show tonight reporting to us, because other than that, where are we really going to hear the information as it's happening?
Yeah.
But with that said, the bottom line is causes against secrecy of any kind by anybody. And there's secrecy surrounding this meeting that Peter had. Now,
all right. Peter, what promises did you make?
Are you talking to me now?
Yes, I'm sorry. Peter Davenport, I better stop saying that.
When we were approached by these people and they requested the meeting, one proviso they requested was that they did not want members of the press knocking on their door. And they said, Peter, we would like to meet, but can we do it in such a fashion that you do not reveal who we are? Well, I consented to that, Art. I explained to them that we do handle privileged information probably on a daily basis with regard to not revealing personal information about people who contact us without their express permission. Of course, if we get their permission, of course, we give out name, telephone number, and so on, for example, for purposes of investigation. At Peter's request, I went back to these people and I explained to them that Peter Gersten had a case in federal court. He was very interested in talking to them or knowing who they were, and I did consent to Peter's request to try to get them to go public or to contact Peter. I've exchanged probably 3 or 4 emails with them, and they have declined to do that. They do not want publicity, and it's that simple.
So then, short of a subpoena, I know you said if you were subpoenaed, you would come forward with the information, but short of that, you gave your word as a man, as an investigator, that you wouldn't reveal your source.
That's exactly the case, and I have to honor that. That's the way our operation runs. We can't do anything that would make people believe that the information they impart to us would find its way into the public forum.
Peter Gersten, what do you say to that?
Well, what can I say to that? I brought a lawsuit against the Department of Defense involving these large flying triangles, and the government, the Department of Defense, replied that they had no information on this object. And now Peter sits down and has coffee with some federal employees, possibly from the Department of Defense, who tells him 3 things: that number 1, UFOs are real; number 2, that they're under intelligent some kind of intelligent control, which would mean not our control. That's the implication I get. And number three, that their agency is worried about this. And I just have to sit with my hands tied behind my back because Peter made a promise to these two. And the promise had to do with publicity. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to get publicity that I would put them in any kind of jeopardy or compromise their position. I want to talk to them. That's what I want to do. If they tell me they don't have any information concerning my particular lawsuit, goodbye. If they can tell me...
But obviously they do. I mean, with what you just laid out for me.
Well, if they tell me that I can't reveal any of the information, but then what we talked about earlier in the program, possibly I can go indirectly and maybe speak to somebody else who can give me information. You know, so...
All right, Peter Davenport, are they willing, do you think, to talk off the record, as long as they're assured it's not going directly to the press or going to get to the press or anything else? In other words, to pass on the information to Peter Gersten that he could follow through other avenues, not specifically the information they provide.
Yeah. I requested that they do that. I specifically requested that they contact Peter Gersten, gave them his address and phone number in Scottsdale, the new one.
And they're even declining that.
They, after some consideration of that, declined that. I suspect, however, that they would prefer to do that rather than have it broadcast in public, but I'm only conjecturing there.
Well, that's not the threat, because we can't make that threat, because Peter Gersten has been unable to get a subpoena. Both of you, hold on for a moment. We'll take a break here at the bottom of the hour. Continuing to operate on emergency power from Pahrump, Nevada, I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Was it a Russian booster re-entering? Peter Gersten, Peter?
I'm here.
All right, and Peter Davenport.
I'm here too, Art.
Any updates, Peter?
No, nothing new. I haven't had a chance to check our messages while I'm on this line.
All right, why don't I allow you now to get off the line and go ahead and see if you can collect some more information for us and get us another report before we're off the air tonight.
Okay?
All right.
I'll touch base with you again in about a half an hour.
Mr. Davenport, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and good night, Peter.
Good night.
All right, that's Peter Davenport from the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle. And now, once again, here is Peter Gersten. Well, Peter, man, what a night.
Quite a night, my friend.
Now I've got computers going down left and right here, so...
I have a point of contention with you, my friend.
Sure, fire away.
Maybe I misunderstood what you said, but several moments ago you said that in reference to the rocket booster, you said we, quote, we have to take their word for it, unquote?
Well, I said we really have no choice. In other words, that's all they're saying. If that's what they're officially saying, then we either have to take their word for it or believe they're lying to us, right?
Well, we have reason to believe they're lying to us, don't we? Do you believe the Department of Defense has no idea, no information what these flying triangles are?
No, I don't believe that.
No. And you saw it. Do you think what you saw, Department of Defense does not have information on, whether it's ours, whether it's somebody else's, whether it's something else's? So they're lying. In other words, the presumption now is that we don't believe what they tell us. And we know for a fact, besides the DOD lawsuit, we know whenever there's a major event, there's cover stories. It started way back with swamp gas. It goes flares, right? Flares.
Oh, yes.
And planes. And for almost for every sighting, a major sighting, there's an explanation. It has to be a cover story. If only to give to the media so that the people who don't want to be alarmed will accept this explanation and go on their own way, 9 to 5, weekdays, weekends. And they won't be bothered because the implication of what is going on in this reality is very alarming.
Well, it sure is. It sure is. This whole thing is alarming to me, Peter, what we're going through right now, and how you're going to break through that barrier. Describe the lawsuit that you filed, where you filed it, and so forth.
Okay, but one other point about what we talked about with Peter Davenport. What's frustrating And what to a certain extent is ludicrous is we have two federal employees who contact him and discuss whatever it is they discuss, telling him certain facts about the UFO phenomena. They then tell him that they do not want him to reveal their identity or what affiliation. But they can talk about what they are telling him. In other words, he comes on national radio in your show and he tells everything about it, right? The conversation.
Yeah.
But then they don't want to go any further. It's like a tease. How can we verify the information? Even witnesses in the grand jury, well, not the grand jury, on trial, are cross-examined as to their credibility. Number one, how do we know they're telling us the truth? How do we know where they know their information from? And if, in fact, they're concerned, their agency's concerned, and it is truthful, then the cause is concerned, and that's the basis of this lawsuit. We're concerned, but it's based on the evidence. There's evidence of contact. There's evidence that an aspect of this contact is threatening. And it's the same type of evidence.
All right.
We see in court.
When you lay out your case, that not only is there evidence of contact, but that contact is threatening. How do you endeavor to establish that?
Well, there's two forms it takes, the threatening aspect. The first, and it's interesting because in this type of lawsuit under Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, there's only been one interpretation, one prior case, and that was where Arizona sued the United States under Article 4, Section 4. And they wanted to be protected against the illegal aliens that were coming in from Mexico. Isn't that synchronistic? And the court, in looking over that section of the Constitution, said basically it applied only in cases of an armed hostility. Okay? Now, if we can back up a couple of more points, the reason that I brought this lawsuit indirectly has to do with Dick Hoagland. Dick Hoagland, I think last year sometime, had a discussion with me about bringing a lawsuit against NASA because of certain practices that NASA, certain rituals that they were involved in.
Yes.
Of certain practices that NASA, certain rituals that they were involved in.
Yes.
And I thought about it, and I did a little research, and I spoke to him again. I told him I couldn't find any basis, any legal basis where the government or NASA would be responsible unless we could show some kind of, like, if a person was fired, if a NASA employee was fired because he wouldn't go along with these rituals, then we can bring a lawsuit.
In other words, you would need a specific incidence of some sort.
Yeah, some cause of action, some direct connection between NASA or the federal government and Richard, or you needed a plaintiff in the action. So he said, oh, Peter, you're just not thinking creatively. You should you broaden your horizons. Come up with some novel approach. Well, I thought about it, but I couldn't come up with any. A little while later, I was getting these reports, and as you said, we send out newsletters every day, and in response to the newsletters, we get back personal contact experiences.
Right.
And people were sending in experiences about what, if committed by humans, conduct if committed by humans would be prosecuted. People would be arrested and prosecuted and, put on trial and then sentenced to incarceration if convicted. The same type of conduct, abduction, sexual abuse, unlawful imprisonments, assaults, but for the fact that the perpetrators were described as non-human. That's the only difference between, a report that you give to the police that winds up, on trial, or this type of report. The only difference was in the description of the perpetrator. Now, of course, there were other differences, such as the act itself had a little high strangeness and so forth and so on. But basically, they kept on coming in. And we used to hear about these reports, since Betty and Barney Hill's report.
Sure.
They haven't gone away. And it's generational, and it seems to transcend time even. So how long do we have to ignore this? And so after receiving these reports, I just decided, well, let me see if somehow I could bring a class action on behalf of all the abductees, and we'll sue the federal government. All right? But I couldn't think of any basis of the federal government being responsible even if aliens were abducting people. And a class action
Well, all right. Here's the part that I'm not comfortable with. I mean, let's go back to what's happened tonight. Maybe a Russian booster re-entered. Maybe not. Who the hell knows? That's what we're saying. Some media is beginning to say that it was a Russian booster. I said, what choice do we have but to believe them? And I stand by that in a way. In other words, it might not be that, or it might be that, but we only have one source of information. And if that one source of information doesn't want to cough up the truth, how do we force them to do it, Peter? I don't think we can do it in court. I don't see how. You have to explain to me how this process really is going to break through a barrier they don't want broken.
Well, by getting public attention, by getting the citizens of this country to stand up for their rights, and the right to be told the truth, and the right not to be lied to. And we have the resources, we have the technology, we don't have to depend on anybody else. But unfortunately, the resources aren't directed in the right avenues, it doesn't seem. We could collect so much evidence.
All right, you're coming at this very broadly. Article 4, Section 4 of the U.S. Constitution that requires the federal government to protect each and every one of the 50 states against invasion.
Right.
Now, you have to establish, I guess, to move forward, that we are in fact being invaded.
That's the easiest part of it. The most difficult part is staying around to prove that. Because basically, I'm not even sure court has standing, because you have to remember that the Constitution gives the federal government, actually gives the states the right to ask for federal intervention. Nowhere does it say that the people have the right. So if the governor of say, Arizona doesn't ask for that, I'm not sure that the people can then go in. It's possible that the only remedy might be to elect another governor who promises to do that. It might be a political question and not a judicial question. So the problem is whether the court has standing to be in court in the first place. See, that's the problem.
What's your best guess how that would rule?
Well, they're going to try to knock it out because of that, and the only thing I can do is cite a similar type of right with shareholders in the corporation. In other words, the corporation being the state and the shareholders being the citizens. Now, if the board of directors, in other words, the governor, refuses to take action where action is due, the shareholders of the corporation have a right called a derivative right that allows them to bring the action in the name of the corporation. So I'm just going to cite that law, and hopefully it gets the judge to say, okay,
is that a legal long shot, or?
Oh yeah, definitely. The whole lawsuit is a legal long shot. I took Dick's advice, and I thought creatively, and basically, I took a risk. I could be probably criticized for bringing this type of case in court. But I'd rather, take a risk than not do anything. And I'd rather
could they come back after you with Rule 11?
Which is what, sanctions?
Yeah, well, yeah. In other words, frivolous.
Oh, yeah, of course. But then again, I'm almost hoping they do that, because if they do that, then I can appeal that decision, and maybe then I can show it's not frivolous, because I can show there's an invasion. You see, the point is, if there's an invasion, then it's not frivolous. But I might not be able to get to argue that unless they cite me and dismiss it because it's frivolous and fine.
Well, if you were right now required to show that there in fact is an invasion and therefore your lawsuit is not frivolous, if they began to require that, what would be your proffer? What would you offer?
Well, the main cases, I would think, is the evidence surrounding the crash that occurred in 1947 in Paradise Valley, Arizona. You got Travis Walton's abduction. You have the Phoenix Lights, and you have the various other sightings in Arizona. Now, of course, within that, you have the two aspects. Number one is the abduction. Number two is these unusual objects that are being seen in the skies almost on a monthly basis in Arizona. A couple of weeks ago, they saw the triangles again. Arizona is a very interesting state as far as sightings are concerned. So I can show that there are there are strange, unusual, what appear to be advanced, technologically advanced objects flying in the skies that haven't been identified, the triangles. We have orbs coming into people's bedrooms and being scanned. We have, abductee reports, very unusual instances of contact in different forms.
Do you believe that eyewitness testimony, first-person testimony, would be sufficient to prove the case? In other words, without physical hard evidence?
Well, there's two aspects. Number one, I have to make out a prima facie case so it isn't dismissed as a matter of law, but I don't think that's a problem. It's a question for the jury, like anything else. Credibility is a question for the jury. If they believe the witnesses, then they believe the witnesses. But there's just not eyewitness testimony. You have expert testimony. You have some leading UFO researchers in this field that would be qualified as an expert in a federal court, whether it's Dave Jacobs, whether it's Bud Hopkins. I'm just naming a few without going into their testimony, whether it's John Mack, whether it's some of the people, even some of the support groups, the people that put together and sponsor and lead these abductee support groups would, based on their practical experience, be able to come in and testify as an expert.
Suppose I were to tell you that I know from private knowledge that a couple of extremely high-level, senatorial-level representatives are aware of the situation and find it politically impossible to come forward.
Well, of course. There's such a cloak of secrecy surrounding this. I filed this lawsuit today. Steve Bassett, Larry Bryan, some of the cause members that are actually directly working with me, we all sent out press releases. Matter of fact, I paid $250 today to an internet group to send out press releases, just to make sure we covered all the bases between Bassett and Bryan and myself, and I even asked cause members who can download the press release on the website to send it to their local radio and TV stations and newspapers. All right, so we sent out thousands of notices. There's even an AP and UPI reporter that's assigned to the federal court.
All right,
One radio station called.
One radio station.
One radio station.
We'll come back to all of this, but there's a couple of things I really want to get on the air tonight. One is your new website, which we have linked from my website, of course. But it's a major new website just put together with the help of the genius of websites, and that's Keith Rowland, my webmaster. And he's put a website together for you. What do you think of it, Peter?
What do I think of it? I'm amazed. I'll tell you, it's been a really bad day except for Keith. Keith is a wizard. A web wizard. He is unbelievable.
I know. He is the best, actually. And so it's all together. And what is the website address?
It's www.caus.org. And if you want to see a website that has information on it, pages and pages of information on it, whether it's personal contact experiences, whether it's the court cases, whether it's crop circles, whether it's UFO sightings, whether it's paranormal news network, or whether it's The Ultimate Secret or Non-UFO Sunday, you got to go to this website.
It's all on that website as of tonight, right?
It'll take you at least 6 months to read everything. It's all there. Thanks to Keith.
All right. Wonderful. Now, number two, you have a cause email newsletter, I guess, sort of a letter that comes out on a daily basis. And by the way, some idiot unsubscribed me again. So do me a favor and subscribe me once again, please, and put a pick lock on it so no fool can unsubscribe me, because that's what they're doing.
Probably Keith can do that. Keith is probably listening now, so you're already subscribed.
All right. Yeah, he can do it. You're right. Keith can do that. For everybody else who would like to receive, it's free, folks. Free. And it comes to you once every day with all the latest of what's going on from Peter Kirsten. And they can go to your website and sign up for that. Isn't that correct?
That is definitely correct. And we changed the newsletter around a little bit because now we stress the website. What the newsletter does gives you the highlights of what's on the website. So you even get in your mailbox information about subjects that either you like or don't like. So you can go to the website and read just what you want.
Gotcha. So everybody should go to that website first and sign up for the daily headlines. We'll be right back. When that northern Arizona suffered a power outage at about the same time I did, as well as at about 9:30, when these objects were seen. Some media sources are reporting these objects as re-entering Russian booster parts that they thought would re-enter over the Pacific a couple of days from now, but surprise, surprise. And just one little note, you may recall hearing recently that the Mir space station was abandoned, and they say they think they will bring that down over the Pacific when the time comes. But if you buy the Russian space parts business, then think about this. If they thought these parts would come down in the Pacific, and they didn't, then how should we believe that Mir will come down over the Pacific and not over land? In other words, if they can be wrong about this, they can be wrong about that. Or would it be some kind of controlled re-entry? But as far as I know, they have simply abandoned Mir without ability to control its re-entry. I could be wrong about that. There's more news about the object tonight. Once again, from Seattle, Washington, here's Peter Davenport. Peter.
Yeah, Art, the parts are beginning to fall into place here, and we've had 3 quick reports that strongly militate against the Russian booster theory. Just in rapid sequence, we took a call from the vicinity of Elsinore, Utah. A man and his wife were returning from a bow and arrow hunting session, and they had a group of lights come at them from the north, and they were acting very strangely. One went over a ridge. They saw an immense flash, and the thing hit. Now,
where was this, please?
This was in the vicinity of Elsinore, Utah. They said that it was about 2 hours north of Las Vegas, Nevada.
So they've got impact.
Yeah. Now, I have about a minute cut of this gentleman reporting this. However, about 10 to 12 minutes ago, they were out smoking, and one of the objects came over and did a U-turn and went streaking off.
What?
I don't think we're talking about re-entering Russian booster.
All right, let's hear it.
Let me play the cut.
Yes, please.
We were coming back from the deer hunt, to archery hunt season. Her brother's hunting, and we was coming back home, and we thought it was a truck behind us. We was going up over a hill, and we thought a truck was behind us, and I turned to look behind, and there's just lights, coming in a certain direction, but there's just like so many lights you couldn't even see.
And you're in Utah?
I'm in Utah, yeah.
Uh-huh. And what direction were the lights coming from?
Which way were they coming from? We was going, I couldn't tell you because the roads turn, and
Okay.
we couldn't.
Yeah. So what did the lights do, and how did they act when you saw them?
When we started down the road, there was this little ravine that just drops down like a big drop off, and we just seen all these lights, just a big glow, and then finally when they started to break up, you could tell that there were single lights. You could tell there was just like more than one light. It wasn't just one big light. And I don't know if there was 2 or 3, we couldn't tell from the glare of my windshield, just went to the west, like over our truck, and went down a hill, and then one just shot and did like a U-turn type thing over the hill, and then we heard a big bang or a big hit, or just like a sonic boom type thing hit the mountain up here.
It did a U-turn.
A U-turn, and then an impact.
And it was going to the west.
God, I wonder what's going on. That's no Russian booster.
Now it's getting, I have a couple more, even more interesting reports.
Really?
We just took a report from a young woman in the Portland area who reported that at 9:30 she and her neighbors heard jet aircraft circling the area and landing at Portland International Airport. They saw F-15s flying at slow speed that apparently landed there.
Really?
Now, in addition to that, we just took a report not 10 minutes ago from a gentleman who lives in the vicinity of Portland, Oregon, and they were monitoring military frequencies with their scanners, he reports.
Uh-huh.
And he said that as late as midnight tonight, they were launching aircraft out of that area, and they were trying to get aircraft, he reported to me, launched out of Kingsley Field.
Really?
don't know where that is.
Kingsley Field. Somebody will tell us.
Yeah.
All right. You have another cut. Go right ahead.
Yeah, here we go.
Okay. Low-flying F-15, going very slowly. We assumed they were heading back to the Portland airport. And,
So you are sure you saw F-15s or heard F-15s tonight over Portland?
yeah, they brought me and my across-the-street neighbor to the door to see what was going on. We've never seen them that low.
Okay. So F-15s over Portland tonight at about 9:30 or afterwards. And again, just to reiterate, Art, we have an unconfirmed report that the military was attempting to launch F-15s as late as midnight tonight. Now, 2.5 hours for
That's
Russian.
Pacific. That's Pacific time.
That is Pacific time.
So 9:30, the main event occurred, and as late as midnight, they were trying to get F-15s off the. What the hell?
Off the ground, and as recently as 20 minutes ago, this couple in Elsinore, Utah, saw objects go streaking over their heads. So this clearly, if we can believe these reports,
Yes.
of course, eyewitness reports are not terribly reliable, but my impression is we're dealing with very reliable, more or less reliable people from what I can tell, and they're reporting that the incident apparently is continuing some roughly 3.5 hours after it began.
Oh, that makes no sense at all.
So your power outages there may not be an accident. I don't know what's going on, but as I say, the pieces begin to fall into place here. And if the incident was continuing as recently as 20 minutes ago, this is not a Russian booster re-entering.
All right. Peter, as always, listen, you may not be done for the night.
Yeah.
So, are you all done now?
Oh, no, I'm going to be up until...
No, I understand. I mean, are you done with respect to the cuts you wanted to play for us?
Oh, yes, I am.
All right, then I'm going to release you back to the world of taking reports, and if you can get back to me before 2 a.m., you know the private number.
I do indeed.
I'll be here.
And I encourage anybody who's up in the western United States to go outside and see what they can see.
All right, Peter, thank you. So something obviously ongoing, ladies and gentlemen. That was Peter Davenport from the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, Washington. Quite a night for you to be with us, huh, Peter?
Definitely. And it's definitely cause for concern. It's a major event that should be investigated thoroughly. But you know what's going to happen tomorrow? It's going to be explained away. There's a Russian booster, and that's going to be it.
How are they going to explain U-turns?
Well, they can't explain it. They don't try to explain it. All they need is a cover story. Cover story, Russian boosters. People that don't believe in UFOs will believe Russian boosters, and the people that are familiar with what's going on in the skies will know that it's something other than a Russian booster. And everybody go back to work 9 o'clock in the morning, come home 5 o'clock in the morning.
An explosion impact. Wouldn't we expect to see some military teams out? And even at this hour, they've still got jets up. Now, that doesn't make sense. If they have positively identified this as a Russian booster re-entering, they're sure not going to waste the fuel having F-15s up even right now.
It's a cover story. It's very easy to prove whether, in fact, they expected a Russian booster to be coming down. There must be a record of that. So that can be checked into to see if something came down 2 days early, or at least, could have come down 2 days early.
All right, Peter, hold it where you are. And what I'm going to ask is, I'm going to take a quick break here. If any of you are eyewitnesses to what occurred tonight, would you please call me? Would everybody else please hang up? If you were an eyewitness to what occurred tonight, or what may even still be going on at this hour, then I would like you to call me. But would everybody else please hang up and stop trying to call? So we'll take information with respect only to this incident, and any calls you might have for Peter as well. Interesting night, huh, folks? How would you like to look? And the job has been many things, but never boring. Now we're beginning to get some reports that would seem to dispute the possibility that it was a Russian rocket re-entering. We have with us Peter Gersten, who's trying to fight his way through to the truth legally. And you can join in that battle, folks, by going up to my website right now and go over to the Cause website and do two things. One, observe the incredible work of my webmaster, Keith Rowland, who's put all of this together for you. And for Peter Gersten. Its big debut is tonight. You can sign up for the daily newsletter as well, which will tell you roughly what's going to be on that site at any given time or on any given day. Let me bring Peter back. Peter, are you there?
I'm still here, Rod. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah, interesting night. Let's take a couple of reports just for grins and see what we have out there. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air. Where are you, please?
This is Chad in Portland, Oregon.
Chad in Portland. All right. What did you see, if anything?
Actually, I didn't see the incident itself, but I worked 300 feet from the end of the runway, and they've been launching F-15s like crazy out here.
Really?
Yeah, I started work at about 9:30 tonight, and at 9:20, I was on my way to work, and I stopped right at the end of the runway and just watched about 11 of them coming in.
11?
Yeah, and they've been launching and landing all night.
Now, isn't that interesting? You say that was about 9:20?
Yeah.
Whatever it was that came in at 9:30. I think we have reasonably established. That sounds like they might have known ahead of time what was about to happen.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is, but I work at the post office, and we're right at the end of the runway, so...
Okay, and you normally would not get this kind of traffic at this time of the morning?
No. Normally they do morning-type runs about 6 o'clock in the morning.
I appreciate your report. Thank you.
Yep.
Take care. Military traffic. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Peter Gersten and Art Bell.
Yeah, this is Dan in Idaho Falls.
Yes, sir. Idaho Falls, Idaho.
I represent the Galactic Federation, and they put on a show tonight in the sky, just to enhance this call.
You think so?
I have a message to tell the world.
Well, then tell it quick.
The King of Terror arrived on July 5th. Jupiter and Saturn ignited and became stars.
They did not.
You can verify that by looking in your sky.
All right.
You've got the Redshift program.
All right. Well, you don't need redshift to verify that those planets became stars. Thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Peter Gersten and Art Bell, who are not members of the Galactic Federation. Hello?
Hello.
Yes, hello?
I'm calling from Tucson, Arizona.
Yes, ma'am.
My son's a truck driver who just got in tonight, and he called his dad between 11 and 11:30 and said he thought he saw a UFO. He said it was a string of lights. At first, he just kind of thought it was a military formation and wasn't paying any attention to it, and it was doing something else, and he looked back and saw they were still there. It was moving very slowly, and when they seemed to get closer, he could tell it was separate lights. So that was in Tucson, and he called here between 11 and 11:30 tonight.
So,
just before then.
It was seen in Arizona, then.
That's what my son said. He
Okay.
didn't even know your show was on.
I hear you. And I appreciate your call. Thank you.
All right, bye.
Fine. All right. There you are, Peter. So, right now, when you consider everything that we've heard, what the press is saying, what Peter Davenport is saying, and what my witnesses are saying, like the fellow who has listened to these F-15s screaming over his head, it could go either way, couldn't it? It could be, actually, from what I've heard so far, in my mind, but maybe that's because of me, I tend more toward believing that we're being told a load of you-know-what here.
Well, that seems obvious. And it's a witness on the stand. If the witness is caught lying, the judge will instruct the jury when he gives its instructions on the law that if they believe that the witness lied on the stand,
Yes.
they can disregard the witness's entire testimony, even if they don't know whether he lied about the entire testimony, if they find he lied about one particular thing.
So, in other words, in any sort of trial, that generally would be true if a witness is a proven liar on the stand, then their entire testimony can be disregarded.
That's true.
Does not have to be, but can be. Is that correct?
Exactly. So basically, we have evidence that the powers and authority have lied to us before on many occasions. So there is no reason for us to believe they're telling us the truth when they tell us it's a rocket booster, especially when there's evidence to the contrary. And we have eyewitness testimony to the contrary. We have it from different people in different parts of the country, whether it's U-turns, whether it's maneuverability, whether it's leaving the main group and doing something else, whether it's, floating. The evidence is overwhelming. It's a major event that we're listening to that's taking place now over how many? 3, 4, 5 states?
Yes.
Over a 3-hour period of
At
time,
least.
involving the scrambling of military jets, possible power blackouts. This is a major event. This should be on the front pages of every single newspaper tomorrow.
I wonder if it will be. Somehow, I doubt it.
I doubt it too, my
Peter.
dear.
Somehow I doubt it, but I bet there will be some coverage. There has to be some coverage of all of this.
I would think so. This is bigger than the Phoenix Lights.
Well, I don't know if it's bigger, but it's as big as so far, and we've really only just begun. You know, when you have this kind of event, the stories you hear in the beginning are usually not all that trustworthy, but, you know, all these witness reports have been pretty consistent with regard to direction. They've been differing a little bit in the behavior of the objects, but that may be dependent on where you were when they did what they did. Somehow we've got to figure a way, and you're the only guy I know of trying to pry this information from their hands.
You know what's interesting also, you say that the early reports might not be reliable. Basically, you know what hearsay is? You can't go into court and testify to what you heard somebody else say.
Yes.
There are certain exceptions. One of the exceptions is the spontaneous declaration. And then basically, if you hear somebody say something that's close to the act they're reporting, then that seems to be more reliable than later on. In other words, it's more spontaneous. They're telling you what they just experienced rather than weeks later when their memories fade. So I would think the initial reports, to a certain extent, are reliable, possibly more reliable than a couple of reports a week or two after the event.
Here's something for you to think about, because I'm thinking about it. If I had not been prepared with significant emergency power backup, the event that just occurred would not have been reported on my show, because there wouldn't have been a show.
It's amazing how the universe works. I think that this event is intentional. Whatever these objects are, whatever this intelligence is, it's very deliberate in what it does. Usually at night, and they put on a show tonight. This is a show for us, for the listeners that are listening. This is a message.
Listen, a lot of people that I talk to, Peter, highly placed people are telling me the same thing, that whoever they are and whatever they are, what they have been doing is demonstrating to us. And that's just about what you just said.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about it. They're in control.
Huh. All right. Hold tight. We're at the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. And again, let me restrict the lines out there to people who saw something, if we could, please. Once again, Peter Davenport.
WeTheMusic.com is online.
Not quite.
And influence the music you hear on the radio.
.com. Actually, that sounds pretty interesting, and so does what Peter Davenport has to say. I was so much in a hurry to get on the air, I didn't even see RateTheMusic.com coming. I'm telling you, folks, it's getting weirder by the minute. Peter Davenport, once again. Peter?
Yeah, we've had a number of very interesting reports. Are just in very rapid sequence. A commercial pilot over Northern California, flying out of Beale Air Force Base, he was at about 16,000 feet, doing about 200 knots, and the objects were directly in front of him. He turned his lights down, they went over him. He actually turned his aircraft to pursue them. He reports that as they were going away from him, they were much more difficult to see. I have no explanation for that.
Now, let's backtrack a little bit. This is an important report. You got a report from a pilot, a commercial airliner pilot, I take it.
He's a commercial pilot. I think he was in a private aircraft, single engine.
And he was at 16,000 feet?
Yeah, and they went right in front of his aircraft.
Okay, isn't that generally pretty high for a private aircraft?
Oh, not really. Not for some of the high-performance ones.
That's true.
It's probably a pressurized aircraft.
So I'm sorry. He said they were roughly at his altitude?
No, they were above his altitude. He was at 16,000. How high above him, he doesn't know. But we also have a very interesting report from a gentleman in Everett, Washington, just north of Seattle.
Yes.
He is a ham operator, and
Peter, I'm going to give you a second to I'll put on your call.
Yeah, 1 second and I'll come right back to you.
All right, go ahead. He's got obvious calls coming in there by the gazillion, so he's going to try to make an adjustment and come back to us so that that will not interrupt the reports. Obviously, thousands of people at once are trying to get through. And I think that what he's done is probably...
I'm sorry, Art. If you can hold just a second, I'll come right back
All right,
to
go
you.
ahead. He's got to hit a couple
It's madness here tonight.
All right,
Everybody's trying to get in touch with me all at once. Also, a ham radio operator reports a very peculiar signal at 14.290 megahertz heard in Everett, Washington, with a strange pinging sound on it.
14,290?
14.290 megahertz.
That's in a ham.
He said he's never heard it before. I have no idea the validity of this report. The third interesting report comes from a gentleman who lives off the end of Kingsley Field. Apparently that is a field. I'm not familiar with it.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 14,290 I'm listening to right now. And it's essentially quiet.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to let you know. All right,
Yeah.
go ahead.
A gentleman who lives very close to Kingsley Field said that he has heard no activity out of there tonight. Also, I just received a call from Gerald Rowles, the state director for MUFON in the state of Washington. He contacted some of his military friends in eastern Washington. Apparently no activity there. However, I have an audio cut here that I'd like to play. This comes from a young girl in Richfield, Utah, if I have this tape properly cued. She saw a distinct ball of light come across the mountain, viewed from her vantage point in Richfield. It stopped, visibly stopped for an estimated 2 to 3 seconds, and then blew into 4 parts, which went streaking off across the horizon.
It stopped?
It stopped.
And this was at about what time, please?
I don't know the time, Art. Information's coming in here pretty quick.
I understand. Go ahead.
Here we go.
The jet.
Oh, this is a gentleman in Utah who's reporting jet activity near Elsinore, Utah. This is 10 minutes ago. Here we go.
Go ahead.
Here their jets, and I have little flashing lights off. There's about 3 or 4 of them in the area that we was in. They're just like all over the air. Okay.
They're all over the air near Elsinore, Utah, he reports.
All right.
So I believe, if we can believe these preliminary reports, that we're dealing with something other than just a simple re-entry of space junk. There are too many reports of objects stopping, turning, doing U-turns, and so on.
Do you have the young lady's tape?
I don't believe I do. I've lost that in the queue.
I understand. It's an utter madhouse. Utter madhouse, I can imagine.
I've got a stack of papers and tapes here, and it's just piling up on me.
All right, Peter.
All right.
Bless your heart.
Thank you. I thought you'd like to know, and if anything major happens, I'll get back in touch.
All right, thank you. That's Peter Davenport at the National UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, Washington. Peter Gersten is still with us, sort of along for the ride tonight. He was here to debut his website, which is incredible, and I might add timely, considering what's going on right now. And he's still with us. Thanks for your forbearance, Peter.
No problem, my friend. This is great. This almost sounds like the Orson Welles broadcast.
Yeah, it is a little like that, isn't it? All right, a first-time caller line. You're on the air with Art Bell and Peter Gersten. Where are you?
Art Bell's son?
Yeah, this is Art Bell.
Art Bell's son. This is Sally. I'm calling from Sonoma.
Hi, Sally.
I don't know what's more exciting, that I'm getting to talk to you or what I saw tonight for the first time in my life. I'm still shaking.
Well, tell us what you saw.
All right. I went to visit my girlfriend who lives in Marinwood. That's North Marin County, about approximately 20 to 30 miles north of San Francisco.
Yes.
And she has a beautiful house on the side of a hill, and we went out on the back deck because I'm an amateur astronomer, and I spend most of my evenings looking up at the sky and listening to you. And I looked off to the north. Something caught my eye, and it was moving in an easterly direction, and I said, Jerry, look, what is that? And what we both saw were 3 objects. I had to just really concentrate. I thought, is there some light moving on a cloud? But it was 3 formations moving to the east, perfectly in unison. It wasn't anything with blinking lights or flashing, just 3. All I can describe it is like the shape of a tadpole, kind of round, but with a long tail.
Right.
Like a comet tail behind it.
Right, I got you.
And there was one in the lead and two behind it, but just what struck us was how perfectly in unison they were moving.
Yes, and how long were you able to see them?
We played it back. We, kind of had the mini recreation, and we counted out. I saw it for 7 seconds, and she caught it for about the last 5.
I see.
And it just disappeared. And we stood out there in shock, thinking, "Oh, we can't believe this. What's happening? What's happening?" And
Was that about 9:30?
it was 9:30 because I got to her house at 9, and we chit-chat for a while and ate some Snickers, and then we went out because I said, "God, this is such a beautiful night." And she turned out all the lights in this enormous house she has, and all the outside lights, so it would get really dark. And then she told me what she saw, and it was exactly what I saw.
All right. I really, really appreciate your call.
And I just want to say one more thing. When I was driving home, I was listening to you, and if I wasn't mistaken, I heard somebody call from Novato.
Yes.
Reporting something, and that's probably just a mile from where she lives.
Okay. Got
Okay.
you. Thank you very much, Sally.
Voy a subir outside. Good night, Art.
Sayonara. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Peter Gersten and Art Bell.
Hello, Art.
Yes, hi.
What I saw, I just come out of a movie, so I was in the parking lot of the movie theater.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Redding, California.
Right.
And looked up in the sky, and in the western sky, we saw 3 objects. One larger one in front, 2 smaller behind, and it crossed all the way across the sky until we couldn't see it in the eastern sky. My friend who was standing beside me said he saw a part break off, the lead object. I did not see it, however, as there were many lights in the parking lot.
So how bright was it?
Well, it's very smoky where I am because there's many fires just
Yep.
like
Just
where
like
you're
here. Yep.
And but it was pretty bright. It was orange in color.
How long were you able to see it?
To give you an idea of that, I had time to walk across the parking lot and ask another group of people if they saw the same thing and get back before it disappeared.
You're kidding.
So it took quite a while to get across the sky.
I sure appreciate your report, sir. Thank you. And let's take one more quick one. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Peter Gersten and Art Bell. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Dan from Clarkdale, Arizona.
Yes, Dan.
I'm listening to you on KAZM.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, I didn't see any lights, but we did have a power outage in the whole Verde Valley area, which is about 2 hours north of Phoenix.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, and that includes the towns of Sedona and Camp Verde.
Sedona, Camp Verde, and where I am. Now, that's really interesting. How long did it last?
It lasted for approximately 20 minutes.
20 minutes.
And the lights went out at exactly 10:30.
10:30. What time is it where you are now?
Right now, it's 10 till 2.
10 till 2. Same as, so we're in sync.
Right.
10:30.
And there were occasional flashes of lightning in the sky. I didn't know if that had anything to do with it or not, but when I heard your show, I figured it was a little too coincidental.
It's a coincidental night, sir. Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, Peter, what a night for you to be on.
Great night. I'd like to know what that commercial pilot saw when these things flew over his plane.
How high above him he estimated they would have been, how quickly they passed him to estimate speed. And you notice Peter said that the commercial pilot said he actually turned to try and follow the objects.
Exactly.
But that there was almost no light behind them.
Exactly. Why would he turn to follow the objects, even if he wasn't a private plane?
Curiosity, I suppose?
Well, be an interesting person to talk to. If he's listening, let him call in.
Yeah, if he's listening, good luck on getting in. I mean, all the lines are jammed.
Yeah. But there's
I mean, this really does, though, point out why we want to know what the hell is going on.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Now, these objects are interesting, and I don't remember similar types of reports. Peter Davenport indicated that they are similar to other reports, but if these were flying triangles, there'd be no question that these weren't rocket boosted. So, I don't know what these objects are, but they are definitely worth further inquiry.
Well, everybody in the world says the same thing. And earlier we were talking about the fact that we believe they are demonstrating something to us. But everybody in the world says the same thing. Well, look, why go through this cat and mouse game of demonstrations of things over big cities? And demonstrations like we've had tonight. Why do that? Why not just land and make your presence known? Say, hi, we're from the Galactic Federation and we're going to kill you all, or hi, we're going to save you all, or whatever it is. Why these obscure, wild demonstrations?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. And possibly the answer is simple in that we have to demonstrate that we as a species want to know the truth. It's almost like a programming, a slow time-release program of presence. And it's at night. Why not during the day? Why not make it obvious? It isn't obvious.
It is not. Indeed, it's not obvious.
Yes, it's a slow indoctrination program until finally they get the mass of this life form, our species, to say, we want to know. But as of now, we don't have that. As I said to you earlier, I got one phone call from a radio station that was in Chicago that wanted to know about the lawsuit. And basically, I was on for 3 minutes. What can you talk about in 3 minutes?
Not much. If the media would like to contact you, Peter,
yeah,
there's a really good question as we approach the top of this hour. If the media would like to comment, get comments from you on the lawsuit, and do a story, which they ought to do. I mean, it's a really interesting story. How would they do that?
Well, the best way to do it is through the website. And on the website, they can contact me through email. I'd rather not give out my phone number because the last time I gave it out on your show, I started getting calls right away.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
And I don't want to do that now that I live in Scottsdale.
No, I wouldn't give it out.
No, so basically the best way to do it is through the website, but also for the people that, your listeners that do not have access to the internet,
yes,
they can subscribe to my offline newsletter called Cause and Effect, which is the highlights of what I write about online.
All right, how would they do that?
Well, it's a monthly newsletter, and they can subscribe to it. They can get 12 monthly issues for $20. We have to charge for that because of the postage and the printing.
Understood.
And basically, all they have to do is write to Cause, C-A-U-S, at 8624 East San, S-A-N, Bruno, B-R-U-N-O, Drive, Scottsdale, Arizona, 85258.
Okay, do it again.
That's Cause, C-A-U-S, 8624 East San Bruno Drive, Scottsdale, Arizona, 85258. So whether you're online or offline, you can be kept aware of what Cause is doing.
All right, I didn't get the zip code.
85258.
58. All right, people write slow. It's Cause, C-A-U-S, 8624 East San Bruno Drive, Scottsdale, Arizona, zip code 85258. All right, I wanted to get that before the hour ended. Peter, I always give my guests an opportunity to either stay over during the last hour of the program or to hit bed, their choice.
Yeah, we'll stay over. I'm really curious about what's going on now, so anything that could shed some light onto it, I'm going to stay up and listen to.
Well, I'm sure we're going to continue to get reports, and I doubt all this is going to shake out until tomorrow. Now, it might be re-entering space junk from the Russians, but I don't know. Just about fully 50% of the reports that Peter's had tonight would dispute that, I think. And so it goes back to what you said. Why can't we call this an invasion? If it's not something that our military can tell us about, they're out there obviously chasing it, whatever it is. They can't tell us about it. And they declare it's, they don't investigate these things, they say, because they are not a threat to national security. But how could they not be?
The mere presence poses a threat, otherwise they wouldn't have scrambled jets. The reason they have to cover it up and come down with some kind of phony story shows that it must pose some kind of a threat. So the inherent quality of the phenomena poses a threat simply by the fact that we don't know what it is. So it's really strange, the reality that's going on here. In other words, we're told not only that it's Russian boosters, but it's not given the due that it should be. We're being kept in the dark. We're being kept in the, secrecy, and it's possible that there's a news blackout on this.
What do you think we'll hear when we wake up tomorrow about what happened tonight?
I don't know. I don't know what the universe has planned for us. Possibly, you know, something pretty interesting. You have to remember the Phoenix Lights, even though that occurred on March 13th of 97, it really didn't get full publicity until, what, 3, 4, 5 months later when USA Today did a story, a front-page story on it. Then all of a sudden you would think it happened yesterday.
That's right.
Also, what's interesting is 2 weeks ago, or last week, all of a sudden an English newspaper did a story on a CIA report that was released at least, I think, in 1997 also. And that was played up as if it was released the other day. So that got a lot of attention. So who knows what the media's reasons are for you know.
It's like somebody turns a switch out there and they decide it's time to tell the story.
Yeah, exactly. And time doesn't matter. Time can be transcended. Reports from 2 years ago, all of a sudden are current.
Peter, hold on. We'll be right back. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. All right, my guests are Peter Gersten and Peter Davenport is back. I'm going to bring both of them up online and then read a couple of things to the two of them. Let's see if we can do this. Peter Gersten, are you there?
I'm here.
And Mr. Davenport.
I am still here, Art.
All right, I want to read a couple of things, get your reaction, gentlemen. And this is a supposed press release from the Public Relations Office of Edwards Air Force Base at California. It may be a hoax, but let me read it to you. Tonight, at about 21:55 hours Pacific, aircraft from Edwards Air Force Base in California were scrambled in response to multiple radar images moving in a southerly direction from the Central California area toward Edwards at plus Mach 5 speeds. 2 USAF F-15 interceptors climbed to about 48,000 feet and did make radar contact, but were unable to confirm visual contact due to deteriorating weather conditions. 2 more aircraft were scrambled from Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada when it was determined that the radar images were moving south toward the Arizona-Mexico border. 2 F-16 tactical fighters also climbed to intercept altitude at about 50,000 feet, but were unable to make either radar or visual contact. All aircraft have now returned to their respective bases of operation. That's one item. Next, Art, I'm a deputy sheriff in Central Oregon. We got reports of an airplane going down in flames at, you guessed it, 21:31 hours. My sergeant saw the same thing at the same time, described it to me in great detail, headed southeast, got real bright, a piece fell away, and then the main part continued on, but dimmer. He was outside looking up as it went out of sight. It was about the size of a satellite in a starry sky. That's the last image he saw. The first report, he said it took about 45 seconds to cross out of sight with the same heading, southeast. Art, I'm going back out to study the skies. And on it goes. Here's somebody reporting from, Seattle, Portland, saying, indeed, he too is observing F-15s scrambling. That was about 11:30 p.m. And here's something from my affiliate in Santa Cruz, KSCO, AM 1080 in Santa Cruz. It says, local radio talk show host Dave Allen, the Nighthawk, has had his board go haywire shortly after 9:30 p.m. So, as whatever it was passed overhead, the board, the operational board of our affiliate in Santa Cruz went berserk. And those are the reports I have. Peter, Davenport?
Yeah, that's a pretty unusual Russian booster that can knock out somebody's board in Santa Cruz when the objects are over Northern California and Oregon and Utah and perhaps Arizona. I'm intrigued by the news release by Edwards Air Force Base. They're, for all intents and purposes, admitting that this was not a Soviet-Russian or a Russian rocket.
If it's an accurate report. Now, somebody could have typed this up, obviously, and it may not be real. Somebody's going to have to check with Edwards and see if it's real.
Yeah.
I just now got it.
Yeah. It's interesting. One flaw I noticed in that report, it said the F-15s were at, what did you say, 45,000 or 50,000 feet?
48,000 feet.
48,000 feet, but then it went on to say that weather was obscuring their view of these objects.
The weather should not have been that high.
Yeah, weather can go that high in rare circumstances, but my impression is, particularly given the weather conditions across the western United States.
Don't know what the ceiling is right now.
Yeah, we don't know, but if somebody could report what the weather conditions are like near Edwards or in the environs down there, that would be a big help. Two things I can add to that, Art, if I may. Got a report about a half an hour ago from a gentleman who is sleeping in his truck at a major fueling center on I-5 in the vicinity of Portland International Airport. He says, I believe he said he used to serve on a U.S. Navy aircraft carrier, and he said what he saw, what he heard going out of Portland tonight took him back to his days on that aircraft carrier. He counted, I believe he said, 7 sorties going out between 9:30 and 10:30 tonight. So if they were still launching F-15s out of Portland at 10:30, let's say approximately, that's a long time for a Russian booster to be in the atmosphere.
Well, besides, it's an awful lot of assets to commit to something that you now know what it is and have known for some time. Russian booster, right?
Yeah, right. I finally found this tape of this young girl reporting from Richfield, Utah, which is sort of south-central Utah. It's only about 30 seconds long. May I play this? It's rather interesting.
Go right ahead.
Here we are. Okay.
And a very bright, very distinguishable round ball of light came across the top of the mountain, stopped at the very top of the mountain for about 2 to 3 seconds, and then broke off in 4 different distinguishable lights, and went up, down, straight across, and just like went in several different directions.
Went in several different directions. Now, if the Russians are building boosters like that, we've got real trouble on this planet, because that is sophisticated technology. This is the next generation MIRV warhead, I guess. But my impression at this time, and it's always subject to revision, of course, is that we're not dealing with a Russian booster. That is disinformation. And time will tell. We'll have to sort through all the reports, but it looks like something extremely bizarre happened over the western United States tonight.
This night. Well, I'm glad you were here to cover it with me, Peter. We've got another 40 minutes of show left, so if anything else dramatic comes in, get right back to me.
Will indeed, Art.
Okay, my friend, thank you. And Peter Gersten, again, thank you for being so patient through all of this.
No problem at all.
It's exactly, of course, really why you're doing what you're doing, isn't it?
Well, it's a major reason to find the truth, yet to end the secrecy. And I thought I was finished with the FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, but I guess I'm not finished.
Well, now, I was about to ask that. As a matter of fact, that's where I was going. Now, we know exactly when this occurred. We have multiple reports. The very least it seems we could do is to file FOIA reports about what they got on radar or didn't get, what they scrambled, what assets they put in the air, and for what reason, couldn't we?
Well, I'm going to see Peter Davenport this weekend at the Bay Area UFO Expo in San Mateo, and I think we're going to sit down and coordinate this. And he's going to provide his reports, and we're going to submit certain FOIA requests.
Peter, would they, in other words, could you make that specific request, since you knew what time it was and you knew what assets were used?
Yeah, exactly.
Would they have to answer that?
Oh, yeah. Basically, I did a request for the Phoenix Lights on behalf of Skywatch International, and they came back, they had no reports that they hadn't scrambled any jets, and they had no information. So we're going to do the same thing, and either they can say the same thing, or they can tell us what the truth is.
What do you think? What do you think you'll get back? I mean, this is so damn public.
Well, first, I think we have to find out whether this press release from Edwards Air Force Base is legitimate or not. I have my suspicions.
I have my doubts.
Yeah, because just the admissions. How did you obtain this?
It was just faxed to me.
By an individual?
Yes. Well, no. There's no fax return other than a date. There is a. Let me see. I've got. Page 101, Wednesday, September 1st, 1999, 11:42:08 p.m. So that was some time ago. I don't know if it's real or not.
It just doesn't sound real. It's too good to be true, but it's too early in the whole episode, in the whole scenario to be coming out. Why would Edwards Air Force Base release, some kind of information, and at night, no less? It just doesn't make sense. There are too many admissions in it, but it might be like some type of information that's being leaked in this format, because whenever we get information like that, the messenger is always tainted. The question is whether the message is valid.
Yeah. Well, some of the rest of this, though, like the sheriff, who just sent me a fax, is definitely legit. My report, the report from my affiliate in Santa Cruz, AM 1080, KSCO, that's definitely legit stuff. I've confirmed all this, so.
Well, there's no question that something was being seen, and it seems to, from anywhere from 3 to 7 different objects over many hours, over several states. I think it's amazing that there were coincidentally power blackouts and malfunctions of what, computers or switchboards or whatever it was in Seattle.
Yes.
Jets were scrambled. In other words, you can separate each of these pieces. Well, the jets were on routine maneuvers, and the power blackouts had to do with something entirely different. And it was the Russian, booster that came down.
And all of this was highly coincidental.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's just take some random phone calls now, Peter, and see what people have on their minds. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Peter Gersten and Art Bell.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, this is John from Edwards Air Force Base. I used to be stationed out there.
Yes, John.
We have no alert aircraft out there. There's all experimental aircraft for chase planes. And you guys are talking about Portland, Oregon?
Yes.
There's no alert aircraft. The nearest zoo alert aircraft is at McCord Air Force Base. The only I can think of what's going on out there at Portland Air Force Base, or Portland, is they're having probably an ORI or something like that, or they're doing their night training.
All right, well, have you heard anything about this massive sighting tonight?
Yeah, I have, but as far as the location of your alert aircraft or anything like that, that sounds bogus to me.
All right, what about
weather out here by Edwards Air Force Base?
Yes.
It's clear. It's smoky from the fires, but it's clear out here.
All right, did you see any alert aircraft leave Edwards at about that time?
No, not tonight.
Very interesting. Are you in a truck?
Yes, I am.
All right, I appreciate the report, sir. Thank you. He knew about the object sighting, but doesn't confirm any of the the alert aircraft.
It's just so confusing. There's so much disinformation and misinformation and secrecy that if anybody tells you they know what's really going on, I'd be very suspicious.
It really is hard to begin to discern what's reality and what's disinformation. My God, we live in a strange age of mass communication and miscommunication and intentional miscommunication.
It's amazing. And tomorrow morning we're going to get up and get tomorrow's newspaper, and you're going to see the same headlines that you do every day.
Yeah, Clinton's buying a house in New York and stuff.
Yeah.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Peter Gersten and Art Bell. Hi.
Yeah, this is Alan from Salem.
Hello, Alan.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention several months ago, my brother who lives in Sacramento, his whole family were eating supper and they saw a UFO in the north part of the sky.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, bathed in darkness at this hour, I bid you good evening or good morning, more cases than not, on Halloween. Across all these many, many time zones where it's not Halloween in the West, Hawaiian, Asian island chains, eastward to the Caribbean where Halloween's been underway for some time now. South into South America where it depends. North to the pole and worldwide where it really depends. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Ghosts AM. Yes, it's that time of year again. And tonight, we will do what we do every year at this time. Now, what we do is tell ghost stories. So the following recommendation is for you. Turn down the lights. Better yet, turn them off. Turn the radio up as high as you can handle it. And get ready, because you're about to hear some very, very weird stuff. Now, let me tell you how we handle it. Number one, we don't take jokes, although I'm about to make one. All we take on Ghost with Ghost is serious, real ghost stories. Now, those of you who happened to hear the program with Brad Seiger last night, it will be, by the way, repeated over the weekend at some point if you didn't hear it. It was an excellent, excellent, excellent program. Brad is always a very good guest. And when I say real, I mean in the sense that it bit me in the butt last night. And boy, did it bite me in the butt last night. I can't recall at what time it was during the Steiger interview. But something happened here last night. And it may have been because of the discussion we were having. I suspect that. I suspect when you invite these things in the sense that you talk of them, they probably notice, particularly on an international program like this. At any rate, we were in the middle of discussing any number of ghostly type things. And at the end of one of my breaks, or at the beginning, more likely, of one of my breaks, really, as I ran the bumper music and prepared to get up and go into the other room, I removed my headsets. And I'm telling you right now, I've got a door, to my radio room here, what I call my shack, my radio room, and somebody sent me a little placard that came from a ship that obviously at one time sailed the high seas, a real placard that says radio room that obviously was in place on the ship's radio room, and so I tacked that to my door long ago. And that is the only feature that adorns the outside of my radio room door. And as I removed my headphones and prepared to get up and turn around and go into the other room during the break, all of a sudden, and I'm going to simulate this for you, but there was a crash on my door. And I don't mean there was a knock. I don't mean there was a house settling sound. I don't mean that a jet somewhere broke the sound barrier and impacted the house. I mean there was a crash on my door. One so loud, so strong, that it would have, if I'd seen it, I didn't. It was just as I was turning around, one that would have buckled my door inward. Not in the horror sense of the movies where the door sort of turns into rubber and buckles inward, but I meant, I would have seen it buckle. It was about this loud, if I can simulate it, like that. And I almost lost it. And I ran, of course I was already on the way, so I turned around, I opened the door, boom, like that. There was nothing. I was so concerned that I got a weapon and began to check the house. I went and woke my wife up. And I woke her up and said, "Did you do that?" And, she came out of sleep and was properly annoyed that I had awakened I said, of course not. What are you talking about? I have 3 cats. One might suspect they had done something of that magnitude, and my 20-pounder might have thrown himself up against the door, but wrong. They, too, were all 3 asleep on the bed with my wife. 3 of them. Crowded. So, something hit my door last night hard. Really, really hard. I don't have any idea what it was, but I can tell you this. It was not nothing. It was something, and it scared the hell out of me. It really, really scared the hell out of me. This morning, somebody sent me something that I thought was genuinely funny. This is probably going to be the only funny thing that we do this night, because we tell serious ghost stories on Ghost to Ghost AM. But I felt that I had to read this to you. A vampire bat came flapping in from the night, covered in fresh blood, parked himself on the ceiling of the cave, and prepared to get some sleep. Pretty soon, all the other bats smelled the blood and began hassling him about where he got it. He told them to piss off and go get some sleep. But they persisted until finally he gave in. Grudgingly, okay, follow me, he said, and flew out of the cave with hundreds and hundreds of bats behind him. Down through the valley they went, across a river, into a forest of trees. Finally, he slowed down, and all the other bats excitedly milled around him now. Now, he said, do you see that tree over there? He asked. Yes, 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 the bats all screamed in a frenzy. Good, said the first bat, because I effing didn't. And I thought that was the funniest thing. I wish I could tell it in true form, but you can't use those words on the air, so I got as close as I could come. You get the idea. Covered with fresh blood, his own. Slammed right into that tree. Anyway, I couldn't resist. All right, so what we do tonight again is tell real ghost stories, and I know a lot of you out there have real ghost stories. Last night should have prepared you to do this. Now, here's the way I look at it, and I've been asked all week, when are you going to do Ghost to Ghost AM? And I thought about it, and of course, Halloween is officially on Hallows Eve on Friday. Well, in some time zones, it's already Friday. And even in this one, in an hour and 45, it is going to be Halloween. So my plan is sort of a non-plan. We are going to do Ghost to Ghost tonight, and then maybe even a little tomorrow night, too. That's the way I'm going to cover it. Because were I to begin Ghost to Ghost tomorrow night, it would already be over in some time zones by the time I begin. The opposite problem of tonight. So obviously more hours in the show this night will be in Halloween than they would be tomorrow night. Definitely a difficult decision for me. But I thought, what the hell, we'll do it tonight, then maybe we'll do a little more of it tomorrow night too. But this is one of the most genuinely frightening shows you will ever hear. That I guarantee. So we'll get to it in a moment. All right, so we're going to tell ghost stories tonight, real ones. Let me give you the appropriate phone numbers. Now, this is not a guest-driven show. This is a program driven by all of you, wherever you are. If you know of a genuine ghost story, if you or one near to you has had an experience that you know to be true, then we want to hear about it. Here are the appropriate phone numbers to respond. First-time callers at area code 702-727-1222. You might want to write these down. 702-727-1222. The wild card lines are area code 702-727-1295. 702-727-1295. West of the Rockies, toll free. It's 1-800-618-8255. 1-800-618-8255. The east of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. Now, you may be somewhere else in the world. Accounts of spirits are not limited to America or Canada or Mexico or really anywhere in the world, because all of this, occurs on a regular basis worldwide. So we have an international toll-free Halloween Ghost to Ghost show line, which is as follows. Contact your AT&T operator. Get the AT&T operator on the phone in whatever country you reside in, and have her call 800-893-0903. And from whatever location you reside in worldwide, it will be a toll-free call from Japan, from Germany, from Great Britain, from the Scandinavian countries, to Russia, to China. It doesn't matter. Wherever you are, just get that AT&T operator and tell her you want to call a toll-free number in America, which is 800-893-0903. Now, ghosts. What are ghosts? Well, we had a long talk with Brad last night about what ghosts are, and we're not exactly sure. Ghosts may, of course, be a sort of horrendously repeating tape loop image of what was once here. We do know that frequently spirits, or the remains of what once were human beings, seem to appear as apparitions, doing the same horrible thing again and again, particularly in instances of suicide, murder, death by various violent and rather immediate means, many times unrequited love. Those who die while they're passionately in love with another seem to linger. And then there is a second category of ghosts that is truly frightening, because one might imagine a sort of lingering presence, not really of the soul of the departed, that is replaying some action, a sort of a weak echo of what once was. One might imagine that as a lesser horror than the soul of a departed one, truly trapped on earth, or a disembodied spirit with evil intent, poltergeists, perhaps the more playful, and then the more serious, the really evil presences. Many of you have met up with them. So there are all kinds of categories of ghost stories that I can imagine one might tell. But one thing's for sure, if you listen carefully, if you listen to the people who are going to tell these stories for the most part, you'll find they are very serious, and you will find it is indeed a very frightening process. East of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's a privilege to talk to you.
Where are you calling from?
This is Peter from Syracuse, New York.
Hi, Peter.
Hi. Well, as a hobby, I'm a parapsychologist when I have the time. I've had many ghost encounters, but the best one that I feel like sharing with you tonight, I had a couple friends out in Syracuse who lived in Oswego, and I happened to stay at these people's house. for dinner. We're good friends. And I noticed that they asked me if I wanted to spend the night there because it was such a long trip and I didn't have a vehicle.
Sure.
And I said, sure. So I stayed there, and at night, in the living room on a couch, and as I was going to sleep, I felt hot spots and cold spots. And from what I studied before, they were presence of spirits, I assume. And
The only indication, though, cold spots.
Cold spots, yeah. And, well, nothing really happened but spots. And the next day, I mentioned to my friend, I said, I felt cold spots and hot spots, and it's kind of strange. And he said, oh, that's my dad. He died many years ago. He looked after me. And I said, that's kind of spooky. And I got a little scared. He said, oh, don't worry. He's not going to bother you. He just protects me. Well, I stayed the second night, and there was footsteps down the stairs, the hot spots, the cold spots again, and I'm getting scared. I'm getting the cold chills up the back of my spine. I can feel the hairs going up and everything.
Oh, yes.
And then I heard a big, loud bang in the attic.
A bang.
A bang.
I mean, the kind of bang. The whole the kind that I was talking about that happened last night during the program?
Yes, matter of fact, I agree with Brad 100% in his findings.
All right, look, we're going to hold it at the bang, which is a good point of suspense, and bring you back after the break, all right?
All right, thank you, Art.
Stay right where you are. This, of course, from the high desert, is Ghost to Ghost, AM.
Hotel is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
You're not going to believe this. We got up to the point with our caller where there was a crash, like the one on my door last night, and I lost my caller during the break. Well, that's what happens when you hang them up right at the crisis point. I can't believe it. Anyway, sorry about that. I guess we'll have to pick up on that story when he manages to get back through. At any rate, the lines are jammed with those who have ghost stories, so we'll get to it here in a moment. Now, one other little item, and I haven't even seen it myself yet, so you're going to have quite an opportunity here. Coming up tomorrow night, I believe tomorrow night, on Strange Universe, is going to be yet another piece of footage of an alleged alien. And I spoke earlier in the day with Renee at Strange Universe. We have very close connections. And she said, hey, Art, how about if I send you a still photograph from the video that we're going to show on Friday? You know me. I said, by all means, fire it along. And so she did. I fired it to Keith, and my sense would be that by now, if you go to the website, as of about 5 minutes ago, a photograph of this alien, as a matter of fact, a little sample of what you're going to get tomorrow night on Strange Universe is now residing on my website. So if you want to see it, judge it, make comments on it, Is it an alien? You'll get the full look-see tomorrow night on Strange Universe. You'll get a peek preview on my website right now at www.artbell.com. That's how you get there. www.artbell.com. All lowercase, no spaces. So there should be at this hour, at this moment, a photograph of an alleged alien on my website. I too will go and take a look. Actually, I foolishly have announced it before I went to go look, having just received the call from Pete, so the website will probably get jammed and I probably won't be able to get through. Anyway, we'll try and take a look here in a moment. It is up there. There's a lot more coming in the next few days. Sightings in Arizona, sightings in California. And I've got photographs coming of both, along with interviews from the people who took the video. That's kind of an update for you. Arthritis pain. Halloween, any night, it's horrible. It's two bones rubbing together. You see, there's supposed to be cartilage in there, in between the bones, and that cushions the movement. And when that cartilage is eroded or gone, then you have two rows of bones rubbing together, and it's damn painful. Glucosamine and chondroitin sulfate can help. Gelatin is a third element that actually assists your body in regrowing cartilage. It is a long-term solution to arthritis. Now, when you order a 90-day supply of Arthritis Assist with all of those nutrients, you get a pain relief cream that gives immediate relief to you, free of charge, with your order. This is guaranteed to work or your money back. And you cannot get it in stores. Only here and only by calling 1-800-232-5665. That's 1-800-232-5665. All right, back now to the lines, and let us see what we can dredge forth in the world of ghosts. East of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art Bell. This is Howard. I'm traveling to Ohio right now in my truck.
Hello, Howard. You're traveling to Ohio. Where are you roughly now?
South Assembly right now.
Findlay, Ohio. All right.
Yeah, I'm a commodity relocation engineer.
A commodity relocation engineer. What is that?
It's a truck driver. It's an honor and a privilege to talk to you.
Glad to have you. Do you have a ghost story for us?
Yes, I do. Back when I was a youngster, my grandfather was very ill. And the whole family went down to Missouri to see things through. He was in the hospital at the time. We knew he didn't have much time left. Now, I was 12, and my older brother, me and him both were sitting out on the concrete bench out in front of the house. It was about 9 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
This is the bench where, as kids, we used to sit out there with Grandpa.
Sure.
Whittling away.
Sure.
It wasn't too long after it got dark. I looked down the street. It's an old country road, gravel road. You can hear when people are walking down the road. And we see a figure drifting across the road.
Not walking, but drifting.
Drifting. It was a black, shadowy figure, like a black robe.
Mm-hmm.
And the driveway across from where we're sitting is real thick gravel. A mouse could not go across there without making a sound.
Right.
This figure drifts across the gravel right to the edge, about 15 feet from where my brother and I are sitting. We looked at each other, and I was thinking to myself, Grandpa is dead. As I thought that thought, the figure just bowed its head as into a formation bow, as a yes, and drifted back. I looked at my brother, he looked at me, said, I saw it too. I think Grandpa's dead. When we went into the house, I told my mom, my dad was at the hospital with my grandpa. So my mom and my grandpa just died. No sooner than we said that did the phone ring. It was my dad taking the obvious. I think it was a close encounter with the Grim Reaper.
It's not unusual. The story you just told, thank you very much, is not unusual. Many, many times. And we'll have to think about why this might be. Those who pass on, in the very few moments after their spirit has been separated from their body by death, somehow manage to get back to relatives, those who still live, those they have loved, those they care about. Somehow they make their appearance to those people moments before there's any notification of death. All of this, of course, very important in considering the incredibly giant question about whether we continue after this life. One of the reasons ghosts, images of what was, are so important is because they move toward proving that there is more after this life. Now, let me read you an Associated Press article that just now cleared the wire. Just now cleared the wire. Washington, Associated Press. Working at the White House has turned some of President Clinton's aides, including his spokesman, into firm believers in ghosts. I believe it, Press Secretary Mike McCurry told reporters Thursday when asked about a long-standing rumor that the White House itself is haunted. McCurry says he's heard that President Lincoln still lurks around the Lincoln bedroom, and that some aides have seen a former usher walking the halls, refusing to let death keep him from his job. There have been serious people who have serious tales to tell about these encounters, said McCurry. Of course, Clinton and First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton haven't met any ghosts. They sort of stay confined to Eleanor Roosevelt and safer territory, said McCurry, referring, of course, to Mrs. Clinton's much ballyhooed imaginary talks with her predecessor. For years, White House visitors have reported seeing famous ghosts in the mansion, such as First Lady Abigail Adams, toting laundry to the East Room, and Lincoln gazing sadly out a window, bent over trying his shoes or knocking on his bedroom door. But there have also been sightings. Remember now, this is AP you're hearing. There have also been sightings of the less famous usher, a distinguished-looking black man with gray hair. He is said to have walked past a staffer in the White House residence once during the Clinton term, all dressed up in his black suit and white shirt. As the story goes, the aide didn't recognize the usher and asked, "Can I help you?" And he replied, "No, I'm just passing through." When the aide later asked other ushers who the guy was, she was told he had died a while ago, but comes and visits every now and then. McCurry declined to discuss how the White House deals with its ghostly intrusions. You may want to see if the Secret Service will be willing to comment on their power natural division, spokesman joked. He cautioned reporters not to assume they are seeing a ghost if they find one scribe too many among their ranks Friday. So there you have it, the Associated Press now actually seriously reporting on manifestations in the White House itself. West of the Rockies, you're on the air on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hi.
Hello, Art. It's a pleasure to talk to you.
And to you. Where are you?
This is Peter from Lakewood, Colorado. I talked to you 2 years ago, and strangely enough, it was about this time.
Okay.
Many years, this is a true story. It did happen to me. And many years ago, I was in the ministry, and studying the ministry, and I had taken my grandfather out to for an evening of sporting events, and he lived in the country, And I took him back home around 11:30, 12 o'clock when the sporting event had finished. And after leaving him at his home, which was a farmhouse, I was coming down the country road, and there was like a bend in the road. And looking out my car window, I saw something was stirring the horses out in the field. And being, those were our horses, I decided to park my car just past the bend and walk my way back to the bend. And I started looking over the barbed wire fence to see what was stirring the horses.
Sure.
As I started looking out toward the horses, I heard a rumbling in the weeds and the grass only a few feet in front of me.
When you say rumbling, what do you mean?
Kind of a moving of the grass or kind of a crackling of weeds.
So more like a rustling.
There you go.
Okay.
And as I looked, this is where everything starts getting strange. As I looked into the weeds and the grass there, I saw a sort of a vision of a man and a woman laying in the grass. And I thought to myself, I said, oh, this is stupid. You've walked on to some private here in the middle of the night. And I just couldn't cogitate what was going on. As I looked again, these two figures kind of shrunk. I don't know how to understand it, but they just kind of shrunk.
You mean literally?
Literally, this vision kind of shrunk and in size and became something black and white and furry and just ran right toward me. As it came right to me, in the bend, there was a water pipe, that runs, or the ditches that run under the dirt roads.
Yes.
It went right into the ditch, into this drain pipe that goes under the road there. Anyway, to make it, as to go on, I was very confused, and I kept on looking at the end of this pipe that went under the road, and as I looked further, two little hands emerged out and grabbed the edge of the pipe, and I kept on looking, and out of the pipe came the face of a little boy, and it was a grayish-white, ghoulish-looking little face, and it had black fur all over where his hair was, and he looked at me, I looked at him, and startled, he wrestled back into the pipe. Well, I was afraid. I walked.
Afraid? My God, I'd be running on that as fast as my feet would carry me long before it came back out of the pipe. I mean, when the thing shriveled and went into the pipe, I'd be gone. How did you stand your ground?
Well, I was confused. When you see something starting like that, I wasn't scared. It was more like, first of all, it was oops, I walked into something, all of a sudden it shrunk, and I got confused. I didn't know what to make. When I saw that little face come out and then go back in, I headed back for my car. I got in my car, started it up, and then I said to myself, hey, wait a minute. You are a divinity student. You're a minister. There's nothing that can, harm you. So I stopped, turned off the car, went back out there to the bend, got down on my knees and started praying. And after I said a few prayers, I just got back up, got in my car, and took off. The next day, I went to my grandfather, and I told him about what happened, and he said, I don't want to tell you what went on here. I want you to tell your father the same thing and see what he has to say. I said it to him, and I went back and told my father, and my father said that many years ago, he and my grandfather were at the farmhouse, and there used to be a little house, a small little one-bedroom house, right where that bend was, and a woman had lost her child, and they had heard that she had turned to black magic to try to have some kind of connection with her dead child. And one time, during they thought she was performing, they saw a fireball come out of her house, the front of her house, roll across the yard, roll across the gravel area in the bend, the road there in the bend, jump over the fence and roll around in the field right about where the horses were. And I know it sounds like a fantastic story, but it is a true story, and I think it was, what I saw in that pipe was the ghost of that little boy. And
the only question that I have to have answered
is
whether what you saw really was what was left of that little boy, not gone elsewhere, but trapped here, or whether it was just some sort of weak image, some sort of barely visible, horribly repeating little loop of, what had occurred. Until I find out the answer to that question, these kinds of stories will forever scare me. Because it was the soul of that little boy, then obviously he wasn't where he should have been.
Right, I'm in my 40s, and I've tried to figure that one out, but I can tell you, the face of that little boy, that grayish, the only other time I've seen something like that was I was volunteering in the hospital, and I saw a little child who was about to pass away. He had that same grayish color, and if it wasn't something supernatural that these black magic had produced, it definitely was that little child who's caught in that corner, and maybe will be there forever. But I told you this story 2 years ago, and you had kind of the same response. And it's one that will puzzle me for the rest till my grave, that's for sure.
I appreciate your telling it, or in this case, retelling it. Thank you, my friend.
Art, we love you here in Denver.
Thank you. Take care. That will haunt me forever with regard to this subject. Truly, it seems impossible to believe, though I suppose it is possible, that an innocent youngster dying way before his time would have his spirit trapped through some horrible cosmic joke here on Earth. I don't want to believe that. First time caller line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm all right. Where are you, pray tell?
I'm calling from Boston.
Boston, Mass.
Yes, and my story is a little less spooky than your previous caller, but it is, in fact, the truth. My father passed away 3 years ago, and I was driving from Boston from my work to my home on the Mass Turnpike. And my car died in the middle of the Mass Turnpike, in the middle of traffic.
Just died?
It didn't sputter, it didn't do anything, it just died, everything shut off.
All right.
I got out of the car because everyone was piled up behind me.
Oh, you mean you stopped in a lane?
It was in the middle lane. So the fast lane was on my left-hand side, and the slow lane was on my right-hand side, and I was in the center lane.
That's a horror story all by itself.
It really is.
Anyway, go ahead.
And so all of the traffic started to pile up behind me, and I got out of the car to look for help, and on the turnpike, anyone who's familiar with Boston, there are not any areas to pull off on the turnpike between Boston and the next toll. There's no lane. And so I decided I was going to get out of the car and get for help, and I took the keys, and the car just sort of started. Anyone can explain that by saying there's some sort of an electrical wiring problem, there's some sort of a whatever.
Sure.
I got in the car, and I just said to my dad, who had passed away, please get me out of this, and please get me to safety, please, please, please. And the car did start, and it moved, and it pulled up to where there was a turnoff area, and it died there. And I was able to get into that place.
Wow.
And it's not nearly so spooky as some of your callers.
No, it isn't. But obviously, your dad intervened long enough to get you to safety.
Well, that's what I feel. And you asked earlier, why do these things happen to people, or why do these unexplained phenomena happen to people that they love?
Yes.
And I think that it can be explained in a number of ways, and I don't think that a certain religion or a certain belief needs to be offended by the question. In my dad's case, I'm a Catholic, and Catholics are brought up to know that when you die, you go to heaven, and heaven is everything that you love. And my father loved me and my family, and therefore his being around us is not spooky.
I consider it
common sense.
Totally possible.
And
We're at the top of the hour, and I've got to go, but I want to thank you for the story. That's exactly the kind of story we want. I take it you're listening to our new affiliate, WRKO, Boston. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night. We'll be right back.
callers may recharge in the Kingdom of Nye by first dialing their access number to the USA. Then 1-800-893-0903. 1-800-893-0903. And you may fax art by calling area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. Now again, here is Art Bell.
Once again, here I am. Good morning. This actually is Ghost to Ghost AM this morning in some time zones. And it's not guest driven. We have a lot of, believe me, I have a lot of guests who would want to be on this night, but intentionally, I don't do it. I leave this night and perhaps tomorrow for you, all of you, to tell your ghost stories. So far, the one from the pipe is the winner. That one will haunt me for some time to come. So we'll get back to it in a moment. And yes, I just checked the website, and the photograph, courtesy of Strange Universe, is there. Somewhat dark, because of course it's from a video graph, part of the video you'll see tomorrow night on Strange Universe. But this alien, if you want to call it an alien, and it certainly is alien in nature, looks to me, in the still photograph, now it's just me, but it looks more like a horrid creature that you would meet in a nightmare. I mean, it's pretty horrible. But it's on the website right now. They just sent it to me. We got it up there about a half hour ago. If you want to see it, dare you take a look. You've got to click on the little image to get full picture. Otherwise, you'll lose all the impacts of it, full photograph. It's on my website right now at www.artbell.com. And I want to thank Renee and Strange Universe for giving us the preview of what apparently is going to be on tomorrow night. My God, that thing looks absolutely horrible. Horrible. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Art.
Good evening.
I'm Bob from Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania.
Hi, Bob.
I've had so many ghost encounters that it's hard to know which one to pick, but
Well, try and pick the best.
I'll pick the most recent, because they're all pretty good.
All right.
This wasn't particularly scary, but I guess it taught me a lesson. About 3 years ago, I worked as a motel desk clerk, and there was a gentleman who was a permanent resident at the motel in room number 3.
Right.
I did the night shift, and I'm not particularly a night person, although since listening to your show, I've somewhat become one. Nonetheless, I found that generally between the hours of 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., I wasn't a particularly sociable person.
No, I kind of like the hours you've got back there right now. It's a little after 2 o'clock in the morning there now.
Yes. And usually I would sort of run out of steam because, as I say, I was essentially a day person.
Sure.
Well, there was a gentleman in room 3 who would come over every morning at about 4 o'clock and drive me crazy with really inane conversation about how about them Yankees and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know those people.
And it used to be I have my patience to be courteous to this gentleman. And he would always end his conversation with a long tribute to his mother and what a saint she had been. And he would go on and on and on. She had passed away about 10 years ago.
Sure.
Well, he did this for maybe, just about every night. But one night he said, I think the spirit of my mother may be visiting me because the other night there was a knock on the bedboard. And I'm thinking, yeah, right, well, he probably bumped it with his elbow.
Sure.
Okay. So I didn't think much of it. And shortly thereafter, he was invited by his brother in Connecticut to go visit. So I thought, well, finally we're going to get some peace and quiet here. So the time came and he took off to Connecticut, and his room was empty. And I was looking forward to a night of peace. And it was pretty quiet until about 1 o'clock in the morning. And all of a sudden, the phone rang at the desk, and it indicated that there was a call coming from room number 4, which of course is the room next to his.
Yes.
And I thought, this is odd. I don't remember anyone being in room 4. I looked at the registration sheet, and there was nobody registered for room 4.
I wouldn't like that.
But I thought, well, maybe the maid left the door open or something, and one of the guests walked into that room or something.
Logical.
So I answered the phone, and this voice from 1,000 miles away, an old woman, says, "Oh, I guess I have the wrong party," and faded out to nothing. So I thought to myself, well, maybe I better go look, because as it happened, room 4 was directly across from where the motel office was.
Yeah.
So I walked over about 30 feet. I opened the door. Absolutely no one in the room. The phone was on the hook. And it occurred to me that maybe what happened, this gentleman's mother had come to visit him in room number 3 in spirit, found that he wasn't there, became confused and decided to look into room number 4, and somehow managed to manipulate the phone to work. And I have no other explanation.
I appreciate the story, thank you. Interesting because, of course, a motel phone system is utterly private. In other words, that call could not have come from anywhere else but room 4. So I don't know. I don't know what to make of that. There are many accounts of spirits making phone calls. First time caller line, you're on the air.
Hi there,
Good evening, you're going to have to get good and close to the phone and speak up good and loud. Where are you calling from?
calling you from Texas.
All right,
I have a very good story for you.
fire away.
Okay, this happened when I was 19 years old, and I was looking for my first apartment. And I had an apartment locator help me out.
Sure.
Of course, trying to find something that I could afford on a student's salary.
You bet.
Now, I do believe, because of what happened to me at this age, that spirits try to trick us. They try to make us think that they masquerade, that they are good people, that they are indeed only masquerading as good, departed, and their intentions are different.
Sure.
What we believe.
Yeah, I can't rule anything out. I mean, there are obvious good deeds. You heard the lady on the freeway in Boston.
Yes, well, that was indeed a good deed. Well, but sometimes I think that they masquerade as good when they really are evil.
So do I.
Some of them are evil.
Yes.
Anyway, this apartment that I inherited, they called me on the phone. They told me they had this great apartment for me, that it was furnished, and everything was in it, equipped kitchen, everything, towels, you name it, it had it, bed sheets. It belonged to an old woman who had died, and she had nobody left, so they didn't have anybody to give these things to, and they were trying to rent it to someone like me. I, of course, jumped at it because it was quite economical.
Okay.
And as soon as I moved in, funny things started happening.
Like what?
Well, the first week when I was cleaning house, and of course it had cleaning supplies there, I didn't have to buy a darn thing. And I was cleaning my house. Oh, and I have to tell you, the windows had locks and bolts on them. The door had deadbolts. It had 2 deadbolts. It had chains, the chain that goes over.
Right.
Plus, it had, an extra regular lock. And then the little, those little tabs that go up and down into the floor and the ceiling.
I do.
Okay. The windows also had those. All right.
So this was somebody who had been very security conscious.
Yes, she was quite elderly. So anyway, I was cleaning, and all of a sudden the phone rang. I had this mop with the soap and everything out. And I go to answer the phone, I come back, well, all my cleaning supplies are gone.
Go on.
So I thought that was weird. Another time I was cooking, and same thing, either a knock would happen at the door, or the phone would ring anytime I tried to use something that belonged to this woman. And this time I was cooking. I had the food on the stove. I had everything, the cutting board out, the knife, everything. The phone rang. I went to see what was happening, picked up the phone, nobody there. I come back, and the whole kitchen's clean.
Oh, boy. The whole kitchen is clean?
It's clean. There are no dishes dirty in the sink that I had used that had belonged to her. It was as if, the spirit was saying, hey, this is mine, you can't use it.
All right, now, at this point, I would freak out.
At this point, I'm getting, yeah, as you say, okay? Well, one night, there are two other eerie things that happen here, and each time they just start getting eerier and eerier. One night I'm asleep, and as I say, I live by myself. I'm 19 years old. I'm not going to tell you about my cat. Okay, my cat just started going totally berserk. And I'm asleep, and I wake up in the middle of the night, and I feel somebody staring at me. And I said, nah, it's just me. And I go back to sleep. And in the morning, I wake up, and the windows are all open. So the one in the kitchen, the one in the living room, the one in the bedroom, they're all open. And mind you, they had all the bolts and everything on them. The door is standing wide open.
Okay, at this point, I've got to ask, how could you stay there?
Well, I just started thinking, okay, well, I'm going to beat her at her game. Okay, I would call my mom and say, Mom, this is happening. She says, nah, you can beat this. And I'm going, okay, well, I'm going to play this game. All right? So I started saying, okay, if you're good, you can stay. If you're bad, you must go. And anytime something eerie would happen, like my cat started attacking people when they came in, and my cat was very docile. And I just started saying, okay, spirit, if you're good, you may stay. If you're bad, you must go. And the spirit would disappear. Now, another time.
But then come back.
But then come back for more, yes. Well, as a 19-year-old, you think, okay, well, this is the thing. Anyway, the very last straw, a friend and I took another friend to the airport. We were at my apartment. We left. I locked everything up. We went to the airport. We came back. Okay, just my other friend and I.
Yes.
We tried to open the door, and again, I had my keys in hand, and I opened the first lock, and I opened the second lock, and I opened the third lock.
Sure.
And I'm trying to open the door, and the door is unlocked. You can tell it's unlocked. Because you try to push on it, and it would open just kind of like an inch. It
Sure.
not open any further than that.
Yes.
And my girlfriend at my hair standing up on my arms.
You're trying to tell me somebody's on the other end holding the door closed.
Exactly. And we're pushing on the door, and finally she's with me. I say, help me. Something's happened. She won't let me in. And we're pushing on the door going, let us in, let us in. And all of a sudden I said, oh, wait, I'm supposed to say this. If you're good, you may stay. If you're bad, you must go. All of a sudden the door flies open, and we're in the apartment.
I'd be out of that apartment so fast, cheap and goodbye or not, I'd be gone.
We were gone.
That was enough, huh?
I packed up my cat, and I said, we're gone.
While we're on the subject, cats absolutely sense the presence of things that we do not.
That is true.
There's no question about it. A lot of people will have things that... Listen, thank you very much for your call. And listen on the air. I can tell you as a cat person, that's absolutely true. Cats, haven't you ever noticed? They always see things that we don't see. Now, you might imagine they're just sort of concocting a little playful mouse or something in their mind, and maybe they do a little of that, but they also unaccountably and totally freak out. And I have been convinced for years that they see things that we don't. And we don't know a lot about the difference between humans and animals and what we see and what they see. And it may well be that they see in a spectrum or a dimension that we don't. Cats are uniquely sensitive to the presence of, I think, things that we don't know about. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hello.
Hi, this is Terry from Kinsman, Ohio.
Welcome.
Hi, I love your show.
Thank you.
My story isn't as good as hers.
That was a good one.
Yeah, it was.
Or a bad one, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, our house was built in 1880, and we moved in, and funny things have happened here. Like at night, the chairs, sometimes if you're in bed, you'll hear the chairs move in the kitchen by themselves.
Oh, not good.
Well, it's scary. And, I thought it was my imagination or an animal, that the dog was in bed with us. And it happened another time, and my husband, he heard it, and I was asleep. So, things like that, and I went to a clairvoyant, and he told me that spirit was trying to get my attention. And that's, teachers say open the bedroom door, too. And, then I noticed that the door, occasionally will open by itself in the bedroom. We've also seen spirit in our barn and upstairs in our house.
What did you see?
It was like it's like a flash. I mean, it wasn't like it stood still for me to really see it. It's just, you see an outline of a person. It's like in gray and white. I could tell it was
Now, how can you, I really have to ask people this, and I suppose there's, a practical side, but how can you stay in any place after you've seen something like this?
Well, what my reassurance was, that I was just told that, it wasn't anything bad, that, and when you're opening clairvoyantly, sometimes people are more sensitive to seeing these things. But thank God my husband sees it too. I think I was a total nut,
Well, what did he do? Most husbands would muster up what testosterone they had and go into the other room trying to figure out what it was, probably with some kind of blunt instrument or gun or knife in their hand or something.
I know he thought of that. He said he was afraid to come downstairs, but he came down and checked it out, and everything was all right. But we've noticed, and other people when they come over, they'll notice like the scent of rose.
Oh.
Yeah, you'll smell that in here, and it'll be in the middle of winter. And if you're working outside, sometimes you'll smell the scent of tobacco, like pipe tobacco.
Yes.
But I know what you're saying. It makes your heart pound. But I guess since I've been reassured, that it's spirit, it's not anything harmful. That it's okay.
Well, I would hope that I could react that way, but I don't know how much of it I could put up with. I had, if you listened last night, I had something very weird happen to me last night.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and if there was a lot of that went on,
yeah,
I'd be out of here. I'd be out of here. There wouldn't be any two ways about it. I'd be out of here. I appreciate your call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I had a horrible bang on my door last night, right in the middle of the interview with Brad Stocker. Right at going into a break, as I took my headphones off, as I told the earlier audience and last night, this tremendous crash on my studio door. And there was no mistaking what it was. I have no idea, not even a clue as to where it came from. But I can surely tell you, it was nothing alive in this house. It was nothing external to the house. It was not on the wall. I had taken off my headphones. My ears were clear to be able to hear it, and it was a crash. It wasn't a minor thing. It was a crash on my door, and I totally freaked out. Now, it may well be that when you talk about this kind of thing, which gives me a little bit of pause tonight, that you bring it on. I don't know. But I don't want to hear any crashes tonight. I like listening to ghost stories. I don't like living them. That's one thing. We all like to sort of vicariously be scared. And that's a subject unto itself. But when it happens to you, believe me, it's a horse in a different color. We'll be right back.
In the Kingdom of Nye, from east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825 1-800-825-5033. That's 1-800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico. Call Art at 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers dial Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
All Hallows begin in about 25 minutes in this time zone. And tonight, we are telling ghost stories. All right, I've got one for you here. We're taking occasional fact ghost stories, but you've got to keep them fairly short and succinct. Listen to this from Leone in Sandy, Utah. Art, here's my story. I'm an RN, registered nurse, and I was working my usual night shift, 7 to 7. There was a patient in our 120-bed facility, whom I will call Dorothy. Dorothy was 68 years of age, had never been married, had no family. She was a, in quotes, proper woman. She had 3 doctorate degrees, spoke 7 languages fluently, had a private room decorated with articles that she collected, as she had traveled the world several times over. Her pillows always had to be fluffed, her bedspread wrinkle-free, her hair was always done a certain way, her nails could have been modeled in Glamour magazine. She was on her call button quite frequently, asking for piddly things. She drive many of the staff crazy with her multiple demands. She suffered from Epstein-Barr virus, and as her disease progressed, she was transferred from her private room to my Medicare hall, continuing her frequent demands. I came to work one night, and during the report was informed that Dorothy took a turn for the worse and would probably die on my shift. I hadn't been to work for an hour, and one of the CNAs came and told me that I'd better check Dorothy because she had stopped breathing. Myself and 2 CNAs, I presume those are nurse assistants, came into the room with me. As I went to listen to a heartbeat, she opened her eyes and took a deep breath. She continued with normal breathing. At 11:07 p.m., again, I was asked to come and look at Dorothy. The CNA was sure this time. So we walked into the room, and I listened to find no heartbeat this time. As I backed away from the bed, she opened her eyes again, sat up, and fell back to the pillow. Now, I don't know if you've ever had the experience of watching an involuntary muscle movement with a dead person, but it will scare the pants off anyone. This about sent us leaping out of the windows, but to finish the story, yet another CNA came running into the room, pale-faced, stating the weirdest thing had just happened. 6 alarm clocks, 6, on my 30-bed hall went off, each one at exactly 11:07. No one there even used their alarm clocks. By now, we were all scared out of our wits. Every noise made us jump, accelerating our heart rates and breathing. When I got back to the nurse's desk, I got a call from another nurse in the facility. She asked if we had a power surge or something, because the call light in Dorothy's empty room had just gone off at 11:07. Dorothy, rest in peace. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi there, Ada.
Okay, where are you, sir?
I'm in lovely Santa Cruz.
Santa Cruz, California, KSCO.
Very close to you, and I'm glad you're on shift here.
So are we, yes. You have a ghost story for us.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I've had a couple of strange experiences, but I'll just list the one that sticks in my mind the most. I have to preface this by saying it happened when I was around 7 or 8, so it may have been colored by previous years.
Could be.
But who knows? Anyway, it goes like this. I grew up with, my mother was a medium and my father was a musician. Strange life. We were on the road a lot, and
you bet.
Never stayed in any place longer than a couple of 2 or 3 months at a time.
I know the life, yeah.
Well, then, we just moved to a place in Minneapolis, and it was a new apartment, and we were all sort of camped out on the floor. It was a big sort of studio apartment with a kitchen offset and a bathroom and a large sort of bedroom, living quarters, whatever. And there was my mother and I and my father all sleep on the floor, laid on blankets and things. And I just started to nod off, and she woke me up and she said, "Honey, look in the kitchen." And I woke up and I didn't sit up or anything. I just sort of opened my eyes and sort of peered through the blankets, and there was a party of probably somewhere between 15 and 20 people in cocktail outfits. I don't remember, not to remember the period or whatever. They were well dressed. I remember women had jewelry on. Men were wearing.
Wait. This is in your private place?
This is in our kitchen.
In your kitchen, you walked in and there's 15 to 20 people?
I didn't walk in. I was laying on the floor.
Yeah.
And my mother waked me up. I was lying next to her, and she woke me up and she said, "Look what's happening." So I sat and watched for a while, and I watched a man who I will never forget how he was. He was wearing a dark suit. He had brown, very neat hair, and he was talking to a woman. And he had a drink in his hand. She had a drink in her hand. And I watched him for a while, and he saw me, and he saw my mother. We were awake. My dad was laying next to my mother asleep, and I was laying next to her, and she said, she whispered, and I said, "Okay." And he made a motion to the woman. He came right over to me, leaned right over me, and my blankets were down sort of 6 inches from my chin or whatever, and he grabbed the blankets, tucked them around my shoulders, and my eyelids were like half open and getting your chills, talking about this, and tucked them in, and walked right back to the rest of the party. It happened for a few, less than couple of minutes maybe. They sort of stopped, and I asked my mom what happened. She said, "Well, I think that we just saw a cocktail party that happened here a while back."
Well, when you say they just stopped, I mean, we're talking about 15 or 20 people. You mean they just vaporized?
That's right. Yeah, and it sounds really, really terrible and really cheesy, and I really hate to be a part of the whole cheesiness when it comes to this kind of paranormal stuff, but
it really happened.
It really happened, and also they were semi-transparent. In other words, you could see things through them, but they did seem to have a sort of three-dimensional quality.
And they were dressed in what manner? Do you recall? I mean, was it a period? Could you identify a period of dress?
I don't know now. I mean, now the way I remember it, yes, it was a period of 30s or 40s, but that could definitely be coloring in my part as far as the things that I've seen and learned.
Was there any attendant flash or other phenomena that accompanied their coming and going?
Then as far as their coming goes, I was woken up by my mom, and she.
So you wouldn't know?
So I wouldn't know. As far as their going, they just sort of left and just sort of drifted off.
So you've got to wonder if occasionally there's not a kind of a slip in the space-time continuum.
I very much believe that. I very much think that's what happened. And more than being spirits sort of that are walking around this world, I wonder if I didn't just sort of see back in time, or who knows. And the odd thing is, my mom's dead now. She died of cancer. But before she died, in my adult life, I brought this up several times. And I mean, shortly before she died, I brought it up to her. And everything's exactly described as far as her memory and my memory goes. So there may be coloring there, certainly from my youth,
but your mom recalled it as you did.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's a weird one, sir. That's a weird one. I really appreciate your call.
Yeah, well, thank you for taking that look.
Thank you. There you are. I've heard of these things before. I don't know what it is that we're talking about here. But as I said, I think a kind of a slip occasionally occurs. Maybe a dimensional slip, maybe a space-time continuum, little crack in the wall, in the dimensional wall, I don't know. But something comes across and it's there. or it's almost there, and then as quickly as it came, it's gone. Why is it so interesting? Because of what it tells us about what we may be living in, and that may be our own dimension, that it is occasionally broached or touched by another. East of the Rockies, if I can press the button, there we go. East of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Hey, Art, this is John from Oakdale, Long Island, New York.
All right. Long Island, welcome to the program.
Yeah, thank you, Art. I enjoy your show very much.
Thank you.
And what happens is that a friend of mine died in Oakland City. I never met him. He said that he was fooling around with a Ouija board. And the thing was that him and another friend of his were playing around with it. And it spelled out death on it. It scared the living daylights out of both of them. They just got rid of that thing like right away after that.
Well, how many people were operating a Ouija board? 2?
I believe it was 2 on.
As everybody knows, or maybe they don't know, you put your hand, or 2 people do or more, on this little movement piece, and it will go seemingly automatically to the various letters. And you're telling me it spelled out death.
That's what happened.
And was there a death?
I haven't heard anything yet. If there was a death or not.
Well, you're right about one thing. If I were playing with a Ouija board, thank you very much for the call. And it spelled out death. That'd be the last of that. But I know better. I don't play with Ouija boards. In fact, my one experience with a Ouija board, I don't even really talk about publicly, even today, even after all these years. Thank you very much. West of the Rockies, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Good morning.
Hi there. My name's Judy. I'm calling from Reno.
Hello, Judy.
Hi. I had kind of a pleasantly eerie ghost story for such a thing.
As in now?
I'm sorry?
As in now? You mean it's occurring now?
No. But it happened about 10 years ago.
Okay.
My grandmother had died about a week previously. And my mother and I was living in California at the time. And my grandmother lived about a half hour from where I did. And my mother and I were on our way to clear out her apartment and take care of the last minute details.
Sure.
And we're driving along Highway 99, which is one of the 2 main, highways in California.
Mm-hmm.
And we're about halfway there, and all of a sudden I smell this overwhelming sense of smell of flowers in the car. And I just kind of glanced at my mother who was driving, and she glanced at me, and I said, "Flowers?"
Yeah.
And she said, "Yeah." And she smelled them too.
Right.
And I don't know if anyone's familiar with Highway 99, but there's, in the center divide, there's oleander bushes.
Mm-hmm.
For quite a long way. We're about an hour and a half south of Sacramento. And our first thought was that it was the oleander bushes, but for some reason, we were able to smell them, though we'd never been able to smell them before. So we rolled down the window thinking that, such an overpowering smell of flowers in the car, it would have to be amazing outside. So we rolled down the windows, and there was no smell coming from outside.
What do you imagine you smell?
It was flowers.
But why? From where?
So we talked about it and immediately thought of my grandmother who had died a week previously.
Why? Why would you identify flowers with your grandmother?
Well, I didn't know this until later. I'm not real familiar with the scent of flowers, but my mother told me later. I don't know if this was, she's pretty familiar. She's a nature girl. But she said it was the smell of carnation, which was my grandmother's favorite flower.
Very easily identified. We sell miniature carnations, and they have a very distinctive, very pleasant smell.
Yeah, and I've smelled them since, and, can recognize them now, but at the time, I was 20 years old. It wasn't, too known in the ways of the world, but,
Sure.
you know, we're in a van, you know, our mom had an old Volkswagen van, but there was nothing in the car that could have caused that smell of flowers.
Interesting. You're not the first one to indicate a presence by odor.
Yeah, it was very strange.
Many times, spirits are apparently identified by odor. I don't know why that would be, but I imagine it could be certainly true because it is one of our senses. And
right.
So there you are. All right, well, thank you.
Right, well, thank you.
Thank you very much for the call. It's one of our senses and one of the ways that a presence could make itself known. No question about it. First time caller line, you're on Ghost to Ghost AM. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Okay.
I have a story about 15 years ago. By the way, my name is Lauren. I'm from Nevada, California.
Yes.
About 15 years ago, a boyfriend of mine was killed very violently. And it was a horrible loss to me. He used to wear, you know, the clips that you wear on your belt buckle that have the key for your key ring.
Sure.
After he passed away, I would hear between the bucket seat of my car and the passenger door where he used to ride, I would hear a bell. And after the first time I heard it, I hit the brakes and almost had somebody rear end me. It scared me so bad.
Mm.
I continued to hear it. I told a friend of mine about it, and she didn't think I was nuts, and eventually she heard it.
Oh.
Now, I have to tell you, I cleaned my car out from stem to stern. There was nothing in my car.
That would be my reaction, too. That's what I would do.
Eventually, she had told me a story after I told her mine, you know, what I was hearing, that she had seen her father after he passed away when she was a young girl. So I'm assuming that my boyfriend felt comfortable enough to let her hear him as well. And she convinced me to go to a psychic because this had to be him and to find out what was going on.
And so you did.
And I did. And this man described him to a T and said that there was unfinished business between us, which there was. That I needed to sit down in the quiet by myself and talk to him. Well, I felt stupid doing that. I wasn't going to do that. There was an occasion not too long after this began that I was in the shower in the bathroom that had no ceiling fan, no window, and the door was shut and locked.
Right.
I was facing the shower head with the wall on my right, and if you were to take a straw and blow on something,
yes,
it didn't hit around my ear, it blew into my ear. And I turned around knowing there's a full well that there's a wall there.
Yes.
And it scared me so bad. And I know it was him because that was the kind of game player he would be.
Well, my question is the following. How could you possibly have another relationship with your old boyfriend still there?
Well, this is interesting that you say that because my friend that heard this as well, there had been another guy that had asked me out several times and I politely said no.
Yes.
Thank you anyway. And he had asked could I give him a ride home one night.
Right.
And my girlfriend said, I'm going with you. And she's the one that had heard it. And this guy asked me, I had to get out of my side of the car to let him out of the back seat.
Sure.
And he asked me to walk into the door. And he was a friend, you know, I had known him, and I said sure. And I was gone maybe 2 minutes. And I came back to the car, and she was waving at me, get in the car, get in the car. And I got in and I said, what is the matter? And she said, he is really mad, meaning my boyfriend that had passed away. And I said, what do you mean?
Yep.
And she said, as soon as you closed that door, that bell started going and going and going and didn't stop until I was almost back to the car.
Well, wouldn't such a thing utterly interrupt and disrupt your love life for a long period of time?
Well, his death affected me in such a way that I wasn't interested, you know, for quite a while in a relationship anyway. I contacted his sister and asked, you know, there was a book that her mother had received as a gift, and I wanted to know the name of this book, On Death and Dying.
Yes.
And she just immediately, why do you want to know?
All right, we've got to cut it there because we're at the top of the hour. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You take care. We'll be back.
Taking your calls on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. I bid you welcome to Coast AM. If you're just joining us at this hour, this is that day of the year, now in this time zone officially All Hallows Eve, when we tell ghost stories. We don't have a guest. We turn it over to you, the audience, and we let you tell the stories, real ghost stories. You think they exist? I know they do. I don't know what they are, but I know they're real. There's something real occurring. There's no question about it. And so this is the night we tell those stories, and we've been doing so for the last 2 hours, and we'll probably do so to some degree tomorrow night as well. We do this every year. You're invited to participate if you have the intestinal fortitude. You're invited to listen if you have the intestinal fortitude. We're looking for real ghost stories, really scary and true ghost stories. If you want to participate, well, we're as close as your telephone. We'll get back to it all in a moment. Oh, one other thing. It's not a ghost, but it damn sure almost looks like one. I spoke earlier in the day with Renee from Strange Universe, and they have received more video of a purported alien. It's going to be shown on Strange Universe tomorrow night. So Renee sent me a still grab photograph of this. You know, she says alien, but in the still photograph, I think it's something closer to a monster. I hesitate to say Chupacabra doesn't exactly look like that, but it sure is nothing you'd want to meet up with. You go take a look and let me know. It's on my website right now. You'll get kind of a sneak preview of what you're going to see on Strange Universe tomorrow night. It's ugly, there is no question about that. It's on my website as of about an hour and a half ago. At www.artbell.com. www.artbell.com. Go take a look. Let me know what you think. Anyway, we'll get back to ghost stories in a moment. All right, the following short story, facts, comes from a fellow ham, John. And it reads as follows. Art, years ago, I lived in eastern Oklahoma, operated a recording studio for a well-known rock star at his remote lakeside facility. Famous musicians would come to visit, stay at the house, which was built to accommodate them. The recording studio was built high on a hill with a view of the lake, cove, and surrounding hills. I had been in charge of building the studio and had spent a lot of time in solitude there. One night, while I was drifting off to sleep, a very dark cloud formed in the upper corner of my room. Its presence was so malevolent and frightening that I literally thought I was going to die. It felt as if it was going to suck the very soul out of my body. I stayed up all night long, praying, crying, trying to dodge this damn thing. As it approached me time and time again, its presence was palpable in the room. It was freezing cold in there. Whatever this thing was, whether on the ceiling or drifting along the wall, solid matter seemed to disappear. It was as if this thing was coming from an entirely different dimension and somehow was coming through or out of my ceiling and wall. By morning, it had gone. Months went by, and the studio was finished and ready for its guests. The first guests arrived and went into the rooms for the night in preparation for the next day's recording sessions. My room was located several hundred feet away. In the middle of the night, I heard screams and shouting and went to see what was the matter. The guests were running out of their rooms, yelling about something unseen, terrorizing them. When I went into the house to investigate, I heard chains rattling. It was ice cold. Cupboard doors were banging uncontrollably. It was a scene out of a B-horror picture. The guests got in their cars and left right at that moment, never to return again. In the following months, others did come to stay. Few were bothered, but if the, in quotes, spirit that lived at this facility took a disliking to anyone there, it made their lives a living hell until they left. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Martha.
Hi, Martha. Where are you?
In Oak Cliff, and I listen to you on KLIF 570.
In Dallas?
Yes, sir.
Yes, very good.
I live in the section of Dallas County where KLIF started out.
All right.
Radio station. But my incident occurred in 1964 when they had that terrible earthquake in Alaska.
Oh, yes.
And my 6-year-old boy, I was living in a 3-room duplex at the time, trying to save up money to buy my first house. My 6-year-old boy slept in the living room, or the front room, where we had our 19-inch portable black and white TV.
Sure.
And we came in late that night, that Sunday night, you know, and I told him, I said, don't you watch the TV, you go on bed because we got to get up.
Standard instructions, yes.
And I mean, on mothers. So if we had to get up so early, you know, because I had to be at work at 7 o'clock and had to take them to daycare before I got there. But anyway, getting back to my ghost story, like I said, it scared the pants off of me, and I still have never been able to help anybody to explain to me what happened. But the television came on, and I thought he was disobeying. You know, I could see the flash of the TV, you know, the brightness on the wall. And I went in there and I told him, I said, you turn the TV off, I told you not to watch it. Mother, I didn't touch it. And I went over, turned the TV off. I go back to bed, and a few minutes, the light blinks again on the wall. So the TV's back on. And I was fixing to give him a spanking. And I went in there, and the TV was back on.
Now,
I unplugged that bugger from the wall, and it was still playing.
Say what? You unplugged it from the
I
wall?
unplugged it from the wall, and the door TV was still playing. Well, it scared me so cotton-picking bad that I give the TV away, and I guarantee you I found me another place to live the next week, and I moved. And I've yet to find anybody that can explain to me how that TV could be a playing and it unplugged from the wall.
That can't be.
Well, it sure did.
Can't be, and I would have done exactly as you had done. Was the TV controlled by a remote control?
No, this is in 1964, just plain old off and on knob.
Sure, I remember those old 19-inch black and
And whenever I unplugged it from the wall, that one thing was still playing, and it scared me so bad, I just bundled up my kids and went to my mother's house in the middle of the night.
Good for you. That is one of the most rational decisions I've heard this night yet.
But someone told me that morning in Alaska that had that severe earthquake.
That is correct.
And they told me that it's possible that something other about the electrons or something other. I don't understand electricity or radios or TVs. I just know they work. But that scared me so bad. I got the heck out of that apartment and I gave that TV away.
Well, I would be disinclined to think it had anything to do with the earthquake, and I would be very much inclined to think you did the right thing.
Could it be a ghost or a booger? How in the world could a TV still playing and unplugged from the wall?
It cannot, dear. It cannot, period. I appreciate your call, and you did the right thing. I am absolutely astounded at how many people will have something like that happen to them, or something even more severe, as we've heard already this morning. And they don't do what I do, and I tell you, I would turn tail, and I'd run. I'd be out of there so fast, and there was a rational lady. Oh, no, I bet, sure, if I had a TV and it would continually come on, I would imagine first an electronic glitch, and then I would do as that lady did, and I'd unplug it from the wall, and if it still came on, I'd be out of there. west of the Rockies. You are on the air. Good morning.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
I called you last week when you had Patsy on,
Oh, yes.
and I asked her to help me make a deal with the devil. You remember me?
I remember you, yes. I remember thinking at the time, this guy has lost his mind. Why would you want to make a deal anyway?
I don't know, desperate times call for desperate measures, maybe. Anyway, 2 days later, I was indeed visited by a presence.
By a presence. You're talking about after you called the program when Patsy was on.
Right.
Harlan. By the way, we're going to repeat that program Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Well, that's why I don't exactly tell who I am, because I don't want anybody to know who I am.
Oh, that's one of the strangest, scariest programs we ever had on the air, period. But you're telling me, following that program, you had what?
I was in my room that Saturday night after your show.
Yes.
Your repeat show.
Yes.
And I was laying there in the dark, and I had turned off the radio, and I was getting ready to go to sleep. And as I was laying there, I began to feel cold, very cold.
Yes.
And then I heard a voice, and it asked me if I was sincere about what I had asked for.
Mm-hmm.
And at this time, I for some reason not, asking for something like that. You should be prepared for just about anything. But I wasn't. And it scared me. I mean, it really freaked me out.
Well, and so what did you say?
I said no. I was so scared. I said no.
Congratulations. Good decision on your part.
So I turned the lights on and sat up all night long.
Uh-huh. Good decision on your part, sir. Congratulations. And have a nice life. That man, you may or may not have heard it. We did a show with a self-described witch. I would think closer to a devil worshiper would be appropriate. In the case of Harlot, or Patsy, as you will. And this man called during the show and said something that I would never say, and most people would never say. He wanted her to help him make a deal with Satan. He wants, I don't know, better job, more money, success, romance, whatever. And he was in a situation in his life where he was willing to make a deal and requested it. So I'm not surprised that he had a visitation. I do congratulate him on his decision. An important moment. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing?
Fine. Where are you?
I am in Sedona, Arizona. My name is Jeff.
Mysterious Sedona.
Before I tell you my story, do you mind if I make a comment on the last caller?
No, go right ahead.
Well, I have to say, I listened to that show, and that was the most disturbing part of the show for me was when he called. And now I have an overwhelming sense of relief for him. That's one.
Well, I agree with that. I don't think it was the most, to me, the most disturbing part of the show, you may or may not have heard at the very end.
With the child?
The 5-year-old.
Mm-hmm. That was really disturbing.
I'm not going to get over that for a while. At any rate, go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, my ghost story, there was one night when I was laying in bed and it was dark, and I looked up and opened my eyes and I saw this sort of green blob, like it looked like sort of a gaseous cloud, but it had sort of the feel of a presence.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked as though it was observing me, even though it didn't have any eyes or anything. It just sort of had the feel as it was observing me. And probably one of the weirdest parts about it was it looked as though it was floating about 30 feet high, even though my ceiling was probably only about 12 feet high.
not good.
Well, the interesting thing was that, you know, thinking about it, it sounds like a scary thing, but I had a very strong feeling of calm with it around.
Okay.
It wasn't until after it left that I got scared. It sort of, I told you it looked like it was about 30 feet high. It sort of, you know, the feeling sort of came back and then it was gone.
Any sense at all of whether it wanted something of you or anything at all other than it came and it went?
Well, it felt like, well, there's no real words to describe it, but the feeling was that it was observing me. And that was,
You sure you weren't dreaming, drunk, on drugs, otherwise?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm very sure. I stay away from all that. So, yeah, it was very real.
You couldn't have been asleep.
I couldn't have been asleep. And actually, the floor above was where my parents slept at the time.
Yes.
And they said they felt something.
Oh.
And they thought, they didn't see anything, they just sort of felt something. And they said it was rather strange.
As you think back on it, what do you think it was?
I just think, you know, I know we as human beings, we like to observe small creatures and bugs and, you know, people who are scientists or whatever like to study other life. I think that's what it was. It was something else studying me.
That's a good answer. I appreciate your call on your story. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is it not reasonable to assume that if there are others, and I had occasion to watch the movie Contact. Once again, what a pleasure. I love that movie. I don't care what some people have said about Contact. I thought Contact was a brilliantly done, brilliantly executed, brilliantly acted, brilliantly conceived movie. And one has to recall that line, which you should always remember after seeing that movie. With regard to the universe, the greater cosmos out there, are there others? The eternal question, well, if there are not, what a waste of space. So is it not reasonable to assume that there are others, that through special relativity or through something we don't begin to understand right now, those others can and do visit us and observe us, and therefore may be nothing at all like anything we would recognize. That makes sense to me. Well, all right. For Ramona, my dear wife, who thinks this... I'm Art Bell. I just happened to be in the neighborhood, so I dropped by to extend a special invitation for you to join me Sunday for Dreamland. It should be a great show. My guest will be Dr. Elvin Taylor. The topic, subliminal perception. Don't miss it. Sunday, Dreamland, right here on everybody's favorite radio station.
Art Bell is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Actually, it's Ghost to Ghost AM with Art Bell. And you, tonight, and for a bit of tomorrow night as well. Or, who knows, maybe the whole night. Ghost stories, not from guests. I can get those. Many, many, many clamor to be on here on Halloween, but we hold it open for you. Real ghost stories. If you have the intestinal fortitude, go turn your lights out, turn your radio up, and buckle in. Hey, Art, one night, I heard my wife, while she was in the bathroom, talking to Bart, our white cat. Only problem was that Bart was sitting at the foot of our bed looking at me rather quizzically. The next moment I heard my wife screaming frantically. I rushed into the bathroom to find her white as a sheet and nearly hysterical. You see, when I finally calmed her enough to get her to describe what had occurred, she told me that a white cat, whom she thought was Bart, had followed her into the bathroom. And so she talked to him for a few moments and reached down to pet him and realized as her hand passed through him that his eyes were blue and not gold, as are Bart's. By the way, we didn't have any other white cats at the time. Wild Card Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Art. How you doing?
I'm doing.
This is Tony in Las Vegas.
Yes, Tony.
This story encompasses a week and 2-day period.
Well, we'll have to boil it down to a shorter period.
Oh, yeah, it is. It is.
Okay.
But I'm just saying how long it took to the whole story. One day it started with nobody home, and I had an eerie feeling that day. I've had it before, but I've been saturated by poltergeist-style hauntings before in my early life, and this is just one story. Nobody was home that night. I just got done with a filling supper, and I went upstairs to relax and one of the lounge chairs and watch a little TV in the upstairs sunroom. And there was no storm or anything outside, and all of a sudden, bam! A huge lightning bolt hits right outside the window. That I was actually facing it at the time, and it was so big it just encompassed the whole outdoor area. That's how big the lightning bolt was. And off that bolt of lightning came a very small, like about 2 centimeters thick streak right off of it that was blue in color, and it came right through the crack of the closed windows. I got down on the floor because it wasn't immediate. It was really slow, its approach. It entered in, it came in and hit the top lamp of the lamp inside that room and hit it. As it did, I crawled out on all fours, get the living daylights out of me, as fast as I could.
Sure.
The next day, of course it blew out the light bulb. The next day, I went up there to change the light bulb and went in the room. It was all dark. There was a little light creeping in from the other room. I went to put the light bulb in. As I started screwing it in, it slipped from my hand and fell down to the ground. Just enough light to see it bounce like a foot. And that was about all the kinetic energy it had to roll, about a foot,
Sure.
And so I went and got a flashlight. At first I looked with my hand on the shag carpet and couldn't feel it.
Right.
Then I went and got a flashlight because I was frustrated I couldn't find it. Nobody was home that day again. The flashlight unveiled no light bulb. The room was literally basically furnishless because we were remodeling the house at the time. So I was like, oh my God, where did this light bulb go? The room was only about 15 feet by 10 feet.
Right.
And so the only other place it could be is like in one of the floor cabinets. I looked in there and it wasn't there. And then finally, about 2 hours later, I was in tears because I couldn't find this light bulb. I decided, well, why not look under the radiator? Look under the radiator. Well, I looked under the radiator. If the light bulb was to go under there, it wouldn't have fit anyway. These are these East Coast radiators. You're familiar with them?
Oh, of course. Yes, of course.
A light bulb simply barely fits under them. And then, finally, I found the light bulb, and believe me, it put chills up my spine. It was crammed behind the radiator, literally up in the middle section where the cover goes, the cover that fits over the radiator.
Impossible.
Yeah, impossible. And I checked it for dust to see if it had been sitting there for months, and it wasn't. I got over that situation. That's just one poltergeist incident that was connected to another. Then about a day later, we went out to Rockwoods in Babler State Park just out of St. Louis with some friends of mine, and we were going to go around night hiking. What you do is you just go out there with no flashlights and start running down pathways. It's kind of eerie. So we went out there, and we got out of the car after we got done parking it. We went out and started doing some night hiking after we got a little
weary, we sat down, just wanted to relax, catch our breath. All of a sudden we heard all these dogs and stuff barking. We were out in the middle of a state park. There's virtually hardly anything around. If you do hear dogs barking, they're barking real loud and they're in the distance. They were barking everywhere. And we got kind of eerie feeling, and we were just sitting there, and all of a sudden, over the top of one of the hills, we thought maybe there was an escaped convict or something out there, how we get, how kids get, kind of thing,
Sure.
anything. And this light pops over the top of the hill about 200 feet away. The light was about the size of a basketball from our vantage point, and it was completely white. When it came over the hill, we had figured it was a park ranger. He was going to kick us out of the park. So we, stood still, and we're hoping he didn't point it right at us.
And
And the light apparently started moving down towards us at a kind of diagonal angle. We didn't hear any leaves crunching or anything. This was in fall. It's kind of odd.
you got to hurry here, Tony.
Okay. And so we were getting paranoid. There was no reflective surface from the light beam itself, and it was completely round, which was actually like it was pointing at us. When the light got to the bottom of the hill, and meanwhile, these dogs are still barking, like with their heads up, like they just got hit on the back or something. And we we're getting a little paranoid. When we got to the bottom of the hill, the light turned off, and then it turned back on. We got up, and we thought, what's this guy doing, And then the light started going back up the hill. We noticed this light kind of floated. It didn't look like a normal flashlight, somebody holding a flashlight. So we were getting ready to get up and take off running. When the light got back up to the top of the hill, it didn't stop there. There was just enough moonlight. You could see the black tree lining and then the starlit sky above. This light rose above the tree line and stopped about 20 feet above the tree line and stopped. As soon as it did that, of course, we all got up. We're getting ready to run, but we were still frozen, with just shock.
30 seconds, Tony.
Yeah, and we took off, sprinting down this pathway in pitch blackness towards our car. This thing started moving, took a right hand, started panning us as we were running. And we were hoping it wasn't going to meet us at the parking lot below. But I just thought I'd call and share that story. We didn't see the light when we got to the parking lot. We left the park safely, and everything turned out okay. But I'll tell you something, Art, that was a very scary experience.
All right, well, I appreciate it. 2 stories of light. I like the light bulb story better. Now, that's impossible. That really is impossible. If you're familiar with the kind of heater he's talking about, the East Coast type older heaters, the radiator type heaters, they literally went right down to the ground. There wouldn't be enough room. You would just have to jam something physically up in there, and there's no way you could drop a light bulb and that it could suddenly lodge itself up in there. That's totally impossible. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi there, Terry in San Antonio.
Yes. Oh, San Antonio. Oh, yes. There's a wonderful ghost story from San Antonio. But go right ahead, sir.
This occurred in 1973. I was 13 years old. Summer of '73. A year before that, my father had passed away. And in January of '73, my brother had committed suicide. My other 2 brothers who were still at home were out for the night. It was just my mother and myself at home. I was in my bed near midnight and looking out the window at the stars. At the foot of my bed was a chair that my mother had placed some freshly laundered pants in, folded and laundered. And about midnight, I felt like someone had walked into my room and was watching me.
Sure, I know the feeling.
And just the idea that it stayed there. I was not brave enough to turn around and look by any means. If it was my mother, I didn't want to scare her by moving suddenly. And if it was anything else, I didn't want to get scared by moving
right
suddenly. And after about 2 hours, because I could hear the clock in the front part of the house chiming the different hours, after about 2 hours of that and the tension, I went on to sleep.
God, you laid there for 2 hours in that state?
I wasn't about to turn around. This was an old house that was built from an older house.
Okay.
The lumber was older than the house itself.
Understood.
Got up the next morning and on the way to do whatever I do in the summertime. Looked down and the pants had been creased like someone had been sitting in the chair. And that's one thing. Another thing was about 7 years later, I was getting ready to go to work, and the bathroom was near the front of the house where we could see the driveway. We had a circular driveway, and it was gravel. And my mother was in the back of the house where the TV was. She heard the same sound I did. It was the sound of a horse clip-clopping into the driveway, like someone was riding into our driveway. Well, a horse is not unusual out in the country where we lived.
Right.
But at 10 o'clock at night, it is quite unusual. Looked out the window immediately. We had an outdoor light out there. Saw nothing. Went out on the front porch after I got dressed and saw even, nothing out there at all. But my mother even heard the sound with the TV going in the very back part of the house.
Well, I appreciate the story, sir. And I don't know that I could have done that. I don't know that if I felt a definite presence, that I could sit there frozen for 2 hours doing nothing about it. I don't think that I could do that. I think that I would be so filled with terror and that it would build as time went on that I would be forced to turn around or flee, one of the two. When I was 13 years old, my dad was listening to a ball game and eating popcorn. And I remember very distinctly the way a shadow looked on the wall, a man eating popcorn and smoking a cigar. Instead of looking at my dad directly, I was watching his shadow. He said out of the blue that I would make it to America and that he would join me there on his 66th birthday. Well, he died when he was 46. When I met a young stockbroker from America, married her, and moved to America 10 years ago. Some friends of mine had a Ouija board at a party, and when I put my hand on it, they spelled out the word Dad, D-A-D, 13 years later, in the year which would have been my dad's 66th birthday. I woke up at 13:01 hour on my dad's birthday and went to the kitchen for a glass of water. I had a heart attack when I turned around and saw the shadow of my dad eating popcorn and smoking a stogie. My wife was out of town, and when she got to the hospital where I was in intensive care, she commanded, "That's what you get for eating popcorn and smoking cigars in the house while I'm away. We never have popcorn, and by the way, I don't smoke." She smelled popcorn and cigar smoke when she got home 3 days later. I never told her what I had seen that had prompted my heart attack. In fact, I've never told anyone until now. That's from Jim in Kentucky. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Nice finally getting in touch with you.
Glad to hear from you. Where are you?
I'm in Boise, Idaho. This
All
is
right.
Don.
Yes, Don.
I just had an experience back in '89. I was living in Dallas, Texas, and I had a phone friend that, we talked for hours on end. And one night she called me up, and she was just real nervous as, anything. And I asked her what was wrong, and she said that a couple days before, a friend of hers had passed away, and her dad, on that same day that the person passed away, gave her a CD player. Well, 2 days later, he gave her a CD with the song "Think of Me and I'll Be There" on it.
Yes.
And this night she called me. She was crying because that song had been playing over and over and over for hours. And, there were other songs on the CD, but for some reason it would just skip back to that song. And her dad, and I got verification from him, her and him pulled the plug on the CD player, and that song kept on playing.
Even with the plug out of the wall.
Even with it out of the wall.
Sounds like the TV.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what reminded me about that. And, they tried prying open the CD player to get the CD out and everything, and they couldn't even get it open to do that. And so it was a real strange experience, and her and I talked for all 4 or 5 hours that night, And during the whole time, you could hear that song over and over and over again.
These things just are not possible in the real world. I mean, there is one area that I know about. It's electronics. TVs with plugs pulled from the wall and CD players without power don't play.
Well, common sense would tell you that. I mean, but I don't know how to explain it. All I do know is that, you know...
Well, I know, but if you listen to that lady, I mean, people are inclined to attach whatever explanation, you know, their mind is willing to accept. For example, the lady said, well, there was an earthquake in Alaska. Well, earthquakes don't cause TVs to go on with the plug out of the wall.
Right. I just couldn't explain it, and it, you know, it seems kind of strange that was hearing that other lady talking about that, you know, with her TV. It just reminded me of that, what happened down there. And, you know, I'm still to this day trying to explain how or what would cause that, you know.
Did you two have a big emotional attachment to each other?
Well, we were real close, but to be quite honest with you, I had never met her in person. We just knew each other from a chat line.
Oh, I understand. But you can form emotional attachments in all sorts of ways.
Well, it got to the point she could finish my conversations and I could finish hers too.
So there you are.
And, you know, just to, you know, hearing the lady on the TV deal, it just brought back memories of that other incident.
I understand. All right, my friend, thank you. Yeah, oh, yes. Human emotions. People attached at the hip and the brain, you know, that kind of thing, brings on all kinds of strange things. From the high desert, this is Ghost to Ghost AM.
And with Art Bell, international callers may recharge in the Kingdom of Nye by first dialing their access number to the USA. Then 1-800-893-0903. 1-800-893-0903. And you may fax Art by calling area code 702-727-8499. That's area code 702-727-8499. Please limit faxes to 1 or 2 pages. Now again, here is Art Bell.
Ghost to Ghost AM underway. And that's true. It'd be fun to get some international ghost stories because these things, these strange things, are not limited to our country by long means, by long shot. So, no matter where you are in the world, get hold of the AT&T operator. Give it a try. It will not cost you a penny. It is free from anywhere in the world outside the USA. Get hold of the AT&T operator and have her call for you in the U.S. 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. Wherever you are around the world, be fun to hear some stories from elsewhere. Well, all right, to the international line, and where are you, please?
All right, how are you tonight? My name's Sean. I'm calling you from Kingston, Ontario, Canada.
Excellent. Welcome to the program. Do you have a story for us?
Oh, yeah, I have a story, but it's not what I call a scary story at all. 3 years ago, I bought a house in Kirkland Lake, Ontario, Canada, and my daughter, who at the time was 8 months old, she was diagnosed when she was 4 with asthma. And one night, I'm a truck driver, and I got home from California. I just finished doing a California run, and my wife, she'd gone to work. And I put my daughter to bed, and I went to sleep myself. And I was sound asleep, and all of a sudden, it was almost as if somebody came up and gave me a good hard shake. And I woke, and there was almost a smell of somebody had been baking in the kitchen. And I listened, and I heard my daughter there. She's having trouble breathing in the next room. So I went in, and I tended to her, and later on, I guess it'd be a week or so after that, we bought this house. It was an estate sale when we bought the house there. We bought it, I guess an old woman had lived there and passed away. And so we got furniture and that with the house, like a sideboard full of dishes and that. And my wife had arranged the dishes in the sideboard according to the way she wanted them. But we came home one day and went into the sideboard to get some dishes up for dinner, and we found the dishes had been rearranged in the way that I suppose that the old woman who lived in the house before us liked to have them arranged or something like that. But she was a sweet old lady, like, just weird things happen in the house all the time.
And you think it was that old lady, her presence remaining?
Well, yeah. Like, I know it was the old lady because my daughter, when she was 2, she was in her room and she was talking to someone, and I entered the room and I asked her who she was talking to, and there's the smell again of, like, as if somebody was speaking, and she said, Oma.
Oma.
And I said, Oma? She said, yeah, Oma. And, like, I got to know the neighbors in the neighborhood there, and I was talking just small talk with my next door neighbor there.
Let me guess. The lady's name who had lived there was Oma.
No. It turned out that she was a sweet old lady always baking for the children in the neighborhood, and all the children in the neighborhood referred to her as Oma. I guess she was a Dutch old lady, and in Dutch, grandma is Oma.
I understand. Thank you very, very much for the call. And let me say this. Not only is it my belief that cats see things that we don't see, but I believe that children do as well. And do you know why I believe that? Because they have not yet been conditioned not to see these things. And I think the reason a lot of adults don't see them is because they have been well conditioned not to see anything that their brain is not going to accept. Does that make sense to you? It certainly does to me. On the wild card line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hi.
Hi,
Where are you?
I'm in Honolulu.
Oh, Hawaii. All right.
Yeah, KHVH.
Yes, of course.
I have a real short story and then a better one. The short one is kind of funny. When I was a teenager, my girlfriend and I were staying at my grandma's house, and in the bedroom there was a beautiful picture of Jesus on the mount in this gold gilded frame, beautiful old frame, and it hung above the bed. And the bed was one of these brass, it had a brass headboard and footboard. And my girlfriend and I were laying on the bed, and we were teenagers, and we were joking and laughing and calling each other names, and we were trying to think of names to call each other. And we were just firing names back and forth, and pretty soon swear words started coming out, more and more frequent swear words, and, we were really using filthy words because we were running out of things to call each other.
Yeah.
And we were laughing hysterically like teenage girls do. And all of a sudden, this picture of Jesus jumped off the wall and hit her in the head.
Well, there's a lot of stories about teenage girls. Teenage girls have a certain energy and power that seems to make things happen around them. Okay.
Yeah, and we looked at the picture, and the wire that hung it was intact, and the nail was at an angle, so it would have had to jump up, to get off that nail. So.
Well, I don't see how you could get a more clear message.
we stopped laughing immediately.
I understand.
And then the next thing, this happened to me just maybe 2 months ago. I'm a light sleeper, and I was asleep one night, and you know how you toss and turn sometimes, and rearrange your pillow, and I had just done that, and I wasn't quite asleep, and I felt like somebody was watching me, and I turned around to look, and there was nobody there, and I always have this small fluorescent light on in my apartment. And so I could see, and there was nobody there, but I couldn't get over this feeling of a presence, and it was a real evil feeling.
Yes.
And so I turned my back to it, and I covered myself up, and I said a prayer, and it wouldn't go away. And I said a prayer, and I just turned it over to God, and I said, whatever this is, I'm sure it's my imagination. And I thought I went to sleep, and I started to dream. And as soon as the dream started, it was like a window screen, those roll screens being pulled down.
Sure.
It was like a screen was being pulled down over my field of vision, and on the screen was a geometric pattern. And I thought about this last night when I heard Brad Steiger talking to you about, the geometric pattern.
Many have talked about that.
Right. Only this one was, it was It was mainly black with real dark colors in it, and then it had these bright sparks of gold flashing off of it.
Yes.
And it's real hard to describe, but it's hard to put it into words. But when I looked at it, and I couldn't stop looking at it because it was, like I said, it was like a screen being pulled down over my vision. I got these horrible feelings of dread and just impending doom and horror and terror and ugliness. And I thought to myself, oh my God, this is what ugliness really looks like. This is ugliness. And then I realized I couldn't make this vision go away. And I realized this isn't a dream. And so I started to say the Lord's Prayer. Well, every time I would stutter a little bit on the Lord's Prayer, the screen would start being, start going up. But then when I would stutter and get scared and forget what I was saying, the screen would start coming back down over my eyes. And I realized that something was trying to take over my brain. That's what I felt. I thought, no, this is a dream. So I sat up and I stood up and I walked around my room, and the feelings of dread were still there. And I was terrified. And so I walked around my room and I was saying the Lord's Prayer out loud. And the more I said it, the more scared I got. And even though I was walking around, I could still feel the screen being pulled down in front of my eyes. And finally I thought, I'm going to be possessed. And I was terrified. And so,
this thing was trying to take you.
right. And so finally I just said, I can't fight this. What am I going to do? And I realized that it was probably feeding off my fear. And the only thing I could do was to let it go. And I've never been very good at that. I've always been a worrier and a fearful person. I've really never been good at letting things go. But I just told God, I said, send my angel down here right now because I can't fight this thing. And if you don't stop it, it's going to take over my mind.
And at that moment?
And, the feeling of fear was still there. But I laid down and I said the prayer 2 or 3 times. I said, please let my angel be here. And I fell asleep. And as soon as as I repeated the prayer, the fear started to go away. And as the fear went away, the vision stopped. But when I woke up the next morning, I was fearful. I thought, is this going to happen the next time I go to sleep?
Sure.
And so I went out and I got some sage to cleanse the air in my room, and I got some sea salt and put it by my bedside and did some of those protective things. But as time went on, as I talked to people about this, and I heard some other people who say that things like this had happened to them during the night.
Yes.
I realized that, well, to me, I take it as it was like a test of my faith, and it's only made my faith stronger. And, I'm not afraid anymore.
All right, well, I've got something that will go right with that. Dear Art, back in the early 80s, I was living in the fast lane in Miami, the fast lane. At that time, I knew my lifestyle was morally unacceptable. Nevertheless, I was young and foolish and thought that I had the tiger by the tail, of course. Don't all 21-year-olds think that way. Anyway, as I was drifting off to sleep one night, I saw something which will remain with me for the rest of my life. I awoke to the vision of a face in my darkened bedroom. The face was coming toward me, mouth wide open with teeth showing. The eeriest part of this whole experience was that I could hear kind of an electrical discharge coming from the face. Well, I'm not a particularly religious person, but I did the first thing that came to my mind at the time, began to recite Psalm 23, the one that goes, the Lord is my shepherd, I shall fear no evil. The face disappeared. The sound of an electric discharge echoed in my mind. I jumped up, turned on every single light in the house, didn't go to sleep again until it was daylight. I did not sleep at night for several weeks. Within about a month or two, I had left Florida and began a new life, one that has never caused the face to return, if you follow me. And I thought that sounded similar. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, this is Colin from Wichita.
Yes, sir.
Well, I've got a couple weird stories on that.
Well, give me just one. Your best one.
All right. Well, I guess when I was about, my parents, for some odd reason, when I was a child, every house that we lived in, for some odd reason, had ghosts, or somebody had been killed in it, or, you know, it was something was weird about the house. And this one house that we lived in, me and my sister, our rooms were about 10 feet away from the steps, down to the basement. And our parents' room was at the other end of the house, and, you know, every night we could hear, you know, steps come, or like footsteps coming up, you know.
From the basement?
From the basement.
Not
Well,
good.
and, you know, that was kind of weird, and that scared my sister a lot. Well, and for some odd reason, the ghosts, they loved me for some weird reason. But I remember one night, I don't know, it was really late, but my sister started screaming and yelling, and so my dad comes running out, and she was saying something about something at the bottom of the steps. Well, my dad, you know, he didn't care, you know, he went and turned on the light. And he looked down at the bottom of the steps, and his shotgun was laying at the bottom of the steps with shells laying all around it.
Yes.
Which, you know, he kept it, you know, way away from where anybody could ever get to it.
Sure.
And, you know, locked up and, you know, all that. And it was just laying right there at the bottom of the steps like something was coming after us. And, you know, and this all happened more or less when our parents would fight when we were kids.
Yes.
And so, you know, weeks went on, this and that, and then next thing that happened was when our parents were out to dinner one night, and me and my sister were watching TV in the room, and we heard something in the kitchen. And, you know, we didn't really, you know, think anything of it. We thought our cat knocked something over.
Sure.
You know, just a normal thing.
The obvious, yeah.
Well, we went in, and the knife drawer had been pulled out, and there were knives scattered all over the kitchen floor. I mean,
not good.
Just everywhere.
Yeah.
And, you know, my parents, they never thought anything about it in any of the houses we ever lived in, with anything ever happening. They just blew it off, figuring that it was our imagination, or, you know, that we were just getting into something and just messing with them. But every time, that house was really the worst about it. But after that, man, my sister ended up moving to the other end of the house. My parents moved right by the steps because she couldn't handle it.
Okay, well, what I would tell you is this. Frequently, hauntings, you may have been somewhat mistaken. And it may not have been that you continually moved into haunted houses, but rather that hauntings followed you and or your family. I would consider that far more likely than the very unlikely possibility that you continually moved into haunted houses. Indeed, the haunting probably followed you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning, where are you?
I am in Elyria, Ohio.
Good.
This is Larry.
Okay, Larry, welcome. Do you have a good story?
Yeah, it's regarding my father. He passed away about 10 years, in 1988. Of course, it was the 1st of January. After we buried, the day we buried him, the sun was out, but it was still kind of cold. And he always loved, snow. No matter what kind of day, time of night, he always went to the window and watched the snow fall.
Right.
Well, when we buried him, when we got to the grave site, the sun was shining and it was snowing. So I thought that was kind of nice.
The sun was shining and it was snowing.
And it was snowing.
Okay.
When we buried him. This is more, and then about a week, me and my mom both had a funny feeling. You know, we had a feeling of presence, but we didn't know who it was in the house. So one day, I got up early, and I went downstairs, and there's my dad, sitting on the couch.
Not good.
I kind of stopped. I wasn't afraid. I stopped and I looked at him. I said, "Hi, Dad." He answered me. And I says, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "I just come back to make sure to tell you to take care of your mother." And
After he said that, he got up, he walked into the back room, and he disappeared.
Incredible. All right, well, thank you very much. Story after story after story after story. Can you really ignore them collectively? I don't think so. Is there life after death? Well, keep listening. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. This is Ghost to Ghost AM.
Kingdom of Nye, from east of the Rockies, dial 1-800-825-5033. That's 1-800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, call Art at 1-800-618-8255. That's 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers dial Art at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now again, here's Art.
I am here. This is a special night, as tomorrow night will be Ghost to Ghost AM. And how can you listen to story after story after story without beginning to wonder, even the most skeptical out there? The following from Marcia in Gig Harbor, Washington, says she's too shy to call. On one night I woke up with a start, wide awake. I sat up in bed and looked out into the hallway. I could see the door to my kids' room, and I thought my oldest daughter, then about 10 years old. I saw her wearing a long white nightgown, sleepwalking. Looking back now, she seemed to glide rather than walk. She came toward our room and then turned into the kitchen. I got up to get her and put her back into bed. Went out into the kitchen, into the living room. No one there. Went into the kids' bedroom, and there she was, sound asleep, wearing dark-colored pajamas. Baffled, mystified, I went back to bed and began to forget about it. Didn't say anything to anyone, thinking they would think I was crazy or seeing things, not sure, myself, if I had just perhaps dreamed it. Well, several days later, at about 8 or 9 o'clock at night, I told my youngest daughter, then only 2 years old, go get into bed and get your pajamas on. She ran happily off, only to return a few minutes later, white as a sheet. I sternly said, I thought I told you to get your pajamas on. She looked at me with big eyes and quietly said, I can't. The lady in the white dress won't let me. Well, my heart stopped. I took her by the hand and casually walked back to the bedroom. To show her there was no one there when we walked into the room. Sure enough, there was no one there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Morning, Art.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Montreal, Canada.
Montreal. All right, welcome.
I listen to you every night as I'm driving around.
Excellent.
Tonight I got home a little early and I thought I'd call it. It's not a spooky story per se, but it shows me that there is life on the other side.
Okay.
I was at a Native American church ceremony, which is a grandfather ceremony. It starts at dusk and goes until dawn the following morning.
Right.
And when I come out there the morning after it was over, I walked down by the lake and just wanted to go down and meditate. And as I was down by the lake, it was like a whirlwind came. Not strong or whatever, just like came around me. And as I looked, I seen this young girl coming out of the mist. And as I got closer, I recognized her as my sister. But as she got closer and closer, she started growing up and becoming a beautiful young lady.
Wow.
And then as she came towards me, she just kept on going and smiled. But as she got on the other side of the lake, she turned around and said, "Thank you, I love you, and I'll see you soon." So I got scared out of my wits with that. I ran back to the TP and I told the elder, I said, "Listen, I don't want to die." And he said, "What do you mean?" So I relayed the story to him, and he said, "No, you're not going to die. She has come back to thank you for letting her go to continue her journey on the other side, and for her to say that she will see you soon. To her, there's no time. All she's saying, she'll be there to meet you when you come over onto that side."
Oh, that's quite
this happened, my sister died in 1961, and this happened 2 years ago, so it took me 34 years to let her go because we went through the residential school. And in our culture, the oldest one is to take care of the youngest one.
Yes.
But as kids, we don't understand that too well, and I took that too, that I let my sister down because when we were in the residential school, we made a break for her to escape, and I stole the truck, and as we went down the road, maybe a quarter of a mile, we had a head-on collision, and she died in that accident.
Oh my.
And I carried that guilt and shame and whatever for the next 34 years. And he said, and the way the elder explained it to me is that I didn't let her go until that ceremony. And when I did let her go, she finally started to grow up and continue on her journey the way she was supposed to go.
Boy, do I appreciate that story. Thank you.
You're welcome, Rick.
You take care. From Montreal, Canada. Do you believe? Do you believe him? Do you believe the others you're hearing? Can you really doubt there's something after all of this? Wouldn't it be kind of a cruel joke if there were not? Do we know the nature of it? No. Does it seem sure? Yes. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, this is Scotty from Fairbanks.
Fairbanks, Alaska?
Oh, yeah.
Is it getting cold up there yet?
Right now it's anywhere between 5 and 10 below.
It's getting cold.
Oh, yeah.
All right, welcome to the program.
Oh, yeah, the story I've got, one of my father told me that happened to him when he was about 4 years old. He's 72 now. So this happened 60-some years ago.
Sure.
When he was living in Canada growing up. Him and his couple of his sisters, they were in bed, asleep, 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that, and all of a sudden his one sister took an elbow to his room. Hey, look at this, look at the foot of the bed. And then he looked up and there's this figure standing at the foot of the bed, looking at him. No noise, quiet as a church mouse. Well, he just first looked at him, and the door to the bedroom is to their left, and the wall to their right, which would be in the second story, dropped to the ground. And he would just look at him quietly and turn towards the wall and walk straight through it. And that was our favorite father.
Wow.
And they, to this day, he can't figure it out, who or what.
Well, one thing's for sure. Physical adults in this world don't walk through walls, at least not ones that I know of. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. I lived in California. Well, I live in California now. My name is George. And when I first moved into this apartment, it was a duplex. I had a young couple move in next door to me. At that time, I was 21. And I was kind of scared because the place, I didn't know the area or anything like that. And I went next door to meet the new neighbors, and while I was sitting on a couch, I heard things falling at my house. And I couldn't understand what was going on.
You were sure it was back at your house?
Yeah, because the duplex and our kitchens were on the wall.
I understand, yes.
And so I got up and went back to my house to see what was going on, and things were just coming out of the kitchen cupboard.
Coming out of the cupboard?
Yes, it was literally coming out of the cupboard.
You could physically see them coming out of the cupboard?
Yes. And she came over to see what was going on. And it stopped at my place. It literally stopped. And when I stood there and started picking things up and putting them back in the shelf, she came over and copied me, and it started in her house. And it was getting to it, so for quite a while, we spent our days during the daytime together, because it had really gotten scary. And one night when I was sleeping, I got shook wide awake and was told, get up now and come over here. And I couldn't understand what was going on. I knew I was the only one in the house. And I thought, this is crazy. And I turned the light on, and I looked at the wall, and there was a man sitting. And I thought, who are you? And he said, come here. And I walked over to him, and all of a sudden he just disappeared. Well, it was kind of weird to me because I felt
literally scared to death.
Yes.
And yet I knew he wanted me to do something. And it sounds strange, but it's actually documented in the newspaper. I kept seeing myself in the mirror, and then all of a sudden, I could see his face. And I thought, this is not right. And I pounded on my neighbor's wall. She came over, and her husband came over, and I moved the mirror. I literally moved the mirror, and there was a room behind the wall.
Oh my.
And there was all the guns and knives, bow and arrows, Confederate money.
Really?
Flags hanging all over the wall. And it was I was just kind of freaking out at that point. I'm going, what is this? This is not right. And there was gun cleaning kits. I just could not believe all this stuff.
Yeah.
And the next thing I know, I called the police. Of all the odd things to do, I called the police. And the police come to the house. And they said to me, do you know who lives here? And I said, no. They said, the old chief of police died here. I said, you gotta be kidding me. They said, no. All this stuff belonged to him. And I told them what he looked like. And they said, you don't happen to, are you joking with us? And I said, no. This is what I saw. And after that happened, after they took the guns and knives out of the house, everything stopped. It completely stopped. The stuff stopped coming out of the cupboard. But I moved. I couldn't handle that no more. I had to get out of there.
That'd be me too. Goodbye, that's it. I'm surprised you hung in as long as you did. But at least you, in a way, got an answer to what it was.
Oh, yes.
I really appreciate the call, sir. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, here's one for you. Dear Art, my uncle is a cardiologist, and we were discussing near-death experiences, and I asked him if he ever had clinical experience with any of his patients. I wished for some time I would never have asked that question. He gave an account of a 23-year-old male patient was waiting a pacemaker implant operation. My uncle asked, he was experiencing repeated fading when heart block, conduction failure for beating, suddenly recurred. The periods of unconsciousness were becoming more frequent, suggesting a poor outcome. The patient did experience an NDE, and my uncle documented the patient's account. This is my uncle's exact notes. The patient recounted, quote, you were watching the television monitor to guide the pacemaker wire inside my heart. That's when it stopped. I was blanking out, and then you hit me on the chest saying, excuse me. Then your fist came down like a hammer. I saw that scared look in your eyes. Someone was yelling. Something crashed over to my left, and everybody went crazy. You started shoving on me with both hands, and then I was out of it. I was floating, pitch black, moving fast, moving through a vacuum, as if life never ended, so black you could almost touch it, black, frightening, and desolate. I was all alone, somewhere in outer space. I was in front of some type of conveyor belt, which carried huge pieces of puzzle in weird colors that had to be fitted together rapidly under severe penalty from an unseen force. It was horrible, impossible. I was shrieking and crying. I was deathly afraid of this force. Then I saw a being of light. The wind whistled by, and I rushed toward this beautiful blazing light. As I moved past, the walls of the tunnel nearest the light caught fire. Beyond the blazing tunnel, a huge black lake, but it felt like fire. Something like a burning oil spill. A hill on the far side was covered with slabs of rock. Elongated shadows showed that people were moving aimlessly about like animals in a zoo enclosure. An old stone building was on the right, mostly rubble, with different levels, an opening crammed with people trying to move about. Down the hill, I saw an old friend who had died. The last I recall, they were dragging the river for him. he had been involved with gambling. I yelled to him, "Hi, Jim." He just looked at me, didn't even smile. They were taking him around the corner when he started screaming. I ran, but there was no way out. I kept saying, "Jesus is God." Some way, somehow, I got back as you were putting in the stitches. Obviously, we just heard an experience, an NDE of somebody who did not go to heaven, but went to hell. Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Hi, Arch.
Hello.
This is a scary story, and it has to do with, but it actually has to do with you in a way too. My father died about almost 2 decades ago, and I've always felt real close to him. Over the last few years, I've felt particularly close to him because I came real close to death myself, and I had some neurological surgery, and I felt real close. I felt real, sensed him really close and stuff recently. And it's sort of like I talk to him and stuff like that now and then. And anyway, it was the night that you had James on from.
James on Prague, yes.
Yeah, it was that night. And I think that was right after the transmitter thing went out.
That's right. Yes, oh yes, the famous, infamous Area 51 call.
Exactly. Well, that's what it was. As I said, I sensed my dad and I talked to him all the time. Well, everything that James said that night was stuff like I was just captivated by him. I mean, it was all stuff like, when you know something but you don't know why you know it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it was the whole thing, everything he said was like that, and I thought, I know that. And it was just, and so I wasn't prepared when you opened the lines for the callers. I just wasn't prepared, and I suddenly got all flustered because it's like, I just knew, I felt my dad was with me. I really felt it was fun. And so I said, it's like, I was racing, looking for the phone. I couldn't find the phone. I couldn't find the phone numbers. I couldn't find anything. And it's like, the more panicky I got, the worse I got. And then finally, when I did find everything, I started to dial when the first time. I just dialed, 800 number for West of the Rockies, and it was busy as usual, and I tried that a few times. And then suddenly, it's like I turned back on the radio because I was, want to hear what was going on the radio.
Okay, we've only got a moment.
Oh, really? Can I hold on?
And what happened?
Oh, well, there's a lot more. I mean, I have to, can I hold on? It really is nice. It's a really nice story.
All right, well, it's got to unwind pretty quickly, though. I'll hold you over through the news, and we'll finish up the story on the other side, all right?
Oh, I appreciate it.
All right, hold on, stay right where you are. We're right in the middle of a 2-day fest called Ghost to Ghost AM. From the high desert, I'm Mark Bell.
Taking your calls on the wildcard line at area code 702-727-1295. That's area code 702-727-1295. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Actually, it's Ghost to Ghost AM tonight, and then at least a portion of tomorrow night as well, so don't despair if you've not been able to get in. Lines are going nuts. We're taking ghost stories. The scarier, the better, but only those that are true. There's a reason for all this, because if you listen to the program collectively, it begins to get to the point where you cannot ignore the obvious, and that is that we are more than our physical presence in this short cosmic blink of a mortal life. Anyway, we'll get back to it in a moment. All right, back now to our caller who's going to finish a story for us. Go ahead.
Okay. Where was I now? Can you help me out with this?
Where were you?
Well, I don't want to repeat myself.
Well, you were trying to call me. You were trying to dial me, you said.
Okay, yeah, no, that's right. I was trying to get through to you, and so I tried the 800 number and just got the usual busy. And then I tried that several times, and it stopped. I stopped getting anything. I stopped getting a ring. I stopped getting there was nothing. It was
Right.
so dead.
Right.
And and so I just kept trying that, and the same thing. It never would do anything. And then finally, I just had a sense, and I said, Dad, you hear that? And suddenly I heard these bells ringing in the phone. I mean, this is really true. I heard these bells. And I thought, oh, this is really kind of strange. And so I thought for sure, right at that time I turned back the radio on to see what was going on the radio.
Yes.
So at that point, he was saying how spirits can contact through, they can use electrical phones and electrical sources and stuff.
Yes.
And so when I tried again, I flipped back the radio, and the radio was flipping. Your recording of Call the Wild Card line was on there, but it didn't seem to fit in with what was being said. So I just thought maybe that's a signal. So I tried the wild card line and I called, and during this whole period of time, I was getting very, very strange things on the other end of the phone. In other words, it rang, it wouldn't ring, but not the usual kinds of ringing and not ringing. It was very, very strange. And
okay, we've got to get to it here.
okay, finally, by the very end, when he was off the air.
He is me.
No, when James was off the air.
Oh, James on top, yeah.
That's right. When James got off the air, then I started to dial these same numbers over and over again, and they were all perfectly normal. They responded to the busy signal was there. and then suddenly it was like, wow, after the whole thing was over with and I settled down, you can tell I get so excitable. When I settled down, there was this thing that I remembered, the very first lady who called in, when to talk to James, when they were talking about her person that she wanted to contact, there was this point where James said maybe it's just because it's over the phone or something, but he was having difficulty. He kept hearing this but I kept getting Joseph, Joey, something like that, and something said when you were little.
Okay, listen, you're not coming to a point here. What is the point of this?
The point is, the things that he said were about me, that didn't fit the lady, were exactly about me and my past and my dad. And at the very same time that I was thinking all these things, that's what he was saying. And then after I got off the phone, the point is that there was an old picture that I have of my dad that was always in the drawer, never was anyplace else but the drawer. And as I was walking away after the program was over, I found this right in the middle of the hallway.
Well,
it was my dad.
I see. All right. Well, thank you very much. I don't know how something like that, a physical manifestation of that sort would occur. All right, about 12 years ago, my mother discovered my 11-year-old sister's stuffed animal, an Ewok. Remember those from Star Wars? Return of the Jedi? In the outside trash can. She thought this to be very odd, for it was in mint condition, not to mention very cute. So, Mom brought it back into the house and put the stuffed animal in her bedroom closet. If my sister didn't want it, she figured she'd hang on to it for a while or give it away to someone else. Well, later that night, after my mom had gone to bed, she woke to hear a rustling, scratching sound coming from her closet. This obviously frightened my mother, for it was coming from the exact spot where the stuffed animal was, needless to say. The next morning, it went back into the trash can. Well, this is why I keep my closet doors closed. This is why I don't keep things of the sort in my closet, because everybody knows things like that hang out, and do things in closets. On my international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Phil. It's Ross from the Australian UFO Hotline. I have two matters for you tonight. The second matter is relating to a strange event that happened a number of years ago with emergency services personnel going out to a place in Clayton, Victoria. Some strange events there, but first of all...
Okay, before you get started, where are you in Australia? What part?
We're in southern Victoria.
Victoria, all right.
Yes. That's south of New South Wales and north of Tasmania.
Okay.
Now, you asked me last time we spoke to report back to you on this an amazing fireball event that happened earlier this month.
Yes.
Do you want me to cover that tonight?
No, actually not tonight, because tonight we're doing, as you can hear, ghost stories. So.
Right. Well, we had a report sometime 10 years ago where a distraught family rang emergency services, and the police went out to a place in Clayton, and the family was distraught about this revolving sound that was going around the perimeter of a wooden home, a fairly large one at that, and the police, when they turned up, thought everyone was a bit crazy. They said, look, come in and have a cup of tea and I'll start in 15 minutes' time. And this sound started, and the wall started shaking and bending as the sound was revolving around each of the perimeter walls. And he called other police in and ended up having a whole stack of police there trying to figure out where this sound was coming from. And to this day, no one knows how the sound was produced. It wasn't coming from the outside of the wall. It wasn't coming from the inside of the wall. And it was just one of these strange events.
And the walls were actually buckling?
The walls were buckling, and there appeared to be moisture oozing out of the walls as well.
Oh, I'd be out of there real quick.
Yeah, that place hasn't been occupied since.
And I can understand that.
I'm ringing on the emergency incoming line, and I should go. I'm sorry to cut you short.
That's quite all right. Thank you very much for the call, all the way from Australia, not far from Tasmania. Yes, indeed. If you're outside the country, someplace or another, Australia or Europe, wherever, South America, North, I suppose all the way to the pole, you can reach us internationally toll-free by getting hold of the AT&T operator, the friendly AT&T operator. I don't know how you do that in your country, wherever you are. Ask for AT&T operator, you'll get it. And then ask her to call 800-893-0903. And the call will be free. You will not be charged at all. Totally free from any country in the world. That number again, 800-893-0903. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling you from Shattuck Oaks, New York, which is, believe it or not, the burial ground of the Iroquois Indian. I'm 1 mile away from their burial ground.
Okay.
That is not my story. I was in the funeral business for 7 years and nothing ever happened. Then I divorced my husband and lived alone in this,
Again, you were in the funeral business.
funeral business. They came and went. Huh?
I understand. With your ex-husband?
Uh-huh.
Yes, okay.
So everybody always thought, oh, you have both stories from there. Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing. Well, the story began with it. Two people that was next door to my parents. When I was a little girl, I used to go over there and gather them. And an old lady used to talk to her son. He was dead, and she would never accept it, and her husband was ready to put her away, you know. And then when I had moved back by that house 2 doors away, she died. The year I moved there. And she left me his little chair. So I had the chair in the corner in the parlor. And this one night, it was August 2nd at 10 after 11. This is Eastern time. I was watching the news. And I smelled, it smelled like mold. Okay?
Like mold?
Mold. And this little gray thing about, I'd say 4'2", comes running through limping. Honestly, I never believed in ghosts. And I had a great day, and he started growling, and we ran up the stairs. And I'm thinking my eyes are saying, Trish, I'm tired. And that was that. The next night, my clock at 10 after 11 chimed 13 times. If you go by Army time, you do 1 o'clock.
Right.
Which would be 1 a.m.
Right, 13, well,
Right.
no, 13 times would be 1,300.
Right, 1,300 hours.
Well, okay, that would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, 1 o'clock. Okay. So what happened was, this little thing happened again, same time. Same smell, everything was almost the same. So this time I'm like, this is not, you know, a dream. So I told my mother, and they thought it was nuts. My sister comes over that night with her boyfriend's policeman, and they sat there, and all of a sudden, 10 after 11, it came through again. Only the light bulb, now, you have people call about light bulbs.
Yes.
What happened was it flashed, but the bulb did not break. The cylinder split in half. They ran out. I stayed. I want to get to the bottom of it.
Sure.
Replaced the light bulb. Next night, same exact same light bulb. And when I went into the kitchen, I'm a nervous wreck. I'm ready to move. There's this little book on my counter. It's called The Mechanics of Chocolate Shop. I'm thumbing through it. It's from 1932. Never stopped. Swear to God.
Yes.
It ends on August 26th. It's a little kid's diary of Little League.
Right.
And birthdays. So there's a name there, Roy DeLuca. I write it down. And from the funeral, there's just a lot of ties with the churches. And I went to see the minister first. And he said, see, this sounds kind of odd. Just leave and help me. I went to see a Catholic priest. He says, we don't like to really talk about it. He says, but it is possible. The soul that does not rest.
Yes.
He says, let me come over the following night, which he did. It came through. He says, you have a young child. And I didn't, no. Anyway, he says, you have a young child who was not resting, and there's got to be a reason why, and he didn't know what to do. So I'm thumbing through this book again, and then I found Roy DeLuca. Okay, he lived in the neighboring town of Mechanicsville. I bring the book. This man, he got some things. He said, where did you get the book? And I told him. And he's looking through it, and he said, this book belongs to Bobby Jones. I said, he drowned. God, we were kids. And I said, Jones. I said, my next door neighbor was Sadie Jones, and she died this year. So I go to my mother's next day. I said, how did she die? She said, I don't know. So I don't know what to do. I go to bed that night after all this happened again. And I had a dream of a bicycle with a bent wheel, a little old-fashioned bike. So the next morning, I'm down at City Hall looking through the records. I signed his death certificate. He was an adopted child out of Saratoga, arrived by newspaper. You could buy a kid through the newspaper back then.
Okay, we've got to hurry here.
Yes, I'm trying. So what happened was the father bought him a bike. He rode it down to the river. I caught in a railroad track, slipped in at 6 p.m. They raked the river, and they recovered the body at 1 in the afternoon, the following afternoon. So the priest told me, when he comes back, show him his death certificate. I had a copy. He said, tell him he has to go on. His mother is dead. I did this. He never came back.
Well, that sounds exactly right. Thank you very much for the call. The Catholic Church does not like to admit that these things occur, but any of you who have ever heard Father Malachi Martin, who freely talks of these things, he is an exorcist and has been for a long time, many years. Father Martin will tell you without equivocation that they absolutely do occur. Now, I think that priests who are not used to dealing with these sorts of things are perhaps frightened of them, and perhaps with good cause. But soon you will hear Father Martin on the program again. He is presently writing 3 books simultaneously, so he's pretty busy. But you will hear Father Martin again, and when you hear him, there will be no doubt in your mind, none whatsoever, that evil exists and inhabits the bodies of those who live on this earth, until somebody like Father Martin comes along.
Art Bell is taking your calls in the Kingdom of Nye from east of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. West of the Rockies, including Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, and New Mexico, at 1-800-618-8255. First-time callers may recharge at area code 702-727-1222. That's 702-727-1222. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell. Now here again is Art.
Okay, this is from Pam in Anchorage, Alaska. Art, this is my story. It's a true one. I was a young 24-year-old stationed at Whitman Air Force Base in Knob Nuster, Missouri. I hope I got that right. I was living in an old house that had been remodeled. The house about 150 years old. Now, I'd been living there for about 3 months when one night I woke up because of a terrible stench. It permeated the entire house. The smell, a combination of dirt, rot, and alcohol. It was so bad that it woke me up out of a deep sleep. I got up, went throughout the house to try to find the source, couldn't find a thing. Next night, again, awakened, the same smell. This time, I went across the hall to my roommate's bedroom and woke her up. She woke up asking what the awful smell was. So it confirmed in my mind I wasn't dreaming. The third night, again awakened by the smell, but this time, an old man was sitting at the foot of my bed. He had distinct features, but he was transparent. He smelled of rot, dirt, and alcohol. He just sat there. I was so startled, I sat up in bed, afraid to move for hours until daylight. I went to work the next day, exhausted because of the lack of sleep. I worked with a woman whose father owned the house that I lived in. And so I described the old man to her that I'd seen at the foot of my bed. I told her about the awful smell of dirt and alcohol. She had a strange look on her face as I described it all. She began to tell me about the couple who'd owned the house before her father. They were an elderly couple, married for 50 years. The woman got sick, and he took care of her until she died in the house that I am now living in. The old man became so lonely and distraught that he began to drink, never leaving the house. They found the old man dead. He died in what was my bedroom. This, of course, disturbed me. I had to do something about it because I was not getting any sleep. That night, I resolved to take care of the problem. Again, I was awakened by the smell. There he was at the foot of my bed again. So I looked at him. I told him I wasn't afraid of him. I told him he was dead, and this was not his home anymore. It's mine. I told him I was taking very good care of his old house, and that he needed to leave me alone and go away. He just looked sad, stared at me for a moment or so, and disappeared before my eyes. He never came back again, and neither did the smell. Art, it really happened. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Tish up in Stanaway, Washington.
Hi, Tish.
And I got a story for you.
All right.
I had a 97-year-old aunt 2 years ago died. And the funny thing was, is before she died, we were called up to the hospital that morning. They said, oh, she wasn't going to live. So we all went up there.
Sure.
We all sat around, and of course, she didn't pass on. She kept saying, this is Saturday night. You don't die till Sunday. So we're all sitting there all real nervous, and everybody says, well, you, your brother, and your husband all stay behind. And when she gets ready for that point in time, come get it. Before going out the door, they had taken her wedding ring off, which her husband had made just out of a tube piping. And they'd been married a great many years, you know, Christian people.
Sure.
So they left, and pretty soon the nurse came in, and I usually went over during the day and did my aunt's hair. And this night I laid next to the bed. My brother was reading a passage as I laid beside still waters. And I looked down at her, and I said, you know, this is a hell of a way not to get your hair combed. And she looked over at me, and she drew in this breath. And you have a vein, a jugular vein that goes up and down during your breathing process.
Sure.
It had stopped. And I looked at her, and I said,
can't believe this. You just died on me. So I looked over at my husband. I was really upset. My family came in. And I was distraught over the fact that they had taken her jewelry off of her before she had died, especially the ring. It didn't mean anything. Went downstairs with my husband, cried hysterically, went back upstairs. I wear gold rings on my fingers. I looked down, and the ring that they had taken off her finger was off my finger. It was gone. My ring had disappeared. And I'm checking all over the place. I couldn't find it. So that night we went home, and we had located it. That night we went home, went to bed. Next day got up, was gone. Had a dream that my family was trying to take my jewelry. So, of course, I had swallowed the ring. So, obviously, I'm never going to get this ring back. Next day, they, they're setting up for the funeral, and they said, well, we're going to bury her. And I felt very bad that they had taken the ring in the first place.
Yes, of course.
So I'd taken another ring from out of my jewelry box, and I placed it into her pocket, which at the grave, when we got ready to bury her, ended up in her hands. Nobody knew how it got there. And once their hands are together, they're stiffened. I can't explain it, but they're very hard. You cannot pull them apart.
Right.
The ring was in between her fingers.
Oh, my.
How would you like to wake up to something like that?
No, thank you, but I appreciate the story.
You're welcome. One thing before I go.
Yes.
My husband says, that guy that was on about the submarine?
Oh, yes.
He said, have you ever seen Kristen and Tide?
Oh, yes, of course.
The two stories match very closely.
Well, similar but different.
Yeah, my husband he's too chicken to call you. we love you to death, and we take you all over the world. Have a good night.
Thank you. Take care. That was quite a story. Obviously, that woman had to have that ring. Understandable. I wonder why. After death, we seem to complete things that are uncompleted in life. Last acts. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Well, hi there. This is Janice, and I'm from Oregon, California.
Hi, Janice.
And this story happened quite a few years ago when my family was living in Miami. One day, and my mother, I have to back up to say that she was quite the psychic. And one day, my brother was preparing to go frogging in the Everglades during that night.
Mm-hmm.
And she begged him not to go. She said, please don't go, you can't go. And he said, what's the matter, Mom? And says, there's going to be a plane crash.
Oh, my.
And he was not as much of a believer in my mother's powers as I was, of course. And when his friend came to pick him up to go frogging, she also begged him, please don't go out. There's going to be a terrible plane crash. And sure enough, there was. This was the very famous flight. I believe it was Flight 410 that crashed in the Everglades many years ago.
Oh my, yes, I recall that.
And as you will recall then, if you're familiar with that one,
I am.
it is a haunted airliner.
Actually, airliners of the same airline are haunted by
that crew.
That crew, that's exactly right.
Exactly. Well, this even goes on that it became a book, and then it later on, my father was hospitalized, and he had a very nice crew taking care of him there in the hospital in Miami. And my mother had mentioned to the one nurse, and says, are you going to be on tomorrow as well? And she says, oh no, tomorrow's a big day. She says, we have all the family coming over. We've rented a large TV. They're premiering the movie of the Ghost of Flight. I believe it was 410. And
was either 410 or 401, I think.
401, I think you're right. I think it was 401. And she said, it was, my dad was on that crew. And
well, look, I can add to this. I can tell you, I have friends
in the airline industry, and they will not talk because, you know, it's a good way to end a career.
Oh, yeah.
But they tell me there's no question about it. Stews and crews, pilots, co-pilots, have reported seeing crew members from that flight
Exactly.
on flights, and this has been going on, not told generally outside the airlines now for years. Eventually, when some of these people retire, we'll get the stories. I know some of them, but I promise, you know, it is definitely going on.
Well, I have heard about that when they recovered certain parts and put them into other airlines to recycle different parts that were salvageable.
Yes.
That any plane that received parts from that flight ended up with crew members of the downed plane on it.
Well, I don't have any comment on that, but I thank you for the story, and I can verify without giving details that crew members of that flight have indeed been showing up on current flights. The following comes from somebody who calls himself Bum in Sitka, Alaska. Dear Art, I thought I'd fax you an experience my family had when my father passed away in 1992. The Alaska Native way is to have a 40-day party for the deceased. You prepare their favorite food, drinks, and so forth. My family was cooking turkey and seafood. Approximately, there were about 15 people present. When the root beer came down the stairs, leading into the kitchen, looked as if someone was carrying a single six-pack. Just as suddenly as it occurred, it stopped on the bottom of the stairs. This, folks, is the root beer coming down by itself. We still had things occurring, like kitchen cabinet doors opening, as if someone is getting a cut down, doors opening and closing, footsteps, just the feeling of being close to someone. We're not scared by it, but we believe and understand my dad is still taking care of us. Enjoy listening to you. A true story. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Ah, you're talking to me now. I've been listening you talk to the other people.
That's true.
That's very interesting.
Where are you?
Lynchburg, Virginia.
Lynchburg, Virginia. Okay, go right ahead.
Well, the story I've got me to thinking all these years about the energies involved in life and death processes because I saw a newly formed ghost. I had a partner with me that saw it also. I was a respiratory therapist working in big city hospitals in Houston, Texas at the time.
Yes.
And we were on the Code Blue team. You know, we saw a lot of death, I'm afraid.
Sure.
Hard to say. And this one night, this gentleman came in. He was in his late 60s, early 70s. He was very tall, very, distinct-looking fellow, wearing blue jeans and a black and red plaid shirt. So, I mean, he was going to stand out in the crowd, you know.
Sure.
And he had a heart attack. And we were doing CPR on him. After about 45 minutes, the physicians in charge called it. And my partner and I were cleaning the tubing and all the paraphernalia we used to resuscitate someone off. And we were going out into the hallway in the emergency room, and we looked down into the lobby, where about 20 to 30 members of his family had come, and the doctors were explaining why he died. And when we looked down there, I guess the lighting was just right or something, we could see this guy who just died standing there, waving his hands in front of the faces of all the family members, going from one to the other, trying to get them to see him.
Oh,
And
my.
you could see him mouthing the words. If you could read the lips a little bit, you could see him mouthing the words like, what's the matter with you all? Why are you all crying? It's like you didn't know he was dead. And you could clearly see he was still in that ghostly, see-through kind of image. He was still wearing the clothes that he was still laying in their dead in. So that makes you start thinking about ghost clothing.
How could you handle that?
Well, I just puzzled over it. My little lab partner was a smoker, and she freaked out and lit a cigarette, and she still so freaked out she lit a second cigarette, not realizing she still had the first one lit. And, you know.
I can relate to that.
You need to quit smoking. Yeah.
I know.
It's bad for you.
I know, all right.
Yeah, I know.
I know, I'll be waving at my relatives. Probably with a cigarette in my hand. I'm here. All right, thank you. Take care. That bothers me. That, I've heard so many stories like that. People who don't seem to understand that they've died. It doesn't seem to have registered on them that they've died. Consider how frantic you would be. You're dead, but you don't know it. You're translucent and cannot be seen, except perhaps by a few. Emergency medical workers, doctors, nurses. And I wonder if you finally get to disappear when you realize you're dead. Dog Hardline, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Yes, hi.
Yes, hi. This is Helen from Chicago.
Hi, Helen.
Yeah. Well, my husband died quite a few years ago, and then about 2 years after he was gone, I was watching TV one night, and I was laying on the couch in my front room, and my dog was by my feet, and he seemed to be asleep, and my husband knew this dog well when he was living, and suddenly my dog sat up. He slowly got off the couch, and he sat down in front of this chair next to the couch where my husband always sat. And he started to wag his tail. And then he stood up, and he put his paws on the chair, and his tail was still wagging, and his head went down a little bit, and his ears went back, and he looked like he was being petted.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
And I slowly sat up. This went on for, I'm watching my dog about 5 minutes. And I slowly sat up, and I softly said to my husband, I assumed it was him. I said, Johnny, if that's you, I'm very happy that you're here, and I love you. Then after another minute, then my dog got off from the chair, and he lay down by the chair, and he was looking in the kitchen with his ears perked up, and his head was going from side to side, like my husband was in the kitchen, and he's watching him walk around. And I was really happy. That's kind of spooky, but I wasn't afraid. I was happy. I was sure that my husband was here.
Well, he probably was.
Yes.
I believe these things occur.
Yes.
I really appreciate your call. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Take care. There you go. I believe that, and I, of course, mentioned cats earlier, but I believe that our animals see things we don't. I rather suspect we see things they don't. But I think they have a unique ability to sense or feel or see. I'm not sure which, because I don't really know. But they feel things and know things and perhaps see things that we don't and can't. And so that lady's story makes a whole lot of sense to me. All right. I think we're going to end it here for tonight with regard to Ghost AM. And we are going to continue tomorrow evening. The lines continue to ring relentlessly off the hook. So I know there are many, many more of you with similar stories. And this year, because of the fact that Halloween is actually on Friday, All Hallows Day today, it will continue to be All Hallows Day as I come on the air in some time zones for Friday night, Saturday morning. So if you didn't get in, don't despair. We are going to continue this to some degree tomorrow night. And again, I say to you what I said earlier. As you listen through the evening, some stories better than others, but the majority certainly convincing. Collectively, I find it nearly impossible to ignore the evidence that there is something certainly very significant that lies beyond this very simple and short cosmically very short existence, mortal existence we have on Earth. And it is programs like this, if you listen carefully to them, that will convince you. At any rate, it has, as always, been interesting, and I invite you back tomorrow night for more, if you have the intestinal fortitude for it. So that's it for tonight. From the high desert, I'm Art Bell. Wherever you are, in whatever time zone, or whatever time, or whatever place, good night.
Publication. Hi, Ray. Good to have you on the program. It's been a long time.
Well, nice to be with you again.
I guess the way to begin is to begin, and that is to go back and find out how you begin. How did you meet up with and learn about Ms. Luca?
Well, it was back in 1976, and the Massachusetts MUFON group was looking for a good close encounter of the fourth kind to look into, and Dr. J. Allen Hynek, who was chief scientific consultant to the Air Force's Signed Grudge and Blue Book, forwarded Betty's letter to us. We sent an investigator to talk to Betty to see what kind of a person she was, and then instigated an investigation that lasted between 1977 and 1978, and resulted in a 3-volume, 528-page report for peer review. Betty, of course, was abducted from her home on January 25th, 1967, and underwent a remarkable abduction experience, which is paralleled by many other cases since then.
If I might back up a little bit, when you go and you investigate a case like this or any other, what kind of questions do you ask? Have you learned to ask certain key questions that will help you determine fairly quickly what you've got on your hands?
I guess the first thing we did was do a character reference check on Betty to see if she was of good repute, and that worked out very well. Had her fill out forms and interrogated her as regarding how much she could remember. Basically, all she could remember consciously, and her father could remember, was she was in the kitchen and her children and parents were out in the living room, and a bright orange, reddish-orange light flashed through the pantry window, and the lights began blinking off and on, and then went out. And Betty's father rushed in to see what had happened, and he went to the pantry window and saw a bright light out in the field, and then saw these strange creatures coming toward the house. They really weren't walking, they were sort of floating up and down. They stopped at the window and looked at him, and that's the only thing he could remember, and then they came right through the wall, through the door, and put Betty's family into a state, I guess, for want of a better term, suspended animation, and convinced her to come with them out to a craft that was in the field, which she did. They floated up into the craft, and the smaller craft went up and entered a larger craft, and she was given the typical physical examination, etc. We put her under hypnosis, her daughter under hypnosis. Her father didn't want anything to do with it, but they both relived complimentary accounts of what had happened. We were interested in having her sit down with a psychiatrist and have a psychiatric evaluation, which she did. She volunteered it, actually. She is a very devout fundamentalist Christian, and this was no part of her belief system, and she thought she was going crazy when these memories surfaced. So she actually asked if we could do this, and of course we were pleased because we were embarrassed to ask her if she would like to sit down with someone like that, and she passed in flying colors, and she also took a lie detector test, as did her daughter. When all was said and done, we were convinced at least that she and her daughter believed that this had happened to her. And of course, since then, many of the abduction experiences that have been reported parallel many aspects of her account. This was just the beginning, though. We found that she had abduction experiences way back in childhood as we continue to probe her background. So there was as you said, there were 4 books based on 4 what I call phase investigations between 1977 and 1994, and basically records her experiences.
Okay, Ray, I want to stop you at this point in the investigation and tell you what's coming up, but you really already know about it. I got a panicked call, and I mean panicked, from Bud Hopkins Friday. And he said that Nova is coming out and doing a series on his work and that of John Mack at Harvard. And basically it's going to be a hit piece. And it's going to basically try to rip to pieces the kind of work they've done. Charging false memory syndrome, induced memories by the examiner, that sort of thing. If somebody were to come and examine Betty's case, with regard to the kind of examination done, would they find room to make those kind of charges, or what kind of safety was used in the investigation?
Well, no leading questions were asked under hypnosis. Basically, we just let Betty relive the account and sort of provided some comfort to her when things got real rough. But the basic thing is to not ask leading questions and just let the person relive the abduction account. Now, Betty was like a blank blackboard. I mean, she had no interest in unidentified flying objects, and UFO abductions were fairly unknown back then to most people. So she was I thought she was a good case to investigate because she put a religious spin on her experience.
Yes.
This is all she knew, and she thought, well, this must be something to do with her religion, which I thought was great because she didn't interpret it as an extraterrestrial experience or something like that. So it was like taking a child, really, and probing the mind of someone that really didn't have false memories. A UFO buff that read an awful lot of things about abductions, which of course really didn't exist in those days. The Interrupted Journey had been published and so forth, but again, she wasn't interested. I think that no matter how vigorous UFO abduction research is, and the Allagash abductions, I think we did an excellent job on in documenting that particular case. No matter what you do, there are going to be people out there that are equal in authority to Dr. John Mack, for example, who will take the opposite side. They don't believe it happened, and they start off with a premise it couldn't have happened, so they come up with alternate explanations for it, which is good. But the problem with something like Nova is, and they did this with the UFO phenomenon several years back, they will interview people, and they did, Dr. Hynek, for example. They will take things out of context regarding what they said, and then they will put their own spin on it to come up with their own premise.
Oh, yes. I've got 10 pages from Bud of exactly that sort of thing that they have apparently done. And he's extremely upset. And John Mack, of course, doesn't need this either.
No, he doesn't. And, what they should really do is have each person, tell the audience about their research, what they've done, and so forth, and the pros and the cons, and then let them have it out with each other and have a rather sort of a refereed debate rather than sucking these people into something that they think is going to help their research and then finding out that what they're doing is sort of trying to slam the door on it. I think the abduction experiences have become so well known through a number of TV programs and books like my own and Bud Hopkins and Dr. Mack and so forth, that someone out there, conservative science, whatever you want to call it, decides that something has to be done, so they get, just like they did with the UFO phenomena several years ago, get some psychiatrists together and so forth and put them on Nova, which is a very respected program, and use that as a vehicle to try to squelch all this stuff.
Well, the tip-off, of course, is that it's driven by an agenda. They have decided prior to the program exactly what kind of program they're going to do. And by hook or crook, they're going to make it come out that way.
Yes, it's a shame that Bud and John didn't realize that from the outset and try to get something on paper where they would, I don't know what they did, but make sure that what they wanted to say would be on TV. Unfortunately, they'll editorialize it according to their whim.
Well, that's the problem with television, Ray, is that you can even take something in context and then bring on somebody else with another piece of tape directly behind that person, showing the first to be seemingly ridiculous.
Right.
That's the ability of the cutting room floor. All right, well, you've done 4 books now.
Yeah, there's 9 books, actually. But
well, no, on Luca.
Right.
And my question is, with what you've told me about her experience thus far, that's a lot of material. That's a lot of material. So apparently the follow-up books then look further into her background from that first incident.
Yes. What we did was, the first incident, she relived a needle being placed up her nose and a little BB-like object being taken out of it, and we wondered how that got there. And when the hypnotist tried to find out, she became so upset that he felt he didn't want to put her through that. And so it was just sort of left for a while, and then we went back with a phase 2 investigation with another hypnotist, and he let her go through it. And it happened when she was a 13-year-old. And probing deeper, we found out that it went even further back to an earlier age. So we documented all of that in the Andreas and phase 2. And we get up to 1973, and again, she became so traumatized that we decided not to go any further. And later on, again, we picked it up and tried again, and it was interesting how that happened, but it's a long story. But we picked up in 1973 and Watches 2 and progressed through several abduction experiences that she had.
Ray, you use the term paraphysical a lot. I know what paranormal is. Paraphysical, would that mean a visit of the 4th type in which there was actual physical contact, or you were taken aboard a ship, or what does it mean?
Well, basically, many of the UFO reports that we've been getting over the years involve some very strange, what you might call paranormal phenomena or abilities associated with them. And many researchers don't know what to do with this stuff. They're hardcore, nuts and bolts hypothesis researchers that feel that UFOs are hardware from another solar system. And so a lot of this information just gets tossed out as frivolous or something that has nothing to do with the subject. And I decided that it was time to look at this and publish something on it. Paraphysical basically means something that can behave as if it had mass and weight on one end of the spectrum. On the other end of the spectrum, doesn't seem to have either. For example, you have UFOs that can take right-angle turns with no curve radius. You have UFOs appear visually on radar at point A, and then suddenly sort of disappear and reappear at point B with no flight path between them somewhere, then come back from somewhere, from another dimension or whatever. Then you have UFOs that land, and they exhibit mass and weight. You have tripod marks, quadruped marks. Penetrometers indicate that there were tons sitting on those struts or whatever made the marks. So you have a paradox here. You have something that behaves as if it had mass and weight at some times, and other times it appears that it's weightless. The falling leaf motion, for example, is almost like something that is almost lighter than air. Wobbling, hovering on its axis, bobbing on the air like like a cork bobbing on the water. But there are a lot of other things that are curious about the UFO. You have not only them appearing and disappearing visually and on radar, you have their entities, like in the Andreasen case, pass through solid structures with ease, through walls, through doors. You have them, the entities appear as a ball of light. and then become an entity and then disappear within a ball of light. And these are reports now. I'm saying if you take these things at face value.
Again, in and out. Do you lean toward the other dimension theory?
What I'm doing is investigating that and saying that there's a lot of evidence for this. I know Dr. Hynek and Dr. Valet were coming to this conclusion, and I thought that, where are these people going? Because they were sort of my idols, and I felt that this was nonsense. But entities communicate with mental telepathy. They create, and this is interesting, they seem to create and conduct abductions, not physical abductions, but you have these abductees, for example, taken from a car, a bed, or a field, and see their bodies left behind. And they undergo the same type of abduction experience as someone who has a physical abduction experience. And even more strange is the fact that after being abducted and physically examined in this state of being, they come back to their bodies and you have the same scars. You explain that. And then you have people who have had close encounters like that. There are other types of phenomena that start up that they've never had experience with before. Poltergeist phenomena, OBEs, electrical sensitivity, seeing apparitions and so forth. It almost seems there's a meta-phenomena out there, and that UFOs are part of it, just as OBEs and NDEs and all of this extrasensory phenomena, or paranormal phenomena that are exhibited in throughout the world. So you have these paraphysical attributes of both UFOs and their entities that I think demand attention. If you were studying something, then you don't leave out something because you don't like it or doesn't fit your hypothesis. And I decided to look at the paraphysical attributes of UFOs and entities, and in doing so, I saw that there was tremendous similarities between the close encounter of the fourth kind of abduction experience, especially the OBEs, abduction experiences, and the near-death experience.
All right. That's exactly where we're going to pause right now, Ray. My guest is Ray Fowler, and that's exactly where we're going to pick up. Remarkable similarities, he said, between close encounters of the fourth kind and near-death experiences. That should be very interesting. As is most of what we do on Dreamland, I'm Art Bell from the high desert. There'll be more in a moment. Stay right there. This is Dreamland. I'm not playing the phone number bumper because we're not taking calls right now. Due to the nature of this evening's show and the 3 separate hours that will yet all tie together, we're not, in all probability, until the last hour, I doubt we're going to take calls. You've heard me talk about Raymond E. Fowler, and for a very long time, as many of you know, NDEs, or near-death experiences, have been of great fascination for me. And I am very curious, Ray, what similarities you see between NDEs, and boy, there have been books and thousands of cases, even children, explaining to us what happens when you die. What similarities are there between these NDEs and these close encounters of the fourth kind?
Well, there are some close encounters of the fourth kind, which we call OBE abductions. In other words, abductions taking a person in the out-of-the-body state that are strikingly similar to the near-death experience. Both, for example, are in an OBE state. Both reportedly travel toward a bright light and are greeted by a loving being. And during their experience with this loving being, they experience a oneness with reality. And both sometimes are transformed into light themselves and experience communication by telepathy. Both are sometimes taken to a spacecraft and brought to a world of light called home. And both are very reluctant to leave the world of light when they're there and experience the sense of timelessness. And both return knowing that love is fundamental and very important. Both return with a a concern for Earth's ecological state and seem to indicate that there's a symbiotic effect upon the entities, whether they be the UFO entities or the entities that are met at the end of the dark tunnel in the bright light. So you have all these similarities, and that's from UFO research. Dr. Kenneth Ring reports that he has a number of cases on file that he calls mixed motifs. And these cases involve persons who experience what seems to be a UFO abduction during a near-death experience, just what I found on the other end of the spectrum, and they report being on board the same type craft, the same type entities reported by abductees.
Huh.
And so it's like he had this mountain of research that he's working with on NDEs, and I'm on the other end of the mountain, and we're sort of tunneling through there, and all of a sudden we bumped into each other in the middle of this mountain of NDE and UFO research, and I find it very startling myself when I found these similarities. And
well, you said they were concerned about our ecology, and you said there was a symbiotic relationship, and we're always looking for motive with regard to UFOs and abduction experiences. Motive is very important. Cattle mutilations, all the rest of it, whatever's going on. Could it be, Ray, that our fate, or put more appropriately, their fate, is in effect tied to ours, and so they have a natural concern?
Well, what seems to be going on, and this is so far out that I hardly even dare talk about it. But if you take everything at face value, we really haven't got that much time to go into detail.
Right.
It would almost seem that those abduction experiences involving physical examinations and things like that may not be specifically genetic engineering at all. It almost looks like we are being bred like we would breed a herd of cattle. In other words, people being tested, examined, and so forth for something else that's coming. In a nutshell, I would make an analogy like this, that we have a dragonfly larvae, for example, that lives in a water dimension. And later on it transforms into a dragonfly that lives in a totally different air dimension. And I hypothesize, and this is just a summary statement, that perhaps the dragonflies are the entities, and they're returning to care for and warn the larvae of humans that they are polluting the pond, the earth, so badly that the larvae's existence is in danger. No more larvae, no more dragonflies. And this would explain the abduction NDE similarities. The entity's very concerned about Earth's ecology and its attempts to monitor and preserve the human form for the next plane of existence. In other words,
that's very good.
We are they. And
they are us.
They are us. And no more us, no more them.
All right. Well, that does say it. Let's work with that for a second. And then how does that mix in with people's religious concepts? Or in your research, do you try to separate as carefully as you can religion from research? Or is it...
I try to be religion neutral in my research. I only get involved with it with Betty because she interprets her experiences within a religious context. But they told Betty that human beings, let's just go through a few things they told Betty. They told Betty that human beings were more than flesh and blood. They told her husband Bob that the human form would continue in another existence after death, and they indicated that humans will someday know the universe as they do, and these entities and the UFOs appear to enter our space-time from a dimension that may even coexist with ours. For example, when someone has an out-of-the-body experience, they are here, but no one sees them. They can't interface with what they see, and people who are left behind in what you might call a physical world can't see them either. So that's the only other dimension that humans routinely experience, is during an OBE or an NDE, which even goes further. So this dimension may be where the UFOs and entities originate, and this would explain the similarities between humanoids seen in both NDEs and UFO abductions. You know, scientists say that the humanoid form is unique to Earth, and if that's true, this is another indication that we're related to some of these humanoid Nordics that look almost just like us. In fact, Betty was told that the small grays were genetically altered human penises. So UFO entities assume other humanoid forms that appear to be, in fact, I don't think most people don't believe what I even said. This whole hypothesis is based on a what-if situation, but all you have to look at and read in the newspapers, the TV, you see the countless rivers and streams of ponds are dead and slowly dying.
Oh, yes.
You have acid rain, you have dioxin rather, producing changes in reproductive and immune systems of animals. They told Betty that eventually mankind was going to become sterile. So you have all of these different things that are going on. The sperm count of men, for example, has fallen dramatically over the past 50 years, according to a number of studies.
Ray, there was an article in the New Yorker magazine last month that said sperm counts are falling so precipitously that it is possible they could go to zero within one generation.
Yeah, you've got global warming reducing the amount of plankton. For example, plankton is at the lower end of the food chain for all living things. You've got radiation from ozone layer disruption. You can go on and on and on and on. You would think that we wouldn't have to be told, but if there is a symbiotic connection between them and us, and there is some prime directive which we have, and NASA has, if we were to meet other life forms, that they have some prime directive where they only can do this or that.
That's a good point.
I don't know. As a UFO investigator, I'm a reporter, and I report, and this is the first book that I've really speculated anything like this. And I never thought I would get to the point where I'd even consider something like this, but it's starting to all fit together. And again, I insist in the book, and if I talk to people, it's based on a what-if premise. If OBEs, NDEs, and OBE abductions are real, valid experiences, and the reports coming from abductees are real, then this is what you come up with. It's not what I wanted to come up with,
Sure.
but this is what I come up with.
How have your colleagues greeted your latest effort?
They're very silent. The people who are involved in NDE research, I think, are pleased. Dr. Kenneth Ring, for example, is very pleased, and he's sort of the father of NDE research, the Dr. Hynek of NDE research.
Sure.
And interestingly enough, John Carpenter, who's the head of our abduction research, our consultant and MUFON, wrote a nice blurb for the book. So I am getting some interesting and positive response for some UFO researchers, but some are completely silent. I think they're sort of stunned. They're saying, where is father going? Along with Dr. Hynek and Pillay, you see.
Well, maybe that's bringing this Nova kind of business at us now. The fact that so many of you are following trails, bravely I might add, that lead into writing books like this that are risky.
Yeah, well, just the abduction experience, the physical abduction experience, will probably be the only thing that's really dealt with on the NOVA program. They probably wouldn't even consider dealing with the paraphysical side of the UFOs. The American Association for the Advancement of Science at one time allowed parapsychology in as a science, and that only lasted a few years, and they now have dismissed that as a science. So unfortunately, we've been programmed from childhood by conservative the scientific method, I guess, and religion and philosophy and so forth is regarding what can and what can't be, and it's just like a transponder on the aircraft. If an airplane doesn't have a transponder, you know, the control tower operators and the radar operators just don't bother with it.
That's true.
And we're sort of programmed that way, you know. If someone says they had an out-of-the-body experience to another person, that person will say, well, those things can't happen. And so you have all these people having these experiences, but they keep quiet about it because they aren't supposed to happen.
You describe in your book death, the experience of death as the ultimate abduction. What does that mean? The ultimate...
Well, that would mean that death, in other words, would be the same as an OBE abduction, but you would stay where, instead of being sent back. I mean, it'd be the same thing as an NDE, but it would be the final abduction, if this is true. If the human form is growing what comes out of us when we have an out-of-the-body experience, for example, if the human form produces a humanoid form that exists in another dimension, then that essence, or whatever you want to call it, is taken in the OBE abduction, but it's very similar to what happens in the near-death experience. Now, these people are sent back. We don't know what happens, the people that don't come back, but the similarities are so striking between them. It would seem that there is a definite connection, between them, and that at their death, it would be similar to an OBE abduction, going through the same type of thing as an NDE, but you don't come back. And as I say, it'll be the ultimate abduction.
There are very many similarities, and what have you concluded, if anything, about the nature of death itself? Do you remember the movie Flatliners?
Yeah, I started to watch it one night on TV, and I got interrupted and never saw the end of it.
Well, the concept was interesting. You know, the story got a little wild, as they tend to do with the license they have. But it was very, very interesting in a bunch of young doctors taking each other, with agreement, to death's door, physical death. And then, of course, having all the facilities and the other doctors there to revive them, to find out exactly what is on the other side. Has anybody actually ever, that you know of, Ray, experimented with that kind of thing?
Not that I know of. It's never been made public that they did. What is interesting in some of these abduction experiences is that these people are trained. They're trained on consoles and things like that. You say, well, what are these people being trained for? They certainly aren't being trained for something now. Then you have a number of cases where the entities actually know when humans going to die. I mean, they told Betty, for example, her two sons were going to die, and 2 days later they did. And I remember her coming to my house, feeling very, very depressed because something was on her mind and her subconscious, and she didn't know what it was, but something terrible was going to happen. And I can remember, I even recorded this. She was crying and said that something terrible was going to happen, and we've been working with her during the investigation, and I tried to calm her down and say, well, it's just this investigation, I think, just getting to you. And then she called me up about a day and a half later, and her two sons had died. Well, under hypnosis, she was told this, relived an experience where she was told this, and it was there, but she didn't remember. I have another report that where someone was told that someone was going to, several reports that where these entities during the UFO abduction experience were told that so-and-so was going to die, or this person was going to die, and lo and behold, they did. So again, you have this connection with death, or either that or precognition. It's getting very, very strange, this whole thing, and this paraphysical side, the other side of UFO research is not getting too much attention, and basically because it's so bizarre. I mean, just the abduction phenomenon is so bizarre that a lot of people don't want to deal with it. But when you get to this other side, which seems to be left out of the reports, it gets really bizarre, and it's very hard to articulate, myself to you and to your radio audience these things, because they seem to be so far, far out. I never thought I'd ever be talking like this.
Okay, Raymond, where from here? How does this line of investigation now proceed? If anything, it probably gets weirder. What method of continuing investigation do you see occurring?
Well, I'm hoping that people within UFO research know me and for some reason have some respect for me. Or they're going to think, I've gone off the deep end, or they're going to say, hey, he's right. We should start documenting some of this other stuff and see where it leads us to. And this is science. You have your peers review your work and say, well, let's look at some of these reports and let's not ignore all of this stuff that's coming out, and let's see if what he says has any merit to it. What I'm hoping it will be is a catalyst for the nuts and bolts hardware enthusiasts out there to say, hey, we're just looking at one part of this, let's look at the other side too, otherwise we aren't looking at the whole phenomenon. It's like the blind man trying to describe an element. No one describes the you know what I mean?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, it
so
is. And
you're very much out on the edge. And
fringe.
Fringe, and as you say, your colleagues are at the moment silent. Do you think they are just absorbing what you have said, or afraid to comment on it, period?
Really don't know. I'm just glad that the director of abduction research from UFON on the board of directors with me put a nice blurb in my book, and it was complimentary, and I thought that was good because he was chosen for that position because of his prestige in in the area of abduction research. So, and then you have on the other end of the spectrum Dr. Hynek of NDE research approving the work too. So, but I've been in there so long, and I really don't care about reputation as long as I'm trying to do what I feel is honest and objective work, no matter where it leads. People can think what they think now. I'm 62, and who cares?
I know, that's the nice thing about getting a little older, isn't it? I notice the older you get, I'm the same way. I'm almost to the point where I'm going to say what I want on the air, to hell with it. So I'm glad you're there, and I look forward to following your work. And as you know, we're going to talk with Betty Luca next.
Right, give her my regards. And next year we'll have the Andreessen Legacy, which will try to put more of this together.
Wonderful. I really appreciate you having come on the show. I know how busy you are. Raymond Fowler, thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
Take care. That's Raymond Fowler, author of many, many, many books, the latest of which is The Watchers 2, written all about Betty Andreessen Luca. And guess who's next? That's right, Betty Andreessen Luca. Coming up next, right here on Dreamland. One of the most famous abduction cases in all history. We'll be back. Good evening across the country, now 171 affiliates strong. This is Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. And I'm sure the rest of you felt as this faxer does about Raymond Fowler. Simply, Art, here's one ufologist who is with Ray Fowler. I always appreciate his willingness to move forward, and he certainly has done that. A number of books now, the latest, Watchers 2, all about the Betty Andreessen Luca affair, and we are privileged to have with us in a moment Betty Andreessen Luca and her husband Bob, and he'll corroborate some of what she has to say. All coming up in just a moment. 2, 3. Now, off we go to speak with, I hope we're connected well, Betty Andreessen Luca and her husband Bob. Are you two there?
Yes, we are. Hello to you, and hello to all your listeners.
I know Raymond Fowler was in Boston. Where are you?
We're in Virginia right now.
In Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you certainly are the subject of many, many, many pages and books now by Ray Fowler. And so I guess we would ask you to first describe, as best you can, your own words, the latter experience, the big experience that you consciously remember without the aid of hypnosis.
Well, the very first conscious memory I had was of the 1967 encounter, and I was at home with my 7 children. My mother and father were there with me, and suddenly the lights went out, and there was a reddish-orange pulsating light in the backyard. It was coming through the pantry window, and as I said, there was silence, and beings entered my home. And from there, we went into the living room, and it was an exchange of books. That was my first conscious recall of a UFO encounter.
Was that fully conscious? In other words, you weren't saying, I've got to pinch myself, am I dreaming, am I asleep?
No, that was fully conscious.
Fully conscious.
Mm-hmm.
Such an encounter would, well, of course you never know until it happens, I suppose, but I would think I would be stiffened with fear.
Well, my faith helped me there. Without my faith, I think that I probably would have passed out, but it seemed to be angels entering my home.
Mm-hmm. You are a devout Christian.
Yes.
Are you still a devout Christian?
Yes, I am.
What do you think these beings represented?
Well, for me, I believe that they represent more in our spiritual realm, even though they in the physical also. Man is made of body, soul, and spirit, and we deal primarily with our physical being and once in a while with our emotional and soul part of our being. But our spiritual part, we somehow have eliminated, and this is the whole person, body, soul, and spirit. And I believe now we are coming to a point where the spirit, our spirit, is going to have to open up and recognize who we really are. And these beings are coming to the forefront for us to realize who we really are.
Dr. Raymond Fowler said that he thinks they're trying to get us a message with regard to the way we're treating Earth.
Most definitely, yes.
Most definitely.
Yes.
I will ask you what I asked him. Why, if that is the case, if there is a symbiotic relationship between wherever they are, another dimension or space or planet or whatever, and here, and that relationship is a critical one for them, as if we foul where we are, in some way they are fouled, then why take such a circumnavigating route to try and get the message to us through Betty, through anybody else? Why not land on the White House lawn and simply let the message out?
Well, I don't think that they deal in I think they want man to still have his free will and choice. And this is why I believe they are visiting the thousands of people all over the world. And as far as landing on the White House lawn, I don't think they're interested in just the political scene.
All right. Your husband Bob is here, and I've left him out so far. Bob, how long have you two been married?
Since 1978.
78. How do you feel about all of this that has happened? I mean, you've been with Betty now all this time, a very famous abduction case, and I'm sure you've talked to her for many, many hours and long moments and short moments about all of this. What have you concluded?
Well, originally I had several of my own abduction experiences before I met her. And I am basically a nuts and bolts type person.
Mm-hmm.
I had to admit to the physical reality of the phenomenon when I experienced what I did in 1967 also before I met her. I had a lot of trouble in accepting the spiritual aspect of the phenomenon because I basically, my mind said it was very hard for me to understand.
Are you a religious person?
I am now a Christian, yes. However, at the time I met Betty, I had no particular religion and hadn't had for probably 25 years.
Well, you know, it's funny, this is for either one or both of you, but Christians who listen to the kind of show that I'm doing right now and the kind of thing that you're saying right now become greatly offended, generally become greatly offended, and they say, these people are being fooled, these beings, or whatever it is they call them, are certainly not from God. They are, if anything, from the devil. You're tampering with forces and things that you know not.
Mm-hmm.
How do you two react to that?
Well, I mean, you know, each person can make up their own mind, and I realize that the Christians, many of the Christian people have a view that they are demonic. However, if they really studied the Word of God, they would see that also the good is visiting us. I mean, the angelic beings are still speaking to mankind. It did not end at the New Testament.
So, what we're getting now then is a continuation of instruction from the New Testament?
I think that God continues to speak to us. Of course, the Christian view, where Jesus finished all things, I believe this. Yes, he has finished all things. But it does not mean that the spiritual and physical has ended, where we do not have communication with the angelic host.
What can you describe for us, Betty, as best you're able to, what these creatures look like?
Well, the tall elders are have white hair, very pale skin, pale blue eyes, high cheekbones, and they were in white robes, did not have any shoes on at all. And the smaller ones, which they said were watchers, were about 3 to 5 feet tall, had very large heads, gray skin, and had very large black eyes. I was later told by the elders that these gray watchers were their remote imaging surrogates, and they were connected to them through bioelectric mind projection.
So, in other words, these are a combination of biological, they're beings and machines.
They're right. They're spiritual and physical. And I think that the grays are being used by the elders, perhaps because of the pollution on Earth or the ultraviolet light. I think that they are using them to do the particular work of watching the Earth and mankind, because the watchers did say that they were caretakers of nature in all natural forms.
Did you see the Roswell crash film, Betty?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any creature that looked like that?
Well, it was similar, but the beings that I have been involved with were slightly different. They were not as thin and willowy as those. They were more, I'd say more like a child, but a robust child.
In what manner did they communicate to you?
That was through mental telepathy, through the mind. But the elders spoke directly to me.
As in out loud?
Pardon?
As in out loud?
Yes, yes.
Was there any specific message that they wanted you to bring back? I understand there were some experiments performed on you, medical experiments?
Mm-hmm. The watchers said that man would become sterile, and with the population explosion, you wonder, well, how could that possibly be? But there has been a lot of information collected by the medical field that is showing that.
I know.
You know, yes.
There's a New Yorker magazine article, as I told Raymond, suggesting that the sperm count in man is dropping worldwide at a pace that, should it keep up, will go to 0 within 1 generation.
Mm-hmm. And we see all the problems with the different viruses that is just running rampant and so forth. So, I mean, there is so much that is involved here. Also, the chemicals that have been used on our produce and everything, the ground is saturated by it, and that can be picked up in the DNA of people from all over the world. It shows that what happens is the chemicals break down to estrogen, and it's causing a problem and possibly sterility in certain people.
Or perhaps in many people.
Mm-hmm.
That then may account for I'm always looking at motivation. Everybody tries to figure out what it is they're doing. Perhaps these experiments are designed to simply monitor the degree of deterioration in us. Could that be?
yes, that's quite possible. The biopsies that are often, like scars, often seen on abductees, it may be that they are checking what is going on in our system due to pollution and nuclear waste being emptied in the water or air.
Did you ever, during this whole process, doubt your own sanity?
Yes, very often, because it was so fantastic what I was going through, and in the very beginning I was very fearful of it, and one of the investigators came to me and said that I wanted to stop because it seemed like science fiction, and he pleaded with me not to stop because he wasn't supposed to say anything, but much of what I was experiencing was happening to people worldwide, and I had no knowledge of the UFO phenomena at the time.
Well, being a devout Christian, I would have guessed that you would have run to your church. Did you do that?
I ran to the Bible, and of course I had been reading and studying the Bible for many years, and then when I realized that I was having these encounters, I asked Jesus, what is this? Why am I going through this? What is happening? And I began to look into a lot of the prophetic books and could see that the Ezekiel's wheel was quite possibly dealing with the UFO phenomena, and many other parts in the Bible show that it is UFO connected.
Well, again, I take it you were and probably are now church going?
Well, at this point, we have just moved from Connecticut to Virginia, and there is a church we are looking into going to.
Well, what I'm curious about is how other Christians, your friends, your associates, so forth, reacted to your story, which is now world famous, and so everybody knows it.
Well, most of the people that we've come in contact with, Christians, they've been very nice. I have hundreds of letters from other Christians that write to me and tell me about their experiences, but they dare not speak them out loud in the church or even sometimes to their minister.
That's interesting. Did the elder group that spoke with you tell you what was going to happen, or just what was going to happen if we didn't straighten out, or how much information did you actually get from them?
Well, the elders told me that they were masters of rings, cycles, and orbs, and that they were ambassadors of O. Now, this is hard to explain. I really couldn't understand everything that they were telling me. However, at one point of an experience that both Bob and I had, and this was in Meriden, Connecticut, we had a small cottage. At one point, we recalled a whirring sound over our bedroom, and it seemed as if Bob did a doppelganger. In other words, he was in two places at one time. And he was at the bed taking off his socks. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and suddenly when the whirring started, I turned around to look at him, and as I did, he came out of himself. He was in two places at one time, rushed to the door, stood there, and looked astonished, turned around, and went back into himself. And we discussed it just a short period of time, and then let it go. Well, it was years later under regressive hypnosis. We thought that was it. And years later under hypnosis, we realized, more information came out, that we were taken out of our bedroom and up into a craft. And at that point, a very unusual thing happened where I turned into a light being, and there were other light beings there. And at that point, Bob was taken on another side of the craft, and I could see him. There were two elders standing side by side on both sides of him. And they took him into another room. And this time, when we went
went under regressive hypnosis, Bob recalled certain information, and there were messages in that he might be able to tell you.
Bob, did you recollect it roughly the way she has just explained it?
Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly. I just thought it was a very strange incident until undergoing regressive hypnosis. The thing is, this was the particular incident that made me open my eyes to the spiritual aspect of the whole phenomena, because I did see Betty change into where the color just drained off, or became what I call lightning, out of the form of a human being, but having no distinct features. You could see almost through her as the others that were on the other side of the craft with her.
All right, Bob and Betty, hold it right there. We'll be back to you both after the break here at the bottom of the hour. Betty and Reese Luca and her husband Bob back in a moment from the high desert. You're listening to Dreamland. I'm Art Bell. That occurred during my program last week. I've got another one for you now. Not quite as big, but certainly a strange place. A 6.4 earthquake has just occurred in a remote region of the mid-Atlantic Ocean. The quake centered about 500 miles northwest of Ascension Island along the mid-Atlantic Ocean Ridge. That's absolutely incredible, and it is a place there ought not be an earthquake, but they just had it. And they show it roughly between the jutting edge of South America and Africa. It is a remarkable place for an earthquake to have occurred. And by the way, the follow-up information on the 8.2 is that there were many people killed. Dozens of people were killed. And an island was just about flattened. And the regular media began to finally catch up with that story about a day late and millions of dollars short. Betty and Bob back in a moment. For the past several months, everybody at the by the way, check them out on the internet at www.maxinet.com/UFO News. Hope you've got that address. They're hard to get. All right, back now to Betty and Bob. Luca and hi to you both again. And Bob, I think you were saying you saw your wife turn into pure light.
Right. I'm gonna run through this rather quickly. What happened was she was on the opposite side of the craft. He had joined a group of people in these light beams, and it looked to me like they were playing a game, throwing back geometrical form, rolling up into a ball of light, and so forth. The next thing I knew, a door had opened behind me, and there were two tall beings that took me into a room and began to impart information to me. First off, I was told that the people on the other side were going through a learning process to advance their knowledge on another plane, that I was not there because I was not advanced enough spiritually, and I'll fully agree to that. That it was a privilege for me even to be there. From this point, I was given information regarding the spirit. I was told, and again, this is a very brief version, that the spirit transcends time and dimension. The ultimate goal is to come closer and closer to the Creator. That our life experience is recorded from birth to death, including our deepest feelings and emotions, as well as our physical activities. That illness, sorrow, and distress actually serve a purpose in the larger order of things that is not readily apparent to those of us on this plane of existence. And that evil, and this was a surprise, that evil, although the negative aspect on the earthly plane is necessary and it can serve the purpose. Now, this might be oversimplifying it, but basically we're all given a free will by the Creator. And all of us have the ability to do good or evil. It's our choice. Now, here's another thing that I was told that mankind are advancing rapidly as far as technology, but are developing far behind spiritually. And they said that we are developing things that are harmful to ourselves, as well as our home planet.
Right.
And one thing that comes to mind, I'm sure many of your listeners are familiar with, is Project Heart.
I did, as a matter of fact, the show I did Friday night, Saturday morning was with Dr. Nick Begich, and we spent 5 hours on Project Heart. So, yes.
Okay, I have one question regarding Project Heart. Now, they're playing with the ionosphere, and if they are wrong, if they misjudge, and destroy the ionosphere. That can adversely affect every human being on Earth. My question is, what gives them, or any government, the right to even think of experimenting with this?
I have no idea. We spent a lot of time on that exact question Saturday morning, and I have absolutely no idea. It's not just there either. We're experimenting genetically. For example, there was in San Francisco recently, announced after the fact, a young man with AIDS was given a baboon's immune system, or they tried to anyway. And I have great compassion for those with AIDS, but I would have liked, it's kind of like they gave us a story and they said, well, here's what we've done. Yes, there may be repercussions for mankind should a disease be transferred, but we think the risk is minimal. Well, I wish somebody had asked me before they did it.
Exactly.
In the long run, we all pay for it one way or another.
Well, that's right. And there's another concern I've got. There's something going on in this world now, summing it briefly, that I call the quickening. And you heard the earthquake report I just read.
Right, yes.
And the big earthquake in Indonesia, the big one north of Japan before that. Something is arguably going on.
Well, I think it is something to do also with the HARP project, even though they say no, it isn't. I think that the extremely low frequencies they're sending out are getting into the electromagnetic sphere that surrounds our Earth. And already a portion of the Antarctica has broken away some time ago. So, I mean, and I think it's the scale waves caused by this probably entering the magnetic poles and going down into the core and causing a lot of the eruptions on the Earth.
Well, let me tell you, Dr. Begich said that he has got a document which says that NASA was able to detect a symbiotic relationship during a large Alaskan earthquake in the ionosphere. Now, when you think that one over a little bit, and then you begin considering shooting a hole in or heating up the ionosphere, I don't know if it sounds like such a good idea.
Right. No, it causes a lot of strange storms and also a lot of electrical storms where people are seeing bright lights and so forth. I think this is being caused not by the UFO phenomena, but because of the HARP project.
Also, they mentioned that the Project HARP, they could use it to bounce X-rays off the ionosphere into the Earth to see if enemy countries are hiding below the surface of the Earth, nuclear weapons and so forth. So my question again is, what happens to the people that happen to be standing between the surface of the Earth and the ionosphere?
That's exactly the question I asked Saturday morning. In other words, to get into the Earth, it's got to pass through us.
Right. And we resonate at 8 hertz, and these extremely low frequencies can cause even death. Can cause cancer, can cause the mind to, go haywire. So, I mean, it really is extremely dangerous.
Well, you would think that as we get closer to Project HARP cranking up the really big power, or other conditions worsen, the incidence of rings or messages from those people that talk to you would increase. In other words, they would become increasingly concerned as we keep going in the wrong direction.
That's right.
I think that has been happening by the number of new people that you see entering the phenomena that are finally coming forth and telling their stories that are well documented by credible people. I think you are seeing more and more of that.
Do people tend to come to you with their stories?
Yes, they do, because they can't talk to anyone else. And I have thousands of letters. So does Ray Fowler have boxes and boxes of letters from people all over the world describing their encounters and experiences which they cannot talk to their family or their clergy or anyone. They feel as if they'd be ridiculed. And because we have experienced these things, they have written to us and told us about them. At least it gets them off their chest.
And many of these people are highly credible. They're taking these doctors, psychiatrists, military. I've spoken personally to people from from every branch of the military, Air Force, Marines, Army, that have had experiences and so forth, and they can't really put their name to a statement because that's for obvious reasons. There goes pension, jail, whatever.
Sure. Oh no, it ruins reputations, and if you've got a position, you're a pilot, for example, you dare not report a UFO.
That's right.
Pilots just don't do that. Even sometimes with everybody in the cockpit having seen it, and they still will not report it, and I cannot say I blame them. Now, Raymond Fowler is doing a lot of research that is beginning to go down a kind of a different avenue that melds together the physical abduction experience with NDEs, or near-death experiences, with many similarities. Would you agree with that? Do you think he's on the right track?
Yes, I do. I think that, again, it is the spiritual part of our being, and every one of us are going to face that at the time of our demise.
Apparently some of us prior to as well.
That's right. That's right. And I think that being brought back is allowing people to see that there is life after death.
Do you have any guesses about its form?
Pardon?
Do you have any guesses or information about its form? That, in other words, after death, do you think that we will meet with the elders? Do you think we will see these people, or do you think it will be an entirely, perhaps the soul just taking a different road?
Well, I think that positively there will be light, and I believe that Christ will be there for us.
Do you think that Christ and God preside over worlds of beings?
Most definitely. And I believe that Christ is within every person that is born. The Lord says in the Word of God that the light is within each person that is born on earth. So I believe that each one of us have the Christ presence. However, it's what we choose that either allows the Lord to live within us or dies.
What sort of challenge did you go through mentally, Betty, trying to fit all this together, your devout Christianity, with this experience that would seem for a minute to conflict with it?
I had a very difficult time at first, especially because of family and friends, they being Christian also. But it was happening to me. I had to face it, and as I said, it was difficult. And I, of course, went to the Word of God and looked upon Jesus' words that he said, greater things shalt thou do than I have done. And it's hard to imagine how we could have greater things happening to us than that, what our Lord has gone through. Also, a lot of the Christians feeling that this phenomena is demonistic, they must realize the opposite side is still there, which is the angelic host.
Sure.
And both are at work for their master.
Without some change in direction, do you have any idea how long it will be before some catastrophic event sort of does a reset, the way you do when you push a reset button on your computer?
Well, a lot of people are feeling the year 2000, but I don't feel that. I feel that we will go through a lot of troublous times and a lot of terrible things with wars, of course, like the Word of God has said, wars and rumors of wars and upheavals and weather conditions and so forth, all before it happens. But I don't feel as if any person can name the day or hour that it will finally be finished.
Well, we certainly have been having strange weather. You moved from Connecticut to Virginia, and I'm sure Virginia this year probably feels like Connecticut.
It does this year.
I think we took it with us.
Exactly.
We need to go further south or west.
Well, you'd have to go a ways because they have freeze well down into Florida.
Yeah.
And my mom lives on out at the end of Long Island, and they have never seen a winter like this.
Right.
So, has it begun?
Well, I think that it has been, all the troubles that have been happening all over the world, it already has begun, yes, these last times, and troublous times, but I don't feel as if the end is going to happen like many people have been predicting in the year 2000, because our calendars are just not that accurate.
All right. One of you, I think it was you, Bob, said something earlier about there being a reason for humans to suffer.
Right.
Now, there are many people with very debilitating, painful diseases that are terminal. And I've had discussions with people close to me that I love, not because I have a terminal disease, just as an academic discussion.
Yeah.
And I've said, you know, if I had a terrible, terrible terminal disease, why, I just might take the easy way out. And this person who will go on me and said, oh, no, you're meant to go through that. You must.
That's right.
You must go through that.
That's exactly correct.
It is. Why?
Okay, it's like, how can I put it? In other words, as I said, everything is recorded. And as far as pain, sorrow, and distress, if you're looking at it from the earthly viewpoint, from our viewpoint, this is, my God, this is terrible.
Right.
If you're looking at it from the big, I hate to use the term, but the big picture, okay?
That's fine.
What it is a testing of the spirit, of the will, and this will advance you in the next plane. Well, it's hard to look at here when you're hurting real bad, you know?
And not only that, it is all the people and families involved with the individual that might be going through a terrible time. It might be those people, it's their time to pray for them or look after them. It may not only be the person that is suffering, but those around them that have lessons to learn from them. And love especially. Love is the greatest of all. And what's so sad today, there are so many children and adult children that have their parents in rest homes where really they should take that responsibility themselves.
Well, one of the things I think with our whole society in particular is people over the years have forgotten how things have gotten too easy. People have forgotten how to be responsible for themselves and their actions. And this in the long run is very important.
On balance, as you two look at humankind's progression or deterioration, depending on how you look at it, are we beginning to correct the path we're on, or do you think, and I've used this metaphor so many times, that like the airplane that's halfway across the Atlantic, it goes past the point of no return? Do you think the little red light in the cockpit that says point of no return has already come on?
Well, my wife and I think differ on this. As mankind as a whole, I don't think that we're going to make it. I think that small numbers will. But I really don't, as mankind as a whole, no. I think that we're really...
So the little red light's on. And Betty, I take it you're half full glass on that.
Well, I feel that there will be many that will show that love, that will find the truth and the light and the Lord, and will help so many different people. And in the UFO phenomenon, there are many people that are feeling, because the reason for their abduction or encounter is because in the latter days that they will come together and they will be able to help others. I believe also that, like Bob said, the greed is there, and this is why a lot of governments all over the world, they're interested in the military, power. It's such a power struggle, and this is half of our problem.
And yet, at the individual single level, how does Betty or how does Bob affect what the governments do? It seems impossible. And I hate to agree with Bob, and I hate to be negative, but I think that it's gone too far, and I think whatever's going to come next, I'm not saying it's the end of the world, but whatever's going to come next is going to come.
Well, there's going to be changes, that's for certain. But there are also people, now a lot of people feel, the breakdown of the government and everything, but this would be a terrible thing, because there are some good people in government. It's just that the general populace has got to get more involved, and I know a lot of people feel as if, well, what's the use of voting? We can't do anything about it because a lot of them already have their men in place and everything for what they want to do with the one-worlders and so forth. But we can't give up like that.
Well,
we have to fight for the truth.
That's a wonderful, cheerful point in which to end it. Even though Bob and I basically agree, I want to thank you both for being with us.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, take care.
Okay, you too. God bless you.
Bye-bye now.
And you as well. That's Betty and Andreessen Luca and her husband Bob. And I would guess that would be one of the most famous abduction stories documented. It's in Raymond Fowler's books, culminating in The Watchers 2, available now, bookstands everywhere. So there you got it, ladies and gentlemen. There's the story laid out in front of you by Raymond Fowler and the abductee herself. We'll be back with more. This is Dreamland. Now, all the way back to Philadelphia. Everybody's on the East Coast tonight. It's Linda Moulton Howe, Emmy Award-winning, reporter, I guess. Linda, how should I introduce you? I always lose track of Emmy winning. I know you've done documentaries, right?
Yeah, well, I've been a television producer for a long time, and one of the programs that I produced that a lot of people listening might know is UFO Report Sightings on Fox. It became the sighting series.
Sure.
And prior to that, my work had been in nonfiction documentaries focused largely on environmental problems and medicine and science, which is how I got into trying to find out what was happening to all of the animals worldwide in the unusual animal death called animal mutilation.
Mm-hmm. And that led you down a very strange path.
Yes, I never, ever would have thought that about 16 years into the future from my first investigation in Colorado of what was happening to the animals, that I would be sitting here today looking at such an enormous and wide variety of subjects, which I'm willing to talk about any of it with you tonight if you'd like in this third hour. But I thought, since I normally am not this third hour, that I would at least give this audience an update on some things that have been happening this past week and a story like I usually do at the top.
All right, I just want to touch on, I ask you one question. It relates to what Ray Fowler and Betty Andreessen Luca said.
Right.
It is that they feel that the reason and the motivation for the abductions and possibly the mutilations and the seemingly genetic experimentation that's going on, I mean, we're always looking for motivation here and why.
Right.
Is that the Earth is slowly deteriorating. That these beings, whoever they are from another dimension as opposed to another planet, physical planet. They're from another dimension, and that our fate and our Earth, now in great trouble, is symbiotically related to theirs. And certainly, if that's true, it would go to the motivation for all the medical experiments, for trying to understand what's going on with the animals and the human beings that are now on Earth, and what we are doing to ourselves.
Right. In my first book, An Alien Harvest, I suggested, based on abduction cases that involved animal mutilations and humans being taken someplace anyway by beings that were trying to explain what they were doing, that it appeared to be coming down to a survival issue. And since then, there have been many more cases implying that that is what the crux of the problem is, someone's survival out there. And there is a new book out called Cosmic Voyage by Courtney Brown. He is a professor of political science at Emory University in Atlanta. And it is a remarkable book. Somewhere in the future, you and I want some combination, or we should interview him.
All right.
His book is based on using the discipline of remote viewing. And the text basically is a discovery that who is involved with our planet are time travelers from the future who have a major survival problem.
Yeah.
And that this genetic harvesting now is for their present, which would be a distant future, and that we're all somehow all tied together. And I find this especially interesting. People can argue all they want to about remote viewing. The fact is that something extraordinary is happening on the planet. Things are interacting with humans and plants and animals. In even military encounters where I have transcripts of interviews, even if they have not been made public, there's this issue of something coming from another time, which could be also called another dimension, is one of the prevalent themes. And I think that probably our government, as they have begun to discover some of this over time, probably felt that the term UFO and extraterrestrials was far more comprehensible to the world than travelers from a distant future.
Sure.
And that may be another part of the story that they haven't wanted anyone to discuss. But, you know, we are all discussing it, and we are getting to the end of this century, and I think that people are ready to hear this.
Well, we all know that the government has, in fact, an ongoing, I guess, program with remote viewing. Now, they may have their own specific national security reasons for it, or maybe they have made discoveries that they have not even hinted at yet in this whole program.
Yeah, it's like so many things that our government does. I really am not in a mode to attack them because in some ways I have great sympathy for people who have been writing this very difficult story and have felt that at least keep people in the public innocent of all of this so that there would not be panic. I mean, that's been the most common explanation. But it's getting to a point where their reasons for doing what they do, for example, like putting out, perhaps, to muddy the waters around remote viewing, that Central Intelligence Agency report that it was only 15% effective a few months ago. That may be a way of diffusing public attention to remote viewing, when in fact remote viewing may be a tool that our government uses on a regular basis. They just don't want people to realize how important and powerful a tool it is.
Remarkable. I know you've got a report. Does the length lend itself to doing it before the bottom of the hour?
Well, let's see here. 12:18. I'll tell you what I'll do.
No, let's do that.
I can give you some news updates, and then when we come back,
yes,
I will share with you a rather remarkable story.
All right. All right. That, whatever you've got in terms of news, we can use.
Yep. And this past week, there were new reports of cattle mutilations again back in Geraldine and Albertville, Alabama, where there were several cases in 1993, and I went down to do the documentary Strange Harvest 1993. We were able to get grass and tissue samples from a cow and a calf just a few days ago, and in a couple of weeks I'll give an update about what we find. And last Thursday, while I was talking on the phone with photographer Eddie Conde from the El Vocero newspaper in Puerto Rico, he got a call about another attack in Canovanas, where I was in January.
Oh boy.
A woman heard parakeets fluttering in a cage on her porch. Both birds were lying on the bottom of the cage alive, but each had its right leg cut off.
What?
Yeah, this is really bizarre, and it gets even stranger. Outside, 4 rabbits in a cage were dead. The male had 3 puncture holes on its chest in the formation of a triangle. The other 3 female rabbits had more random punctures. And then the part of the cage had been violently torn apart. According to Conde, who went to photograph the animals, none of the holes bled. These attacks do not make any sense. He and I talked about what would take a leg from each parakeet and leave the birds alive in the bottom of the cage. What would kill animals only to take biopsy punches of tissue over and over and over again. And then the question that everybody asks, and no one knows for certain, is there any connection between the animal deaths in Puerto Rico and UFOs? Well, photographer Eddie Conde told me that back in November, in a city called Vega Baja, northwest of San Juan, A 7-year-old girl was standing in the front yard of her house when she saw what she called a flying saucer in the sky. And then she said she saw a red light come out of it, and it struck her arm, causing pain. Conde interviewed the family and said the little girl still has bumps on her arm where she said the light hurt her skin. The next day, 14 of the family's chickens were all found dead with puncture wounds. Everyone in Puerto Rico is asking the same questions that I and others have asked for a long time. Who or what is killing and mutilating animals on this planet, and why? And what is this chupacabra creature that some people have seen up close and personal, and it doesn't really fit much of anything as much as I've tried to match it up to primates that exist. Primate monkeys have tails except for the chimp, but this doesn't seem to sound like him. It has wraparound eyes that one woman 8 feet away said look like solid, dark, gray jello, very liquidy and wet looking, big wraparound eyes. And that's not a chimp. And
Linda, have there been postmortems on these chickens, autopsies, looking into any chemical, anything induced or blood taken out, or what do we know?
Yes, I talked with Dr. Carlos Soto on Friday at great length. He has had several animals brought to his veterinarian clinic, and he said that 2 of the strangest were, one was a guinea hen, that when he laid it on its back, it had this 3-pronged, triangular-shaped puncture wound, just like what they found on the big male rabbit Thursday.
Right.
And it was on the breast of the guinea hen. And this was interesting. When he opened up the bird in necropsy, he said in the chest, separate from the 3 triangular punches, there were 4 holes that did not seem to correspond with any surface trauma where the bird's feathers or skin were. He couldn't find bruises or punctures, and he still doesn't know how these 4 holes were made. He also clarified that on the birds that he has examined, the puncture holes have gone right through the feathers, the skin, the muscle tissue, and in some cases even down deeper into bone. This was exactly the description in the Canary Islands off the coast of Africa back in the 70s.
Any chemical analysis or anything odd found there?
It costs money, a lot of more money, to do toxicology and chemistry, and unfortunately, no one there has any additional funds to do anything. This Dr. Soto has examined the animals that people have brought to him because he's very curious. He would like to understand. When he has something, he did send some tissue to Dorado, which is a laboratory on the north side of the island. But as I understand it, no one, including Dr. Soto, has been getting reports back from Dorado. And Dorado has also sent some tissue to Roche and Ames labs in the United States.
Really?
If those lab reports have come back to someone and exist, I haven't been able to find anyone who knows the data. And what it boils down to is a veterinarian, a very conscientious man, who has seen enough animals and says there is something highly unusual, and he does not know how to match up any natural explanation with what he has been seeing.
Well, let me ask this, Linda. I know that in the past you've been involved with foundations that give grants for study in these kinds of areas domestically in this country and look at some cattle mutilations, that sort of thing.
Yeah, about 1 year in '94, John Altschuler and I had a grant.
Okay, well, so there's no chance that money could be directed toward getting samples sent to a place where we could be damn sure we'd get a good report.
Well, that's what I and some others have been hoping. We do need another larger research grant in order to do this effectively, and I don't know if it is going to come into place, but that's exactly what we have been hoping would happen. And when I was in Puerto Rico for those 10 days, it was an effort to see if we could, in fact, build stronger bridges between what's happening there and our efforts in the United States to research more scientifically and medically. And we are trying to get air samples tissue samples and grass samples from Puerto Rico now, even if some of us are just paying it for it ourselves. So it is a challenge in all of this to have the funds to do all this correctly. And in Puerto Rico, they have a serious problem of funding.
I would think that you would have bumped into some sort of governmental authority. In other words, they ought to be interested at the government level in Puerto Rico or here in what the hell is going on.
Yes, and the Department of Agriculture has put out its own request to certain people at the University of Puerto Rico Medical Center. There are political people like the mayors of some of the cities that have been affected. The civil defense is very involved on the island. But when you meet and talk with those people, and remembering that Puerto Rico is an island which essentially does not have many resources.
Right.
Those people are in the same situation that I and others who try to do our work on our own, and we are not officially funded, quote unquote, by a legislature or a government to do it. They're in the same position, and they do the best they can, and that's where we really do need some kind of a more organized and financed effort to stake out almost on that island and see what more we can learn.
All right, Linda,
professional.
we got to pause right there. It's a good place to hold it. Linda Moulton-Howe is our guest. Back in a moment. I'm still thinking about parakeet legs. That one bothered me.
I know, it bothers me too. And if the story that we might be dealing with beings coming from a future timeline who have a serious survival problem, and they've come back to gather genetic material from this planet, to watch over this planet, whatever the scenario, then it's possible that everything that is happening is for a good and better reason than we can imagine.
Right.
But back in the 1970s, when animal mutilations were occurring worldwide on a regular basis, including the vampire of Mocha in Puerto Rico, again, it was there 20-some years ago, there was a rash of unusual killings in the Snohomish, Washington area, where Bigfoot had also been seen and has been seen since. And even prints have been seen and taps made. Recently, a man had an encounter in March 1977 that illustrates how the UFO phenomenon can camouflage itself with the sound of a helicopter that turns into a UFO, or can use holographic-like images to frighten people, or perhaps, as in Betty Lucas' experience, to inspire her. Remember the Phoenix bird metaphor that we've had a lot of discussions with her about, and whether it was holographic or placed in her mind, it was not real in the sense that we would say that we can touch the floor, but it seemed to be trying to teach her something. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
And this appears to be part of this phenomenon, which always stuns, confuses, and completely disorients humans at the time. And later, they realize, and in this case with this man, that these beings did something to frighten this man, perhaps to keep him away from them, but he was not hurt. Now, the man prefers to remain anonymous, but gave me permission to replay excerpts of our conversation on Dreamland.
Excellent.
His story began around 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he was cutting underbrush from the swampy forest behind his house. From nowhere, a small being appeared dressed in a sparkly, metallic blue bodysuit. The eyewitness thought that the being looked like a 4-foot-tall, old man with pale skin that appeared to be scarred, like burn scars. And Scott Hopkins and others have had drawings of abductees who have drawn the surface of some of the beings that they've encountered as looking like it was pox with scars. Now, what follows on tape is the eyewitness's account of what happened next.
Yeah, so stuff is right. Yeah, it's like he gets all
And down through the trees comes another guy. And this other guy, while he's coming down, it sounds like a hive of bees. And he's got a metallic blue uniform on. And if you went back through that cliff, you'd wonder how those guys get down. Because those big trees, the limbs would actually overlap each other in places, you know what I'm saying? It looked like this thing was inside some kind of a tunnel of air. And looking back on it, like a, if I was to say what it was, it looked to me like kind of a technologically advanced form of an elevator. In other words, I feel like there was something maybe a mile up in the sky that has technology to make a wind tunnel, and these things go up and down the side of the wind tunnel. Because when the second guy comes down, like if they coming down, it sounds just like a hive of bees. And so coming from the south headed north, there's a noise. I thought it was kind of like in some ways, like a real smooth sounding helicopter. It had a kind of a high pitched whine to it. So it gets up to practically above our heads, the motor cuts. I hear some popping sounds, and I look up, and here's the flying saucer, and it's dropping like a ton of lead. And I'm thinking that thing is crashing. And I think that before this point, I didn't have any fear. Anyway, that thing is dropping. And it probably gets to about, I don't know, 20 or 30 feet above these big fir trees out there. And it lets out a noise. And it goes, like that. And the wind from that thing, that when it did that, it stopped in the air there, above the treetops. And the wind from it, when it did that, it was flipping these big fir trees back and forth so violently, I thought the top was going to snap on them and fall down on them. I mean, these trees just flipping around violently. And my clothes are flopping back and forth, and my hair was flying all around. And that thing up there, you could hear air coming out of it, and you could hear kind of like a bearing on the outside. You know, to me, it kind of reminded me of a train going along the track. Because I could hear a clickety click, clickety click, clickety click. Mm-hmm. And that flying saucer is over my head, and they're probably, I'd estimate maybe 50, 60 feet away. Mm-hmm. It's over my head and it's over their head. Mm-hmm. It's up there hovering. How big? Well, in diameter, I'd say 50, 60, 70, 80 feet, something like that. Okay. And at that treetop level? Well, it's probably 20 to 30 feet above the top of the tallest tree there, but okay. It's up there, and it's like they're staring over at me. Mm-hmm. And it's just like I'm standing still, and it's almost like I'm scared to even swallow. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking if I stand real still, maybe they didn't even see me, you know. And anyway, somewhere in this situation, and this really sounds like a BS yarn, it's like over their way these specks collect together. And like it's like they collected together in the shape of a wolf with horns and a long tail. And these specks collected together, and they move towards me real fast. It's like a clicking duck, and it's like when they get to me, it's like I got an electric shock, which really makes it sound like a BS shot. No. I know it does. No. No, it doesn't. You saw the color of the sparkle or the glitz. Can you describe the color of what it was that something formed in the air out of which the wolf with the tail came? Well, it's like it didn't have any color. To me, it's like something in the old days when you would watch a black and white television. Mm-hmm. You mean it had a black and
or like an X-ray looked up?
Well, I don't feel like it was a real animal, but
So it was like you were seeing a picture form in the air and then come out.
to me it was kind of like transparent, like a specs collected together. I can't even explain it.
And so this object, or this, we'll call it these particles formed into this image, it's coming towards you.
Yeah, it's like it's on me. I mean, it's like the collected in a puppy. That's all I can say.
Okay, and then what happened?
And it seems to me like when this took place, it's like I felt like it was being laughed at. Like maybe there's cackling or something.
So, Art, I have never heard a better description of both the camouflage of sound and then what appears to be some kind of either a projected image, in this case it seemed to be outside of his mind and projected at him, that has been described in the literature, but seems to be used in this case both to either keep him away and at the same time convey information that they were making fun of him. A wolf with horns and a tail is like some of the mythological characters of history in a funny, strange way.
Now, as I listened, I thought his story was very credible.
Oh, yes. And in fact, Art, to back this up tonight, I talked with a man who worked for the sheriff's office in that community in the 70s. He knows the man. He backed up the whole story. He was out there, interviewed him. He took photographs of strange, he said, very strange tracks and prints in that swamp. He said that at the time that this man was reporting to the sheriff's office, the fact that not only was this happening out there, but the whole series of animal mutilations, which I'll get to in a minute, but he said people all over that valley were calling the sheriff's office, reporting all kinds of odd lights and odd sounds and encountered strange things. And I think that this man is describing exactly what happened to him, and it underscores that this phenomenon, whether it comes from the future, another dimension, another solar system in this galaxy or another galaxy beyond, that its way of communicating with itself and the way that translates to us is very different, and that these uses of holographic images, almost theatrical images, it was in the Betty Andreessen case, now Betty Andreessen Luca. That kind of theatrical, metaphorical production was very much a part of that case also.
Absolutely. Fascinating. You said there was more?
Yeah. After this, because this story had so many parts to it, I thought tonight I would just admit that these beings then just walk off. They have absolutely shocked him to his core. He is standing there numb. They walk off. He thinks it's all over.
Sure.
And here comes a Bigfoot, 8 foot tall, 4-inch long, solid black hair, doesn't even look at him and just goes striding right by him, standing there, numb as can be, and continues right behind those beings.
Oh, boy.
Now, the man who worked with the sheriff's office told me tonight, and this is the part this man we did not know. He said that he took photographs of deer that were found hanging with excisions of the rectum and genitals and other parts were found hanging on trees in that area back in 77.
Oh, brother.
Now, are they related to the Bigfoot phenomenon? One of our listeners this year, I have never done this interview yet, but he was an elderly gentleman who sent me a drawing, also from the 70s, and said that he had been out hunting and that he saw a sort of hairy, big, primate-looking creature carrying a deer in its arms and watched it put the deer over a branch on a tree.
Oh, my goodness.
So, are we dealing with some kind of another intelligence that has Bigfoot working for it also on our planet? That's a big question mark. I don't know.
It is a big question mark. Or is it just some is Bigfoot one more manifestation of these beings?
Well, it certainly leaves tracks. There's a colleague of mine in Illinois who has been studying it for a long time, and he has photographs of a plaster of Paris footprints left in many parts of this country that range from the so-called 3-foot, which I think is more consistent with the Yeti over in the other part of the world in the Mount Everest area, to deep prints. I mean, they're huge, they're long, they're obviously it's something that's heavy and deep, and that would have to be a physical creature that would leave those tracks. But how do you reconcile that with the rancher in Montana in 1976 who shot with a 30-06 rifle at an 8-foot tall, hairy creature that he said looked like a big primate standing in front of him, and when he shot, that creature disappeared in a flash of light.
I don't reconcile that, and I wouldn't try. Linda, we are at the end of it again. Tell everybody how to get hold of you, how to get your publications. There are contact numbers, so give them out.
All right. Thanks, Art. It's been a pleasure to be on for an hour with some of this tonight, and I would look forward to hearing from people. I have a new mailing address. It is Post Office Box 300 at Jameson, Pennsylvania, Jamison, zip code 18929-0300. And the 800 toll-free number for information about my work is 800-707-9993. That's 800-707-9993. And for people who like to fax, it's 215-491-9842.
All right, Linda, you're a darling. And I guess next week at the regular time?
Yes, on the regular time, and I'll have a very special report from New York City on a new program upcoming about the mysterious origin of man.
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Linda, and good night in Philadelphia. All right, everybody, that's it. I've got one item here, and that is my book. We've got a...
On Art's webcam is... it's of Dusty and Abby, and they're obviously fighting some evil paper towels, which no doubt, at least in their little feline brains, attacked them, and so they're having their revenge. That occurred, I think that was last night, and it was funny. You just go out there and look and you go, well, you can't say that on the radio. Speaking of radio, it is the hobby I indulge in much of the time when I'm not here, and you can get sort of a cute little sneak peek at ham radio by going to a place called smeter.net, www.smeter.net, SMETER.net. Now, we've indulged in several RV trips. We've gone up to Reno and went up to Idaho, and so we've been having fun, you know, in this sort of semi-retirement. We've been having a blast, actually. However, on the last trip, I seem to have acquired acute bronchitis, which I'm now on the better side of, but if it sounds like I've got a cold tonight, that's because I do. Ramona's cold, of course, turned into asthma, so we've had quite a time of it for the past week or so. Tonight's program is going to center around UFOs. A very, very basic part of this program always had, or no, you know what, that's not true, it has not always been. But for many, many years now, it certainly has been one of the mainstays of the program, and in that spirit, I have for you on the website tonight 2 interesting pictures, actually videos, of recent UFOs. Now, the first one I found on the web, somebody sent me, and then I sent on to Lex to get it up there. It's from Bulgaria, and I think it's damn good, really good. And the reason I think it's so good is because it's an obvious UFO. In other words, it's not far away and fuzzy. It's close and very visible. And there are, there's a field of reference there. There's a building in the forefront of this UFO. Therefore, you can assign to it some sort of scale. And I tell you, it's pretty good. So you might want to take a look at that one. The second one, Lex found and put up, I don't think it's quite as good, only because it's taken from a pretty good distance. And I don't know about you, but I cannot make out the shape of the object in any detail, but it's still a good UFO photograph. The first one, though, the one from Bulgaria, I think that will knock your socks off a bit. It really is quite good. And tonight's guest, Stan Frieden, of course, has been doing this as his life's work, that is to say, UFOs. So it's going to be a very interesting program tonight, and as a primer for it, I suggest you go to coasttocoastam.com and take a look at those and rate them, if you will, as I did. Again, the first object is close. You have a frame of reference, that is the building, for its size and where it is relative to everything, and so you can make a judgment about its size, and it's pretty damn big. The second one farther away, doing some aerobatic stuff, and then, so I don't know. That one, as Stanton would be quick to say, would go in my gray box, but the first one, that's pretty good stuff, folks, so you might want to check it out. coasttocoastam.com, it'll be right there, plastered on the front page. Now, the Bell family has a few favorite TV shows. My favorite TV shows would be Medium. You seen that? Man, what a show. They're going to have a little bit of 3D, and I'm looking forward to 3D and high D. That should be something coming up this week. And then House. Have you seen House? My Lord, what a well-acted show. And then finally, there is another good one, too. Gina as Commander-in-Chief. Boy, she's very, very good. I really like that. So Medium, House, and Commander-in-Chief, just excellent stuff if you haven't checked them out yet. And then, since I'm in the world of TV, let me do a little bitching. One of my favorite TV shows in the past has been The Practice. Remember The Practice? Which has now become Boston Legal. Well, I want to raise a little hell here with the people who are doing this. This was, without a doubt, one of my favorite TV shows. James Spader. Incredible. Just incredible in the part, but he is being emasculated, in my opinion. The program itself is being emasculated. It presented some of the finest, sharpest, most controversial, suspenseful dramas I've ever seen on television. And that was during the time between when The Practice was going off and Boston Legal began. My God, it was a good show. And James Spader, just incredible. The bad guy, the attorney, the bad guy, but kind of a good guy, but really a bad guy. And now, it seems to me, they've emasculated him. And the program itself. They have turned from the serious, the controversial, the dramatic, the gut-wrenching, to the frivolous, to the fluff, to the nothingness of regular TV. In fact, I suspect that they may have hired some of the people who became unemployed when Ally McBeal went belly up. I don't know, but I want it to change. I want it to go back to what it was. What it once was. So I wonder if anybody out there agrees with that. If you watch a TV show sort of as an almost not quite religious experience, mind you, but a sort of a thing that you do, and then it suddenly changes on you and becomes less, and becomes sort of frivolous and mindless, and drives me crazy. So the people from Boston Legal, I hope you're listening. So I think in the the time we have available for calls this evening when we get to it. Both prior to and then once we take calls with the guest, will be devoted to UFOs. Now, not so much, you know, Art, I got a story from when I was 13 or something like that, but if you've got a pretty recent sighting, I'd definitely like to hear about it. Taking a very brief look at the depressing news, here you go. Suspect arrested in Washington Mall shootings. Gunman opened fire inside a busy shopping mall. Now, that's the way a lot of stories start out, isn't it? A gunman opened fire inside a busy shopping mall and wounded at least 6 people, took 3 others hostage in a music store before finally surrendering to a SWAT team. And these are just head shakers. You don't know why somebody does something like this, and you just shake your head. So I call them head shakers. White House doubts that El Zarqawi is dead, among the dead. Let's see, Israeli leader reportedly leaving, oh, that's interesting. Israel's dovish Labor Party vowed Sunday to pull out Prime Minister Ariel Sharon's government. And Sharon reportedly decided to quit his Likud party to set up a new movement, beginning a campaign for elections expected perhaps in March. President Bush hails Mongolia for backing the Iraq war. That's good. We've got somebody Mongolia. U.S. unprepared for super flu pandemic. The U.S. is unprepared, it says here, for the next flu pandemic, lacking the manufacturing capacity to provide 300 million doses, that's a bunch, of vaccine for 3 to 5 more years. So in other words, it'll be 3 to 5 years before we can get the vaccine to give to anybody, and even then, we'll only have some. So they will have to make horrendous decisions about who shall receive the vaccine and who won't. I bet government workers, I bet they'll be right up there at the top. And then how do you suppose the list would then play out from there? Government leaders first, and then who? A NASA spacecraft is halfway toward Mars, where it is expected to collect more data on the red planet than all previous Martian explorations combined. The Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter successfully fired its 6 engines for 20 seconds last week. That adjusted the flight path in anticipation of a March arrival. It will fine-tune its trajectory perhaps 2 more times before it enters orbit about Mars. Well, maybe we'll find out more about Mars. The flu pandemic, very much on my mind, the potential flu pandemic. About 65,000 birds at a poultry farm in Fraser River Valley, British Columbia, are going to be slaughtered after a strain of bird flu was discovered in a duck there. However, this apparently is not the worst kind you can get, but nevertheless, 65,000 birds. And with regard to the bird flu, I think even though we've got to keep an eye on it, it's very concerning. Until you hear about human-to-human transmission, I don't think there's a hell of a lot to worry about. I mean, of course, it's concerning, and it could jump species anytime, and that is the worry. But as long as it remains with the birds and out of human beings in a way that can spread from human to human, there's no reason for great concern. The moment you hear about human-to-human transmission, as in, transmission of the flu, then you're going to have to decide what is best for you and your family. And one of those things is probably going to be, frankly, to isolate yourself from other human beings for a period of up to, 6 months. Would that even do it? I think the 1918 flu circled the globe about 3 times before it stopped, or just pooped out, or whatever it is a flu does when it gets done. So I don't even know if that would be enough time. Well, get ready, brace yourself. The HARP experiment in Alaska is about to ratchet up the power to, I've heard, 4 billion watts. The ionosphere has been pretty ratty lately anyway, and we're all suspecting it has something to do with something other than normal conditions, though we are at the low of the sunspot cycle, and here they go. 4 billion watts Continental, name of the company, said it is ahead of schedule in delivering 132 ultra-low noise transmitters to U.S. government contractors, BAE Systems, for use in the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. That is the official name, by the way. Do you know that? HARP is the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. When the massive planar array for ionospheric research is completed in 2007, it's going to include a total of 180 Continental Electronics DG616G 10 kilowatt combined transmitters, which the company is upgrading specifically for HARP, said the supplier. Installation began in 93 with 18, 48 in 98, and will grow to 180. The final expansion will bring the HARP array to full power, with ERP increasing from 84 dBW to about 96 dBW. That's lots and lots of power, folks. And we've been watching HARP very carefully now. I've come to understand that DARPA is now mainly in control of the HARP project, and while we can certainly not say anything is specifically due to HARP, the shortwave conditions have been deplorable, and they're as easy to blame as anybody. Moreover, if HARP wasn't working, it seems to me the funding would have been cut. God knows we cut it for everything else, but instead HARP is getting the bucks, the transmitters, and they're going to go all the way to 4 billion watts. And again, I say, if it wasn't working, if something about it was not performing as hoped, I guess we should put it that way, then they'd be cutting the funding, but they're not. What does that mean? It probably means it's working. Levels of carbon dioxide, from the Independent, of course, in the UK, levels of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere have jumped abruptly, raising fears that global warming may be accelerating now out of control. That little click we were all talking about, measurements by U.S. government scientists show that concentrations of the gas, the main cause of the climate exchange, that's exchange, rose by a record amount over the past 12 months. It is the third successful year in which they have increased sharply, making an unprecedented triennial surge. Scientists are at a loss to explain why the rapid rise has taken place, but they fear it could show the first signs that global warming is now feeding on itself, with rising temperatures causing increases in carbon dioxide, which then go on to drive the thermometer even higher. That would be a deeply alarming development, suggesting that this self-reinforcing heating could spiral upwards beyond the reach of any attempts to combat it. The development comes as official figures show that Britain's emissions of the gas soared by 3% last year, would be about twice as fast as the previous year. The increase caused by rising energy use and by burning less gas, more coal in power stations, jeopardizes that government's target of reducing emissions by 19% by 2010. And clearly it is changing our weather. Or clearly, I guess it would be fairer to say, our weather is changing. This from David. David says, hey Art, I thought I'd write and mention the odd weather we've been having in our neck of the woods, just the north shores of Lake Ontario, a town called Burlington. About 3 weeks ago, we began having very strong windstorms. I've lived in the area all my life, never seen anything this strength or duration. About 2 weeks ago, Hamilton, a city next to us, had a tornado. It was an F1, F2. Anyway, strong enough to rip the roof off a school and some other buildings. Many sheds and decks disappeared for good. Its path took it over the escarpment and into Lake Ontario. So be warned, the weather clearly is changing, as was demonstrated by Katrina, of course, in New Orleans. And speaking of New Orleans, Spores, this was so predictable, right? Spores of airborne mold have become a hazard in New Orleans, where the cleanup's still going on and will be for some time now. Andrew Buncombe, I believe it is, writes in The Independent that the Natural Resources Defense Council, or NRDC, has accused the federal government of failing to warn people about the danger, much as they failed to warn New Yorkers about dangerous air pollution post 9/11. When the NRDC took air samples from 14 different locations in the New Orleans area, 9 of which had been flooded, they discovered incredibly high levels of mold spores. Allergist says that an outdoor mold spore level greater than about 50,000 spores per cubic meter is dangerous, and the ones here are quite a bit above that. And then finally, in this area, my little area of the world, there is some interesting news. Former Hollywood Madame Heidi Fleiss says that she is bound for a brothel in the southern Nevada desert that she says she's going to help remake into a resort featuring male prostitutes serving female customers. I'm moving to Crystal, said Fleiss Wednesday, of a desert crossroads about 20 miles north of Pahrump, Nevada, and about 80 miles outside Las Vegas. Features 2 bordellos and very little else. That's Crystal, all right. I'm going to open a stud farm, said Fleiss. I'm going to have the sexiest men on earth. Women are going to love it, she says. Joe Richards, who owns the Cherry Patch Ranch and Mabel's Ranch in Crystal, said that he sent a courtesy letter Thursday to inform Nye County Commission that Fleiss is going to work for him, and apparent plans, to open this new kind of bordello. She's going to be Madame of Cherry Patch Ranch, said Richards. He told that to the Associated Press by telephone. So he calls her an employee as opposed to a partner, but I don't know. She got into some trouble a while ago. Our Sheriff Tony DeMeo said that because Fleiss is a convicted felon, well, she might be banned from the county's legal sex trade. DeMeo sits with the 5 county commissioners on a 6-member brothel licensing board. That is something legal way out here in my part of the desert. All right, we're going to take a break here. As promised now, to your calls to remind you that Stan Freeman will be here at the top of the hour. Perhaps Stanton could claim the title of the grandfather now of ufology. I'm not sure. I'd have to think about that, but certainly he's very close to that. So it's going to be an interesting evening, and these things are with us all over our skies. Let's see what you have to say. Good evening. First-time caller line, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, this is Chris from Evansville, Indiana. How you doing tonight?
I'm great, Chris, and you?
Oh, pretty good. I saw that video you've got on your website.
Yes. Which one are you referring to? There's 2.
It was the first one.
Okay, the one from Bulgaria.
Yeah, the one that was right, you could see the building in the foreground.
That's a pretty good one, isn't it?
It is. I saw one exactly like that. It happened to be at night, though. I was driving with my girlfriend at the time, and with a cloudy sky, couldn't see any stars. It seemed like there was one star out there, and it turned bright red. Turned red. We thought a star exploded. But as soon as we were talking about that, it dropped straight down into the tree line. We couldn't see it anymore. And then a few moments later, it popped right back up again. And by this time, we were kind of, on the edge of our seats, as you can imagine, I would guess.
I can imagine.
We were driving down the road, and it seemed to get larger and larger because it was coming towards us. And we got to our house, and it seemed to be over a field. So we got out of the car, and we ran to the closest field where we could see it. And it was the exact same shape up in the sky, the same altitude.
And it actually physically looked like the video we've got up there.
Yeah, completely like that.
Wow.
Except this was happened to be at night.
And you could, but you could make out enough detail to tell that it looked like this one, because you can see detail in this.
Oh yeah. In the video, you could see kind of like a darker band in the front. Well, that was illuminated when I saw it. It was bright white. and it had on the bottom of it there was a white light circle.
All right, so what do you think you saw? Do you think you saw an extraterrestrial craft? Do you think you saw a U.S. government operation? What do you think you saw?
Well, it hovered there for about 15 minutes and then it shot off towards our airport.
Mm-hmm.
So when I saw it, I thought maybe, hey, there's some fellas from way outer space coming to check us out, but I don't know.
All right, well, look, that's as good a sighting as any, one much like the video. The video is quite good. The video, without question, shows you details, something you don't see in most UFO videos. It's not particularly fuzzy. It's quite clear. It gives you a reference, a building in front to give you some idea of the size, and then, of course, at the very end, she's gone like that. Obviously, a real craft of some sort. You never know about these things. You know, people are good with various Photoshops, and God knows they can knock them out in the movies, and they look very real. So it could be something like that. But assuming that it's legitimate photography, and I guess I do make that assumption, then it really is quite spectacular. You tell me what you think. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, am I on the air?
You are.
Hello. I've had several experiences over my lifetime.
Several.
Yeah, it started in Central California. I lived in Fresno, and I was just sort of summoned to look up in the sky, and I looked up and saw a dot, and as soon as I saw this object, it disappeared. It was like it knew it had seen me, or I had seen it. Not long after that, I had a celestial visitation, and it was like a beautiful spirit. And I kind of like had this strange feeling that they're connected, but it was a life-changing experience.
One of the things that Stanton's going to talk tonight about is a new book that's been written that really tears apart the people who have made claims like yours of a visitation or of being abducted or anything like that. I mean, it just totally trashes the whole thing as psychological gibberish.
I know, but the thing is, my sister, I slept on a top bunk and she slept on a lower one, and she was deaf, and she said the lights came into the room, scared her, and she put the pillow over her face.
Okay, so you've got a witness.
I have many witnesses. My sisters from another bedroom saw a bright light shining under the door from my room. So, and my sisters was deaf. I was trying to explain to my mother the following day that what had happened to me and how I felt totally changed about, I wasn't just a regular kid anymore. I was more global. I thought if I was a person in Africa, I would see it as a familiar form as a child in Africa. And I became very world, conscious, and actually did end up traveling as a national person's wife to visit different countries. And then when I was in Hartford, I was going over to from Simsbury to have lunch with my husband, and I was like summoned to look up in the sky, and I looked up there, and there was a silver disc up there. As soon as I saw it, it dashed behind this only white cloud that was over the city.
When you said summoned to look into the sky, you mean you had some sort of mental pressure to look up?
Yeah, it's like, look up, and it's the same as when I was in my backyard in Fresno. It's like, it's like sometimes I think it's like, it monitors you. It has certain people that it's just keeping an eye on the world and making sure things are okay. And my son, we were driving through a valley. He was 17, very, very doesn't believe in anything. And he just suddenly said, I just saw a flying saucer.
Well, I guess it runs then in the family. Thanks very much. I just never know what to say to these things, and I'd probably be laughing except for the fact that I've seen two myself. See, that changes you. As you know, and I'm not going to put you through the pain of repeating it, but my wife and I had a very, very close encounter. And when you've had that, after you've had it, there's simply no way to ignore, laugh at, or jest with regard to people who make claims like we're hearing tonight. Simple as that. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Yeah, I had an experience, well, my wife and I had an experience involving some other people, and it's ironic, I've shared this experience with a little bit of an ongoing communication I've had with Stan Friedman myself. Communication about my string theory that is consistent with biblical text. But anyway, it occurred, unfortunately, you know, I never wrote down the date, but it occurred around the year 2000. My wife and I were returning from a late dinner. We were traveling north along the ocean, which was directly to our right side, of course, and that was in North Ormond Beach in the Tomoka Park area on a 2-lane highway. And my first irritant was this continual brake lights of the cars in front of me, or the immediate car in front of me. And I would have to stop, reset cruise control, start again, and I was getting more and more irritated. I was in a conversation with my wife at the time, and I started to notice the car in front of me, the driver was looking up out his driver's side window and looking upward. Well, at some point I began to do the same.
Sure.
And
wondering what he's seeing.
Absolutely. And what I would see when I looked up was what I would think with my earthborn senses and rationality as first a helicopter, or it must be a blimp, because it was apparently stationary. But then, as the senses would kick in, I would realize there was no, this is about 100 feet above us, about 100 to 150 feet in diameter. It was round and it was dark, and what I could see were lights. And the thing that struck me next was there was no copter blade noise. Then I started to see that this was motionless above us.
Well, the brain tries to make sense out of what doesn't make sense. So you try, you know, your brain is telling you, look, it has to be a helicopter or it has to be a blimp. It's sitting still.
Exactly. We're just trained that way with our earth senses. And so you try to come up with a quick explanation, you know, you're trying to continue driving. And at some point, I started to realize this large object, circular in its size and dimensions, it was had these lights, and I started to realize there's no copter noise, and I had never seen a blimp. First of all, nothing can fly that close with the aeronautical laws that close to the ground immediately above the Route A1A, which is a 2-lane highway that runs along the Atlantic Ocean. And then, of course, the blimps, if they do have any lights, generally they're around the square cabin.
Well, how did this end?
Okay, so the car is finally almost slowed to a stop. Everybody was following suit. They were looking out their windows. And then finally, the speed was resumed. But as we looked behind us, it never moved from that spot. When I got home, I called 911. I looked at the newspaper the next day, saw nothing. But my wife and I talked about it, and of course I have my own beliefs. I absolutely believe that this is a life form, and it has its own vehicles. I believe...
You believe all that. All right, let me pepper you with a couple of questions. What do you believe they're doing here?
Well, first of all, I believe they're probably visiting their cousins. You see, because I have this string theory that...
Meaning us?
Consistent with biblical text.
Okay, we don't have time to get into all of that.
Okay, but I believe the Creator has created these, and it was an early model, a plain Jane, pencil-neck geek, plain Jane model, not in the likeness of the Creator and not the apple of his eye as we are. And I believe these people perhaps were just...
Well, then how come they get the saucers and we get, you know, GM and Ford and stuff?
Well, because with their tenure as a life form in the universe...
So it's tenure. It's tenure. All right, well, thank you very much. It's tenure, then. See, the tenured guys get you know, the nice round, faster than light saucers, and we're stuck with cars, albeit a few newer models, but still cars. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
This is Dan from Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes, Dan.
Yeah, I had a UFO experience. Actually, it was in October 2000, and it actually turned out how I learned about your show. But I was at a really remote location in south central Arizona at a hang gliding mountain that we fly at.
Oh, yes.
And this might ring a bell, but I was putting up some permanent wind streamers that our club had been putting up at sites. And I was down there by myself, everybody else had left, and it was getting dark, and to the south of the mountain, about 15 miles, was Interstate 8 running to Yuma and San Diego. And I saw lights, and I thought they were helicopters. I thought there was a wreck maybe down on Interstate 8. So I didn't think anything of it. I kept walking around, you know, finishing up, getting ready to go home, and the lights started illuminating the top of a bluff just to the south of me. And I shortly after that, I realized these things were not helicopters. They were moving really sporadically. There were three of them.
Right.
And this went on for over an hour and 5 minutes is how long it lasted. And I was absolutely terrified. It got so scary. They were illuminating the ground below them. They were doing these gyrations that looked like a heart monitor, even going faster than a heart monitor.
Huh.
And that's when I realized it's like there's no way that there could be a physical being in that ship without just the G-forces alone.
Would turn them to mush.
Yes. And at one point, they started coming over to me. There were farm fields in between us, and they were lighting up the farm fields, and they were coming right at me.
Well, that's quite a sighting.
Yeah, and I jumped in my truck, and I wrote a note down. I thought I was going to get, you know, taken away, and I turned around, and they were headed back, and...
Oh, I see. You were going to sort of write a final goodbye note?
Yeah. Yeah.
What were you going to say?
I wrote down, I still got the letter. I wrote down my name, Southside Oatman Mountain, UFOs. I wrote down the time.
Wow.
And I was on the back of a banking statement with a felt pen. I was just in a total panic.
I hear you. So you thought this was like your final note to the world?
Yeah. And I had not turned on the truck or the lights or anything because I was so terrified. And then one of my friends asked me, and this is where, you know, I didn't know hardly anything about any UFO activity or anything at this time. I was pretty green because I wasn't listening to your show or really into that at that time. But I just had a sense of fear that was unlike anything I had ever experienced. I can't even explain how scared I was.
You want to take a shot at telling me what you think was inside those craft? I mean, aliens?
I've always tried to be really objective about it, and I honestly can't say one way or the other whether it was aliens or human, something that we've developed that's hidden. But I do know without a doubt in my mind that it was either the craft was driven by either anti-gravity or what you've talked about on some of the other shows with turning it into zero mass.
Yes.
Because just the G-forces, like I was saying, without some way of controlling gravity or controlling mass.
Yeah. What about the old swamp gas thing or something akin to that? No, huh?
No way, because it was lighting up. It would illuminate like maybe a quarter square mile at a time when you could see the swirl cactuses.
Was it as though it was looking for something?
Yeah, and actually that's what my friend asked me. They said, what do you think it was doing there? And I just had this sense, and I didn't even know why I said it, but I said it almost seemed, the feelings I had, I felt like it was almost searching for either something in the ground or searching for souls. And I don't know why. I couldn't explain it. Everybody thought it was weird.
Searching for souls.
That's just what it felt like. Because
doesn't it bother you a little then that it didn't grab you?
No, that doesn't bother me. I'm damn glad it didn't.
Well, I understand, but I mean, I'm not saying you're soulless, but I mean, if it was really searching for souls.
Well, where it was right to the south of me, where it was
Yes.
was on the Gila River bed, and that was where there used to be old Indian villages there. And the mountain I was on, and a lot of the little mountains around there are covered with petroglyphs.
Mm.
So that's kind of what made me think it's like it was down there hovering around where the old Indian villages used to be.
Well, you're sure not the first person to drop that soul reference with regard to ufology.
Yeah.
That's something John Lear talked an awful lot about, disturbingly.
Yeah, and I thought of that before I'd ever even listened to your show or even knew anything about it. So that's what strikes me as being so odd at this time.
Maybe that's why, thank you very much, there is so much interest from the religious world, the religious community in ufology. Maybe that's why the Catholic Church ran over all kinds of obstacles, you know, people complaining about the environmental impact and so forth, to get a telescope up in a mountain in Arizona to look for what? You've got to wonder, what is the Catholic Church looking for? And what about this connection between the religious world and ufology? I don't know if anybody wants to be known as a grandfather of anything, but probably pretty close. I got to, first of all, Stan, welcome to the program.
Glad to be on again, Art. It's been a while.
I don't know, you want to be known as grandfather of ufology?
No, I am a grandfather, as a matter of fact, but...
well, there you have it.
but not of ufology, I don't think. You know, the funny thing is, Art, when I started off a long time ago, I was young, let's put it that way, in my 20s, and I used to remind J. Allen Hynek that he was the same age as my father. He didn't much appreciate it.
Yeah, I know. All right, I got an email from a listener that might be a good way to start. He says, Mr. Friedman's website, of all the things it does say, doesn't address why he got into his line of work. In other words, proving UFOs are real. Must be incredibly frustrating to spend your life and your time that way. And I'm wondering what kind of events got him going in that direction.
Well, it wasn't any event at all, except I was ordering books from a mail-order discount book place in New York. I needed one more book so I wouldn't have to pay shipping. And there was a report on unidentified flying objects by Air Force Captain Edward Ruppelt. This was in 1958. I was working as a quite young nuclear physicist on nuclear airplanes.